About how you got started with contesting?
Yes. Norman Vincent Peale had the book called The Power of Positive Thinking. And I had picked it up, read it, and there were two things that really enticed me to research further, and that was when he said, you can have anything you want, provided you know what it is. See yourself as already having it. And those were three things that intrigued me. And I was, just a little happy homemaker, no education, high school education, period. And the mother of three and sitting home and needing a lot of little creature comfort things, And so I thought, well, that sounds exciting. So that night, my husband got in and I said, I read this book. And I said, what would you like? And he was reading the Dallas Morning News. And he said, well, looky here, Coca-Cola has a contest. And you can win an outboard motor. All you have to do is write 25 words while you take Coca-Cola on outings. And I said, and then outboard motor. And then he went on and finished reading his paper. Well, I went into the bedroom, and he's won an outboard motor. So I sit there, and I thought, Coca-Cola on outings, a pad. And I thought, we don't even drink Cokes. That's going to be a tough one. But I saw him sitting in a boat with his motor, enjoying himself. And so I wrote, he liked to go fishing by himself on weekends because he had a very serious job. And he was always stretched out, and the kids were too young to take him fishing at that point. And so he'd go out for the afternoon. Okay, so now I'm sitting there and I see him in this boat and I write, I'm a lone wolf fisherman. Cokes are my silent partners. They contribute no yakety yak, only enjoyment when called upon. 25 words. Put it in an envelope, mailed it off, and actually said to him, I wonder how long it's going to take him to let us know we won. Now, that's positive thinking. I didn't know any better. I just knew I wrote that story, that incident, he's got to win it. 2 weeks later, the representative from Coca-Cola called and said, Mr. Hadsell, you won your outboard motor. I thought, well, that's nice. Now, what would we like to win? See, now what would we like to win? And my daughter said, well, I'd like a swing bicycle. And I said, and you want what color? I thought, well, everybody should do this because selected, here it is, see yourself as having it. So we had her sitting on a bicycle. And it was, now at that point in time, there were many, many opportunities for contests. And most of them, see, a contest is when you have to complete something in 25 words or less, name something, write an essay. A sweepstake is when they just put your name in the pot and they draw, from 1 million entries, they draw your name. I didn't think of that as competition. I always thought the only competition you ever have is with yourself. And that's when you doubt yourself. So now, my daughter, we had to name a pony, and it got to be, now this was a fun thing. And my son, I mean, we didn't look for big things. Roller skates, you know, bicycles, and things that were, that children wanted. Boom boxes, you know, for music and stuff. And so we started, we would sit at night, and I says, oh, we're going to get Pamela her bicycle, and we have to name a pony. How are we going to name a pony? And I show them a picture of a pony, and they said, well, he's brown. And I said, yeah, he's brown. And what else? And what else does he do? Well, I said, does he prance? Well, then we call him Prance Charming. Prance Charming. And you get on a pony. What else? He bucks. He buck too. Prance Charming. And these were what we call coined words. And that's what we send in. I don't know which entry won, but she had her swing bicycle. Okay? So then we got all the little stuff. Now I want linoleum for the floor, and I get linoleum. Then I want something else, and I get it. Now I'm thinking bigger. Now I want to win trips. And my son, my younger son, said, oh, let's go to a dude ranch. Do you know, we won this trip to a dude ranch, and stupid me, this was in Arizona, and that's when I was afraid of flying. And I won the prize. They're going to fly, and I said, I don't fly, can we drive down? And then I didn't get the prize because you had to follow their rules. And so he was very, very ticked about that. You have to learn to fly. You have to learn to fly. Well, now the next thing I wanted, the children wanted to go to Disneyland, and that meant flying too. And I thought, well, I'll just brave it out. Really and truly, I was stupid on that area, but at that time I didn't know better. And so we get to won this trip to Disneyland. We all get there, and it was a fabulous, fabulous trip. And later on, we did win a trip to Dude Ranch, and we did go to the Dude Ranch, and then we won a trip to the World's Fair. Did go to the World's Fair, and one thing that was real funny, I was going to be 40 years old, and I had read that Paris is a city of light, love, and excitement, and I wanted to be on the 1st of January. I said, what are we going to do this year? And Pat said, well, I said, I want to be in Paris, France, sitting at a sidewalk cafe, drinking wine on my 40th birthday. And I started to enter contests, only contests that were offering trips. And there were many of them. There was a lot of trips always in contests. Always 25 words or less. And I always used the same 25 words. I said, I'm a pooped couple with 3 kiddos, and I'd like to go to Paris, France, to recapture the rapture of springtime ecstasy in my fat, 40 frustrated years. That's the only thing I wrote. Well, the first time, one company investigates, before you win a big prize, you're investigated, they call you or they come out, interview you, and they do that to find out if you are any way related to the sponsors, any way related, because contesting are really on the up and up. And if they wouldn't be, I mean, it wouldn't serve any purpose. So I had the interview, and everything went fine, but I only won 3rd prize, which is a Hammond electric organ, and it didn't win that prize. And I said, well, why did they give me an electric organ And you know, somebody said to cultivate patience. So I have this big electric Hammond organ, and here it is now. My birthday's the 1st of June, and here it is April already, and I still haven't had this trip now. We're going to have to plan this trip. We're going to be there drinking wine, and my husband even said, well, we have enough money. We'll go. I said, no, I want to win this with a trip. Well, it seemed like the last minute. I send that entry off, and lo and behold, I got a phone call and said, Mr. Hadsell, I used his name and and my name, you won a trip to Venice, Italy. And I thought, well, I don't want to, I've been to Venice, I want to go to Paris. And the man said, well, you can change, there's first class and you can change whatever you want to do. And he said, when would you like the tickets? I said, like right now. And he had a messenger come and bring these tickets. And we got on the plane, and to make a long story short, on my 40th birthday, I was at that sidewalk with my husband drinking wine. So we did this. This is something else I need to bring up, because I thought this was, well, it was nice. My husband and I are sitting here one afternoon, and I just got back from a trip, a long trip, and sometime he went with me and sometime he didn't. And he'd go with me first time, and then the second time he got bored because I was always counseling people, and then at night I was in my, and he knew everything, so. But anyway, we're sitting here, he said, let's do something let's do something exciting. What do you want to do? I said, you know, I love New York. I said, and I noticed in the paper that they're having this, the best little whorehouse in Texas. And I said, I would love to go and see that off-Broadway show. And he said, well, I'll tell you what, let's have lunch, and I'll start calling the airlines, and we'll see what we can do. He says, sounds like fun, doesn't it? We're eating lunch, and we come back here for coffee, and the phone rings. Mrs. Hadsell, I said, yes. He said, I'm Rich Little, you don't know him, but he was producing a show to tell the truth in New York. And he said, your name came up as a very, very good contestant. How would you like to come to New York and be on my show? I said, I looked at Pat and I thought, God, is this for real? And I said, what is it, Tom? He said, well, it's to tell the truth, and the show had just started. And he said, we'll pay all your expenses first class, and what else do you want? And I said, could I have tickets to this off-Broadway show? Will Success Ball Rock Concert? And he said, no, what else? And I said, well, my husband wanted to come. Well, okay, we'll do a trip. We'll give your husband a ticket also, and what else? I mean, you know, when they want you, they want you. And he said, everything that we advertise, you will also get. Electric blankets, mix, whatever they were advertising. I said, when do you want me? When do you want? He said, well, you can come this week or next week. And I said, well, let's see. And my husband says, this week. So I said, how about this week? Well, we'll have your tickets for you by courier tomorrow morning. So we went to New York, had this hotel, saw this Broadway play, was there 3 days. They usually pay all expenses, and they give you a voucher if you want a cab to go wherever you want to, eat wherever you want to, and entertain you. Really, it's nice to be on these talk shows. Well, we had our little thing again. So what is it? I mean, you know, there were many, many instances where I would hear of something. The thing, I'm digressing, I'm sorry, because you're interested in being a winner. And all of you out there are winners. You know that. And you can have anything you want, provided you know what it is, see yourself as having it, And if there's a delay in results, don't be disappointed. Maybe you need to cultivate a little more patience. That's all it is. And it's yours. And you say, but the competition is so fierce, so fierce. And I says, everything is competition. How long? I mean, eventually, if you stay with something long enough and strong enough, it's energy. And it's got to come to you. That's the law of attraction. It's out there for anybody. I never looked at it as competition. I remember when after I had the publicity and had won that house in Las Colinas and had won all the cars and whatever I needed or wanted, this was very interesting because that night we went to dance. And we're dancing, and right as you came in, you signed in, and they had this fishbowl, put your name in. At the end of the night, they had fruit cakes because it was Christmas time, and they had this big boom box. And my daughter had been wanting this huge boom box that had all these acoustics and things out. And I looked at it and I said, oh, there's Pamela's Christmas present. Well, the woman that was taking the tickets, overheard me. And she laughed and she said, well, Mrs. Hadsell's here. So really and truly, it's stupid to put your name in the Hadsells won the boom box already. All right, what did I do? They were giving me their energy. Everybody in that room gave me energy because they knew now we'd won this house. And we're dancing, and this man said, I guess she's got, and Pat said, she's got the boom box. And they're making a joke of it, a joke. And they don't know that I didn't take their energy, they gave it to me. And that night, when his boss, now it's time to have the drawing, and here's that fishbowl full of names. And the boss said, I'm not going to have anything to do with this. Somebody come up and draw a name. And a woman came up and she said, I'll get a different name. And she whisked around and pulled a name, and it was my name. Okay, this is energy. This is energy. This is what they do. And yes, you can get energy from someone else. If they're negative, I mean, why not?
You mentioned the house. Can you tell us more about how you won the house?
Yes. I came back after my trip, and in Dallas, we have a group of women that get together, and we call them the contest. We call them the range riders. And when we got there, we would swap entry blanks. We would stand up and say what we won this month. We won this and this and this and this. 1 month I won a prize every day. 30 prizes, 1 prize every day. Some of them would win 4 or 5 of them, and we had a lot of fun, and they were very supportive. So the night I got there, one of the women said, oh, you won the world's, you went to New York on your way to Paris. Did you stop at the World's Fair? And I said, yeah, my son won a trip to the World's Fair. So he was with us, and then after the trip, we were at the World's Fair, he went back home on a plane, and someone met him and so forth. And we went on to Paris. And she said, while you were there, did you see that Formica house? She said, that's an entire United States contest, and Formica is having a new product that they're sponsoring, and they're going to build a house someplace in the United States. And all you have to do throughout the United States, the builders were building their houses, but they were using this molding that Formica was very, very proud of using. So anybody throughout the United States, you had to visit one of the homes that had these entry blanks that were using Formica. Well, in my area, it was Garland, the only place that had this thing. And she said, well, you could enter. I said, no, I didn't know about it. I didn't know about it. Well, it's in Garland, and it's closing next week. And so on the way home, driving home, because Dallas is 27 miles from Irving, rather, all I could think about was, God, I'd like to win a new house. That's perfect. Yeah, I think I'll win that house. So the next day, it's drizzling, and two of my friends that were in this contest club with me live in Irving. So I called one of them and I said, let's go over and see that Formica house and enter. And she said, you know, they've already picked the entries. It's in New York, and they've already picked the entries. And she said, no. And the other one was having her rug shampoo. She couldn't go. And I tried. I said, I'll even buy you a pizza on the way. Let's go. And nobody would go with me. It's starting to drizzle, rain, and something actually pulled me out. The next thing I knew, I'm in the car driving 53 miles to go to that Formica house. And when I got there, I sat in one of the chairs and I looked at everything around there, and I'm already deciding that I want Spanish furniture. I'm already building the inside of the house. And there wasn't anybody there except the woman that sat, at the open house. I registered my name, and I registered Pat's name. And I took an entry blank home. And that night, I'm reading the entry blank, and it said, you must have visited the home. And I said, oh my God. I put in Pat's name, and Pat might win this. Do you know that Saturday morning, Pat got up, and I said, we're getting in the car, you're driving to Garland, and you're going to look at that house. So when they call you, you can say you visited that. He did. He got to where he believed what I said. We drove all that way so he could look at that house. And that was it. It was a done deal. Now we come home, and he draws the plans for the house. And he tells the kids, Mama's going to win us this big house. Where do we want it? We're out looking for lots. We've got the plan here, so when they come, we can be ready. And then it was a month. Now the contest closed that weekend. It was a month later when somebody on the phone called Pat. I'm in Dallas, and they called Pat. And they asked Pat, is Mrs. Hadsell there? No, she's at a meeting. Your husband? He said, yes. He said, did she enter that, did she go to that Formica home? And Pat said, oh, we were both there. I'm so impressed with that laminated Formica. We were so impressed. And he said the right thing. And that was it. And he said, we're just checking everybody to see if they actually did go, and there's nothing here. Thank you, Mr. Hadsell, for your time. That was all he said. He asked, are you related to anybody at the house, number one. Number two, any relations that work for Formica. Those were questions. So he was on the phone 5 minutes answering all this. And he knew that because we knew when we got a big prize, we'd have to have an investigation, we call it. And so I came home that night, and he was ecstatic. Well, we won our house, and all we did was, I wonder how long it's going to take them to let us know we won. And that's all I told the kids. And so it was about another month later. Morning, I woke up, and I said, the kids were at breakfast, the 2 boys were still there, and my daughter was in college, and I said, well, listen, they're going to let us know we won this house. For God's sake, act surprised. And they went off to school. And my husband said, are you sure they're coming? I said, yeah. And I said, just stay in bed. And I said, pretend, we're just going to wait for them. Well, at 2 o'clock, and now it's 1 o'clock, and I went to the bakery. to get some bakery, and I'm getting ready to put the coffee pot on when they come, and nothing happens. And about 2:30, I get this phone call, and they say, Mrs. Hadsell, when does your husband get off work? And I said, well, he's here now. They were waiting for him to get off work so they could tell us together. I said, well, he's here. And I said, he just took the day off. Well, then we're coming right out. We're representatives, vice president of Formica, and our PR man. We want to come out and tell you something very, very interesting for you. And I thought, yeah. So, and then I, of course, reminded Pat to act surprised, They came in the door. I acted surprised. Oh my God. Oh no, not me. Oh no. And I told Pat, don't show him the plans. So we're talking, and he said, well, where do you want it? And I said, well, there's a new area, and I said, and we have the plans. And the guy looked at me, and I said, well, we were planning on building a house, but we didn't tell them that they were going to pay for it, And so we had all the plans there, and he couldn't believe it, And I said, yeah, we had plans of enlarging this place, and that's how it came about. And from that period on, they hired an interior decorator. They hired so many people because it was publicity for their Formica. They would call me. They send me flowers. One weekend, he'd always call and say, are you happy? Are you happy? Because at that time, the National Enquirer, which is that rag magazine, called and said, if there's any negative things, because this is the first time a house had ever been given, if there's any negative things, tell us and we'll pay you for the negative. And I says, get it real, and hung up. And I had that offer 2 or 3 times, and they were aware that they were looking for negative things. And there weren't any negative. But he'd call up and say, are you happy? Is there anything we can do? And every time they came, they wined us and dined us at the best hotels. And so one day he called, and he said, what's your favorite place? And they were building, and he kept coming and visiting, bringing me candy, flowers, and so forth. And I said, God, would I like to go to New York? Okay, we'll send you to New York. And they brought us first-class tickets. My husband and I went to New York. And at that time, the play was on Broadway, Will Success Spoil Rock Hunter? That was the play I wanted to see. And they sent me to New York. And while I was in New York, I did a lot of publicity with one of the magazines, the Good Housekeeping magazine. And they interviewed me and so forth. And then they had the house open for a month where they could, people came in, and I was just a hostess, and they had people there that took care, cleaned the house and so forth, and then it was turned over to us officially. Gold keys. We had a gold key. My husband and I each were given a gold key, and then he asked, listen, that's a big, at that time, that period, in the 50s, 60s rather, income tax was a big challenge if you won a lump sum and you had to pay it right away. And he said, if income tax is a problem, we'll take care of it. I mean, they couldn't do enough. They couldn't do enough. That was fabulous. Well, the immediate family, my children, were now growing up, and my son wanted a Corvette, which he incidentally got on his own. But one thing that I had never, well, it was, like I said, before I won the house, we lived in a very comfortable place, and I continually wanted to redecorate, like I wanted a stove, and I projected for a stove, and all of a sudden, the contest was over with, and I won $1,000. I didn't win $1,000. I didn't win the stove. And I went to the contest club, and everybody had won in this particular contest, and I had such good entries, and I couldn't understand why I didn't win my stove. And so I thought, everybody won televisions and everything, and I was perplexed on this. But 2 days later, I won $1,000 in another contest. And so I rationalized, and I told the children, well, this is for my stove. I have $1,000. I thought it was coming by a stove, and this is my prize. I went out and bought a stove at Sears. 3 days later, I have a phone call from this General Electric and said, we overlooked telling you, Mrs. Hadsell, the prize, and it'll come in the mail, and you won a stove, a GE stove. And I said, oh, I already bought one. And he said, well, if you'd bought a GE, we would have given you your money back. But see, I got premature and already. So this was something I learned later on. Always, I mean, there can be a delay in results. And yes, I taught the children. They were on their own and did their own coloring, and they had their own projects, and we were all very, very supportive of that. Later on, there were always people that would call or come, and that's when I was prompted to write the book. I wrote the book simply because there was a demand for it, and I thought, well, maybe they'll leave me alone. I'm not a witch. And on the book, I put witchcraft in order to tell them that I was not using anything. But you still had people that would call and say, hey, you already won, oh, we won 3 Hammond organs. This is a church, and can you donate one? Yes, I donated them all to different areas. There were things that, I mean, you know, I didn't put in my book.
What kind of contests did your children enter, and how young were they when they started?
My younger son, the one, this is my teenager. He was a teenager. And he's getting ready to go to college. And there were lots of things that he wanted. And this contest sponsored for teenagers, write in 50 words or less. Oh, this was another one. My older son, 50 words or less, why you would like to represent the United States in Europe. And he wrote the most fabulous essay. It was really, really, it was very touching and very good. And he won his trip to Europe and toured Europe. The other son was a little more materialistic. And this was an opportunity. And he was just getting out, going to high school now. This was an opportunity to go to New York and you had to design a piece of jewelry. And you had to be a teenager, 12 to 14. The prize would be this a diamond ring, a trip to New York. You would go to this fabulous place. I'm not interested in names of people, you know, houses that have clothing manufactured. I don't even recall the name, but he did. And where you would pick out your wardrobe. He could pick out his wardrobe. He would get a Lindy Star sapphire. He'd get a gold wristwatch, 3 days, and I think it was $2,000 in cash, plus the mother could come with him. Okay, he wanted that. Okay, so he goes out. I said, what are you going to do? He said, well, the first thing you think of as a kid, and everybody then was having a guitar and imitating all these country westerns, and he says the first thing they do, they'd think of a guitar and they'd, you know, make it as a guitar. And I said, well, what's the other thing? He said, well, And he thought, and he thought, he says, I think I've got it. And he just picked up a piece of sheet music, and there's a staff there, and there's notes. And so he went out into the garage and got the little wire, made the, bend the wire, uh, the kind of wire that you use for soldering stuff, and made a staff. And then he took 2 of my beans and sprayed them, and he called it the Lindy Star Go-Go. And that was advertising Lindy Star sapphires, and it was so damn original, who could possibly think of that? And then he did a step further. He said, he made it, he actually made it. And I said, well, why you made it? I said, why did you send it to him with your entry? You know, he's seeing something. He got a little box and mounts this thing in, and it was lovely, really, and put it and send it in. I wonder how long it's going to take him to let us know I won all this stuff. So one day, it was, I was sitting there, and this morning I woke up, and I said, they're going to call us today. Got to be here. And he was playing Little League, and he needed tennis shoes. And he said, I've got to get tennis shoes before the game is at 5 o'clock. I said, well, we'll go as soon as they call us. And I was waiting in the mail, or call us, or in the mail. Nothing came in the mail. And I'm sitting there, and he was the one that used to say, you don't know everything. Later on, he changed it. When my husband said, but she does know. And so from that period on, but you don't know everything, he'd get angry because this is a teenager. And so I said, at 4 o'clock now, he has to be at Little League at 5. And I thought, well, I missed that one. How could I miss that one? When you have a feeling, there's a knowing feeling. There's a calm feeling. And it's not like this, you know, like when you're waiting to have your name drawn at someplace. It's a different feeling. And I had this calm feeling, and so we get in the car, and he's in the car, and the phone rings. I had the door open, the phone rings, and I said, go in there and answer, tell him you're a boy, tell him you're a boy. And his name is Chris. He went in there, and the man, who am I talking to? This is Chris Hadsell. He said, are you a boy or a girl? He says, I'm all boy. And they hung up the phone, and that was it. That was it. What they had done in New York, they were giving a prize, top prize, to 1 girl and 1 boy. And when they looked at Chris's name, they thought this might be a girl. So we got to find out. And when I was able to visit, when we went to New York, the people that judged, the judges were there and took us out to dinner because they wanted to meet the 2 top winners, the girl and the boy. The one woman that was a judge called me aside, and she said, we had so much great difficulty deciding on Chris and another boy, Michael or whatever. We knew Michael was a boy, but she said, I wanted Chris to win. And these guys already said, let's give it to Michael because he's a boy. Let's get out of here. And she said, I will do that on one condition. If you call Texas, and if Chris is a boy, will you give this to Chris? And that's what happened. One of the judges called, and it was Chris, and that's how it went. Then another time that was, you know, sometimes it's real close. Another time, this younger son said, well, Mother, you've won all these things, but you never won a car. And I said, I don't need a car. I was driving a Lincoln. I don't need a car. But just prove to me that you can win a car. And you don't ever need to prove anything. When you're taking Silva training, Jose says, don't ever prove anything. Prove it to yourself. And so I thought, well, okay, I never won a car. Let's do this. And a local radio station was having a car, and they were giving Datsuns away. Okay, all you had to do was get by the phone and at random they would choose your name, and when they would call you, you would have to say, my favorite radio station is KLIF. That's all you had to do. And if you said that, then your name would be in a pot. And at the end of 6 weeks, they would draw one name a week. And at the end of 6 weeks, you were in the pot, and then you'd go to the dealership, and then you would draw which car you would win. So it was you had to listen to that radio all day long, because you never knew when they were going to call you. So you had to stay home, and at that time there weren't cell phones. And so I was, the first week I listened all week long, and they called a name, and the man, and of course they would put it over the telephone, Mr. Hammond, so-and-so from Grapevine, what is your favorite radio station? And he said, KLIF 1190 on the dial. Well, you're in the drawing now. You've won that. You knew you won a car when he said that. Well, the second week, was in the second week, I'm listening, and it was a Friday afternoon, and we had rental property, and my husband is out there fixing some of the water plumbing that was leaking. And the children were around, and so he called me and said he needed one wrench to help with this. But he couldn't go to get it because these children are out there, and he'd had a hole, and he was concerned about the children. Get that part. And I said, no, I can't, because they're going to call me today. I know they're going to call me, and I can't leave the house. He said, damn it, put him on hold. I need that part. Now get that part. He was very angry. So I got in the car, and I have the radio on in the car, and I'm getting his part, and I had to run all over town because this part, it was some kind of a wrench. Finally got it, took it out to where he was working, threw it down, and come back to the house. But on the radio station, I'm listening, and they said, we have the second week winner, and during the break, we will play it for you. And I am devastated. How could that happen? I thought I knew I had that car. And I come home, and I am so disappointed, and sitting there, and he caused that because I know they called me, and damn it, and I'm angry at him, really. A few minutes, the telephone rang. It's my older son, the one that left and only comes back and brings his dirty laundry and checks his mail. And he called, he says, Mother, where were you? I said, I was out getting Daddy a part for some of the plumbing. He said, while you were gone, he said, the phone rang, and they asked, they just said, Mrs. Hadsell, what is your favorite radio station? And I had tacked up around the house, because I thought, if my husband calls, he's not into this. I said, when they call and ask what your favorite station is, say KLIF 1190 on your dial is your favorite. And there's the phone in the kitchen. And he looks up, and it said, when they call, and he read, oh, my mother's favorite radio station is KLIF 1190 on the dial. And the man says, congratulations, you just won your mother a Dodson.
So Helena, you're known as the lady who wins every single competition you take part in. You've won some 7 trips to Europe, you've won a house, you've won multiple cars, and you've taught your kids to do the same. You've even written a book that has sold some 3.5 million copies. Now, you claim you're able to do this using a methodology you developed called SPEC. Can you tell us a little bit about the SPEC system?
Yes, SPEC, and everybody should have that in their vocabulary if they're wanting material things. SPEC should be a word, a password for you if you're wanting material things. Spec is selected, projected, expected, collected. So let's give you an example. You're there and you're at a showcase, and all of a sudden you see this diamond necklace. Hypothetically, this is, all right, you're seeing it. Okay, now you are seeing it, so you select it. Now you project it. How are you going to project it? You're going to see yourself wearing it. You're going to stand in front of the mirror, and then you're going to be at a social gathering, and people are going to say, "Oh, what a wonderful necklace." This is putting energy into this. And now you have already selected it, you've already expected it because it's here, and then you projected it, now you want it. Now you want it. So you project it, and when you project it, that's when you see things happening. And I don't know how it's going to come about. Is your boyfriend going to buy it for you? Do you win it? Does your husband buy it for you? Do you have a lot of money and it comes to you because you've now selected it, and projected it. Now you can collect it and it's part of yours.
So the system is called SPEC. Let's start with the S in that SPEC. What does that stand for?
That means SPEC is selected. What is it that you want? Is it a car? Is it jewelry? Is it a trip? What is it? So you, first of all, you project it. Here we go. First of all, you select it. You select what do you want? You select it. The next thing you do is you project it. What do you do? How do you project it? You make a little scenario. So you want a car. So you see the car. You see the color of the car. You get in the car. You smell the upholstery in the car. You feel the car. So what you're doing, you're projecting it. And it's just a very, very easy technique. Now what you do after that, and you can keep on doing this, sitting in your car, now you expect it. When is it coming? When will it be here? I've been waiting. When will it be here? And then all of a sudden, and it varies every time you make a projection. It varies when it comes. How does it come about? It comes about in different ways. Mine mostly came by entering contests.
Helena, one of the most fascinating stories I came across in your book was the story of how you attracted an opportunity to not only meet Art Linkletter on a show, and that was a dream of yours, but to actually win a big prize in that show. Could you tell us that story?
Yes. Or first of all, how can you get on it? When I wanted to see Art Linkletter. We were in the waiting in line. I was one of the last people in line, and so when the young man that directed us into the show, there were just a certain number of people that were invited. That's all the room they had. When he came up to me, he closed the door. He said, "We have no more room," and he gave tickets to the next show that was being taped in the next studio. And I told him, I said, "I don't want to go to the next studio. I want to see Art Linkletter." So he closed the door. All the other people went to the next studio for taping. I didn't. I sat right there. About 10 minutes later, he puts his head out the door. He said, "You still here?" I said, "Well, I came to see Art Linkletter." And he looked at me and he said, "Well, just a minute." He said, "I'll see if there's a seat available." He came out, he said, "There's one seat available." And he said, "But it's up there in the balcony, and I guess nobody's coming, so you can have that seat. So he directs me up there. Okay, now I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden Art Linkletter comes out on the stage, looks around. He said, you know, we're doing our Christmas show. And somebody in the audience today is going to win a fabulous prize. And he looks around and says hi to a few people. And then he comes up and he walks up. He had to walk up 3 people and then a platform, 3 more people, because I'm up here. And he looks at me and he said, do I know you? And I said, no, I've never been here before. And he said, you sure I don't know you? No, I've never been here before. He said, got my hand and he said, well, you're the one that's going to win the Christmas present. So I walk on down there and I'm standing there and all of a sudden they wheel in this huge, huge box. And I don't know, I mean, I think it's a huge television. That's what it looked like. And so I'll lift up the lid. I lift up the lid, and out jumps a little miniature midget Santa Claus with the hat and so forth. And he kisses me and hands me a $1,500 LeCoutre diamond wristwatch. That was my birthday present from Art Linkletter. And then Art looks at me, he says, gotcha. And then during the break, this was very interesting. I then sat on the outskirts there and watched the rest of the show. And then after it's over, and they have, you know, the commercials and the things that roll out and all of the things, what is it called? The wrap-up. And we're standing there because I won this huge prize. And Art keeps looking at me and looking at me and said, don't I know you? I know you, don't I? And he's just so insistent. And I didn't have the heart to tell him what I'd done. So what did I do? The night before, I'm wanting to be on the Art Linkletter show. I sit there in my chair and I say, Art Linkletter, when you see me, you'll know me, and I'm going to be on your show. Art, here I am. I'm going to be on your show. I'm going to wear an orange sweater. Now, I asked, did the orange sweater attract him? I don't know. Why did he walk up all those steps and get me from the entire audience? I just attribute it to as a projection. This is projection. So I had my Christmas present all in one. Now these things you can do, and it gets to be fun, and you'll say, we're pushing minds around, or you're the work of the devil. Not so. Believe me, when you do this, they have the opportunity to accept or reject the idea. You always have free will. And in this area, I looked familiar to him because I was there projecting him. And the orange sweater was I said, when you see me, I'll be on your show.
Now in the book, Helen, you also mentioned how you were able to teach some other people in line for the show to also use their mind to win.
Okay. After the Art Linkletter show, when they tape in Hollywood, they tape in different studios. And they had lots of shows there that were giving prizes. I mean, they had, I don't even remember the titles or the names of them. So I got into the next show, and what they were doing at random, picking people from the audience and asking questions, and then some way a dial went off or whatever, and the dial spun, and then you could win that prize. Well, when I got into that studio, all I could think about was, I had talked to my mother earlier on the phone, and she said, I said, what would you like for Christmas? And she said, I've got this little 12-inch television. I'd like a big color television. So when I got in there, I thought, here's an opportunity to win my mother her color television. Now this takes a little I don't know what happened. All I know is I'm sitting in the front row, and there's a mother and a daughter beside me. Okay, this wheel goes around and so forth, and he chooses me. And something in the audience or whatever, I don't remember the particulars, but they do the dial, and it comes up with the color television. And I said, you know, they take your name and where do you want it mailed to? And then I send it to my mother. So that was fine. And so this woman sat beside me with her daughter. She said, I never won anything in my life. And I said, well, what'd you like? And she says, oh, my refrigerator's on the blink. I'd give anything. And they had refrigerator, stoves, televisions, lawnmowers, everything up there. And we had to go out for lunch. And in this at that time, there was a cafeteria, and you could graze for an hour, and then you'd come back to the studio, because they might have had difficulty getting that studio full of people. And it was during the day and so forth. So, and it was in September, so there weren't that many tourists out there. So we go back, and I said, while we're sitting there, I said, you really want that refrigerator? Yes, yes. I said, well, let's play a game. And she, what kind of a game? I said, let's project that refrigerator, that you win it. I said, I will give you energy and everything. Don't think of another thing now. Just think of your refrigerator. Don't think about they're going to invite me, they're going to ask a question, they're going to do the dial and something else is going to come up, because so many have to go, it has to be this, 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 and this. End result is what you want. And all you want is that refrigerator. Okay. And so here three of us are. I'm doing nothing but seeing her win the refrigerator. She's game for it. She said, if I can win that refrigerator, I said, don't say you never won anything, because here you have an opportunity. And the daughter said, yes, I'll work with it. Well, now we go into the studio, and there's not that much seating. And so they're dividing us up here. And he puts me down here, and they're up there in the rafters. And she's looking down at me, and I keep saying, refrigerator, refrigerator, because I want her to hold that thought. And the second or third that they picked out of the audience, they go up there, and they point to her, and they ask the question, and then they roll the thing, and it comes up a refrigerator. And she won the refrigerator. So after we got through there, and she said, oh, I'd like to have you around. She says, there's lots of things I'd like to win. And I said, you already have the technique. You already have the technique. Sometimes it works just on the moment. Sometimes it works on the moment. Sometimes it takes a little longer. But there is no failure. There can be a delay in results depending what you're looking for. Especially if you're entering contests, it may take 5 or 6 weeks before they notify you that you won. So you have all that period in there to be projecting. Yes, anybody can do this. I've had a number of students here that never had anything, and all of a sudden they want something, and I should keep all the testimonials I had. One of the most exciting testimonials was this young man called me from California. Mrs. Hadsell, if I was there, I'd squeeze you. I said, oh? She said, I'm a student here, and I'm limited on funds, and my mother's subsidizing me, and she keeps saying, what are you doing with all this money you're spending? Do you know what she got me for? I go home for Christmas, and I'm expecting a big check. What does she give me? She gives me a copy of your book. And she tells me, why don't you follow the principles in this book? And she says, and earn your own money. She also gave him 100 stamps and envelopes and cards, and because I have a detailed description in the book how to enter contests. And then he said, I went up there and I was ticked at my mother. She said, So I read your book, and here I'm looking at the stamps, and I'm looking at the envelopes, and then I get to thinking, I read your book again, and I thought, well, if she can do it, maybe I can. And he says, I wanted a new car, but he said, I wanted $25,000 because for the summer months, I wanted to go to Europe. So he said, I then entered, and he says, I was amazed how many contests they have in magazines. I went to the library and read all these contests available, and I chose the ones, like you said, the ones that I wanted, only the ones that were offering cars and money. And he said, I want you to know, I had my car, and a week later, $25,000. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If I was there, I'd embrace you. At Thought Forums, where I'm going to tell you a story, something. It's a book I read, but I don't even know the title or whatever it was. But I was intrigued that you can create a thought form, and it can become so real that someone else can actually see it. So I would what I would do, take a silver dollar, and I put it, initially this is how I started. I put a silver dollar on my on the table here. I looked at it, and I looked at it, and all of a sudden it's in my mind's eye, so I turn around, and I can still see the silver dollar in midair. But what I want to do is, I want to be able to do this and see if somebody else can see the silver dollar that's not there. Just my thought form putting it. So when I was on lecture tour, I had time sometime during the day to be by myself. And this particular day, I felt I was sitting in a park bench, and there was behind it there was a mall for shopping, and there were people going back and forth and back and forth. So what I did, and all you can do is close your eyes, and you can make it a bird or you can make it anything, but this silver dollar is what I wanted to do. Now I see the silver dollar, and I mentally put it on the sidewalk. After it's on the sidewalk, and I can see it even with my eyes closed, then you can open your eyes. You can open your eyes, and you can look around, and you can observe the people. And it's still there to me in my mind's eye. Now, will somebody else see that? They go back and forth and back and forth. All of a sudden, a woman comes with a little boy, I'd say about a 2 or 3 year old little child, and he must have been very, very tired of being in his cart, because he was hanging onto the cart, and they were really slowly, slowly walking. And when they came to where the silver dollar was, this kid, his eyes lit up, and he reaches down, and he keeps going like this. And his mother said, "What are you looking at, honey?" And he goes, "Nothing." "Well, honey, there's nothing there. There's nothing there." And he's trying to pick it up because he sees it. And then all of a sudden, she says, "Nothing there, honey, let's go." And she's pushing him on, and he looks back at me and sort of grins and goes back. Now, I'm excited about that. Oh, God, I'm excited about that. It's the most wonderful thing. And then I thought, well, I would like an adult. See if there are any adults. So I just sat there and none. Now, this is an all-day session here. It was probably an hour or two later. I'm that silver dollar, and they just pass it by. Some people look where they go, and some not. All of a sudden, there's an elderly man that comes, and he's walking very slowly, probably before his walk for the day. And all of a sudden, he looks down, and he starts smiling. He did not pick it up, but he kept smiling. And all of a sudden, he goes by it and he said, I know what you're doing. And he says, I don't recall the words that he said, I know what you're doing and it's fine or whatever, and walked off. So again, this tells me maybe the elderly and the very young have this capability. But at the time I did it, I was not young or elderly. I was in between. So my theory is you can do it if you choose to. You can start out on the tea table at night, and you can put maybe dice there, or maybe some item there, whatever. And if children are coming in, you have grandchildren maybe, or neighbor children, go ahead and see if they can see it, if they try to pick it up. Something, if it's a toy, a red toy or something that attracts this child. And I said, that would be fantastic. Then you would know this child can see in another dimension. There are many, many children that cry at night and say there's a boogeyman there, or there's somebody in my room, etc. And we have some pretty good classes now at the colleges that investigate a little more thoroughly on this. It's credibility, and they are finding that it has credence, because this can happen. But that was my research therapy. And it seems like after I do it, after I read something, and then I do it, and then I let it pass. I mean, I'm not going to keep doing it over and over and over again. I let it pass. I think, okay, I mastered that, but what useful purpose does it serve? Unless it amuses me or entertains me. And then if it comes up again, I may do it again. I'm doing it with my grandson. Well, of course, he's only a year old, but I'll work with that and see what happens there. So that's an exciting part. Now, another part that I'd like to share with you, and this was a group of people. We had about 6 or 7, and this is a studio sort of a setup. And as I said, I experimented with so many things, so many people, I didn't even keep track of it. It was just one thing right after the other. But we were asked, six of us, to create a thought form. This was in Dallas. And we created a thought form, and then they had, we sat there and had fun. We had him 6 feet tall. He's got a British accent. He's got one brown eye, one blue eye. And what I said, what kind of a profession should he have? And we'll just give it to him. And just really, really making him handsome. And so we had to leave the room completely and get out and read something else and take our minds off of it. And then the psychics, three, but 2 of them were good psychics. They came in and sat there, and they had to write down what they had seen. 2 of them were on target. The other one just had little fleeting things. But these 2 said, he's British. They gave him an accent. He's got a brown eye and a blue eye. And he was an architect or whatever we said. And so we then questioned, we always question, did they read our minds? We didn't telepathically, deliberately communicate. But they could have read our minds, but they saw it. They saw the person. That's another experiment. Sometimes it takes a little longer, and what I say is if it's important enough, do it. If it's not, go on to something else that you're interested in. But in that period, I was interested in it, and then I research it. When I have physical challenges, I have my own doctor, and he's a thought form. I'll lay it on the line right away. He's a thought form, because I can already see him. Because the typical doctor to me is in a white coat. He has gray hair and little glasses and a stethoscope hanging here. That's the typical doctor. So that's what he looks like to me. And when I have a physical challenge, I say, oh, doctor, come on in. And when he comes in, and I create him, and then I communicate with them. All right, now I question, is there another being that has taken over temporarily and gives me the answers, or do I get my own answers? I don't know, but whatever I get makes sense, and I follow it. And when I had major surgery, he made more sense than two physical doctors did. So I rely on him constantly. To this day, he's around when necessary. And so I listen to him. I mean, you know, we need to have different opinions. And all the opinions I have, I think he's the smartest. Is it me? Is it thought form? You beat it. You make up your mind. And you create a thought form. It's very simple. I did research in England for 3 weeks. I sat in seance rooms specifically because these beings would appear to me with a message. Sometimes they would just float around if someone came in. So now I want to know, are these thought forms I create by association, or are they coming in on their own volition? And if they are, is there a message entailed? What's going on? My husband went with me, and he went to look. His interests were elsewhere. So I would faithfully go up to this place. And incidentally, if you're ever in England, 34 Belgrave Square, it is this spiritual frontier association, and it's still there. And you can go there. When I went there, I had to pay $2 when I got into the door, and she said, which medium do you want to sit with? And so you had a choice. I didn't know what, and she says, well, why don't you go with Veronica? She's on the 2nd floor, and in a half-hour situation. And you go up there with your ticket, and somebody takes it in, and then you're in this room with just a round circle with chairs, and then in a few minutes this medium comes out and sits there, and then closes her eyes. And if you've seen it on television, what is this man called, John, or whatever his name is? I don't even recall, because to me, I'm jaded and it's not interesting anymore. But she would come in and she said, I have a message from Martha today. Martha, Thomas is with you, and he has a message for you. Okay. All right, listen. That electric bill will be taken care of. Don't worry about that. Okay? The flowers we planted for you, they're blooming. Yes, it's our anniversary. I'm waiting for you, Martha. That was it. Behind the medium, I see a little man smoking a pipe, and I see the smoke coming up. I actually can smell the smoke, and it was very pleasant, very pleasant. And that was my first medium I went to. Okay, after you have this seance or whatever, you can go downstairs and they have a tea room. And in the tea room, these women come down, mostly women, and they converse like, Harry talked to me, you know, what did Harry say, etc. So I gravitate to the one, and that is, I was interested in. And then she tells me, I said, did you see your husband? No, but I know he was there. And she said, my flowers are growing. You want to come home and see the bush you planted? And this is in the winter, and it's in full bloom. And I thought, all I could think of when I see things like that, I would think of how much energy you were putting into this. The medium could see her husband. She couldn't. But the medium could, and knew that she was picking her brain, picking up her mind. and conveying it, and she's in hog heaven because she has a message from Harry, you know, and it's all what I would say, her thoughts. So she created this thought form.
Attracted you towards the silver method because you already had such a deep understanding of how the mind works?
It was destined. When my friend, we went over to Fort Worth to hear him. It was a free lecture. And the minute I got in there, he was da-da-da-da-da-da. And he had all his charts and things. And he has such a heavy accent, I couldn't understand him. And everybody was wanting to know more about it. And he was so, well, he was a Leo and a master number. And he's up there and very, very proud. During the break, I nudged him and I said, look, boy, I said, you're talking too fast. Can't understand you. He said, thank you. And then he talked slow. Because then after that, I thought, now this guy would listen to me, because if he had, even as a Leo and a master number, he would listen to my suggestion and talk slow. And then even during the break, he said, am I talking slow enough? Yes, thank you. Well, I was impressed with him. I asked him home to dinner. And when he came back, he said he had to open the Dallas area and he needed somebody to help him. And the metaphysical butterfly volunteered me. Oh, she's at home. She doesn't have any work. She can help. I'll help. And there were 2 airline stewardesses, and she was secretary to the attorney. Okay, so now we're going to open the areas. And this is so foreign to me. This is so foreign to me. All of it. So I said, okay, we couldn't put ads in the paper at that time because it's mind control meant that they were going to influence people, and we could not put ads in the paper. And he should have changed it by then, but he was so down. I wanted to be mind control so they can control their mind, not we control their mind. But that's the way we left it. So my friend had friends in the churches and so forth. So now we're going to have an introductory lecture. Well, at that time, I was quite, what do you want to call, popular things. I knew a lot of people. And I knew one young man that had, he's very, very, very wealthy. He had a building with a big dormitory. And I called him and I said, can we have this room free? Everything was free when I called him. So Jose's going to have this lecture there. All right, we go there, and there are about 150 people there from the different churches. Just they were conned in saying, come and learn to use more of your mind. So now we're going to register people. And I look at Jose, and there's 120 or 30 people. And I said, how many people do you want for your first program? He said, what do you mean? And I said, how many people do you want for your first program? And he said, well, let's have 83, you know. I said, you want 83? Okay, we'll have 83. And he walks off, and you wonder what the hell's going on. All right, now, the next night, he's going to have his class. And they're registering, and they're calling me for registrations and so forth. And all of a sudden, there's 82 in the class. And Jose's sitting there. And he's, we'll get started. And I said, no, there's one more that has to come. I did not know any better. I decided that he wanted 83. He's got to have 83. And this man, I'm sorry, and he walked in the door, and there were 83. And Jose looked. Well, see, this, I had nothing to do with this. It was all something, I mean, guidance was helping him all the time. And when I got to where he says, you have to open the Chicago area, I'm not going to open there. Chicago. I don't want to fly. I don't like to fly. At that time, I was afraid of flying. That was before I had mind control, you know. And so I said, no, get somebody else. And Jose would always say, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. And that meant to me, I'm already know what I'm going to do. I'm going to influence you, you know. That's a good one to use. We'll talk about it. So, this is the way we worked. And then I said, that day, he said, how can you get someone to help you? Just sit in your chair. And I say, somebody, someplace has got to help me. Hey, somebody, someplace has got to help me. Come on, help me. Phone rings. Yeah, Mrs. Yes. Well, I'm Alice so-and-so, and I live in Chicago, and I just read an article about you in one of the magazines. How can I get Jose up here? And I said, well, I'm PR for him, and I'm supposed to come up and open the area and get a suitable meeting place and put ads in the paper and so forth. You don't have to do a thing. I'll do it all for you. I represent a shoe manufacturing company. I'll get the auditorium free, and what else do you want? I mean, all over the phone in 5 minutes, everything was done. I didn't do it. Guides were doing it. Guides were helping me. She read my article I wrote for magazines. And she read this article, and all I'm talking about is Jose. I said, this is so fabulous. This is such a great, great program. And I had the automobile accident, and I was saying, I mean, it was just amazing what happened. And she was impressed and wanted it. And so she did everything.
And it happened again in Detroit, right?
Oh, yes, oh, yeah.
Tell us about that.
The next time I did go to Chicago because my husband said, well, you had mind control. How long? Now, why don't you practice it? You know? But I was so busy in other areas. And yes, then I learned to fly. I mean, I was comfortable flying. And then the next time, that was directly after Chicago, he would come and he would always say, they tell me that I must now go to Chicago. I mean, to Detroit. And that's very night. He tells me, now I don't want to go to Detroit. And I'm saying, they're riding in the street, they have curfew. You don't want to go to it. He says, they tell me. So I thought.
In your book, you talk about how one of the Silva method techniques saved your life in an accident. Could you tell us more about that?
Okay, sure. It was New Year's Eve, and it was in Dallas. And one of my friends had a New Year's Eve party. And I don't really care for drinking, and neither did my husband. So there was some punch bowl there and everything. So after we left that night, I'd had, I think, Silva Method program, I think 3 months earlier. And in the program, Jose was saying, you can stop the bleeding, or if you have a physical challenge, remember, when it hurts, there's pulsations. And the more you think about it, the more it hurts. But when you talk about healing, then it feels like warm waves of water. And then you give the body or the place an opportunity to heal. Well, when I heard that, and especially from my background of going into almost traumatic panic anytime something happened to me, I thought, well, I doubt that. I doubt that. Dismissed it. But now, here is New Year's Eve. We're at this party on the way home, and it had turned slick, and it was sleety, and we were crossing a bridge. And Dallas, incidentally, from Irving is 27 miles, from my door to her door. We're on this bridge, and all of a sudden, there's a Corvette come up and just rammed into us. And I remember his coming up the hood of the car and seeing it. Well, the next thing I knew, I was on the floorboard, and I was drowning in my blood. And I was trying as fast as, it was just gushing because this nose here is, it's not plastic surgery, but it's in good running condition, and it was, had to be taken care of. But anyway, here I'm drowning in my blood, and I'm pushing a panic button, and all of a sudden it seemed like I heard Jose. Perhaps it was a thought process, whatever. But I said, stop the bleeding, stop the bleeding. And when I heard that, I yelled, stop the bleeding. And all of a sudden, it seemed to dry up, and I was able. Of course, I couldn't breathe through my nose, and all of a sudden, I was able to swallow, and there was no more blood. When we got to the emergency room, the two people that were there, the doctors that looked at me, the first thing they said when they saw me was, I wonder what she looks like. So that ought to tell you that this nose was absolutely pushed in. And look at her, bleeding has stopped. And so then they made a decision, what else is wrong with her, etc. She needs to have this plastic surgery done and evaluating. And the first thing I said to my husband is, call Jose. Call Jose. That's the first thing I thought of. Did he telepathically communicate? Were my guides? I don't know. But call Jose. It's now 3 o'clock in the morning. Jose is sound asleep with his wife. Pat calls and he picks up the phone and he said, she was in an accident, and what do you do? And Jose said, I will get on it immediately and call me in the morning at 9 o'clock. And that's all. And I'm conscious now, and I'm laying in the bed because also had my back challenge and several other serious things. The next morning, when he talked to Jose, Jose went across New Ava, Laredo. He lived in Laredo. He went over to New Ava, Laredo, and at that point in his research, he had all these Mexican women come up, because I was over there. He rented a hallway in an old dilapidated building, and there was nothing but metal chairs up there. And these women would come up, and Jose had a chalkboard, and he would teach them mind control, how to control yourself, how to control your environment, how to help yourself, help your family. And they were so grateful. All of this was free, and it was his research. So now he gets over there, and these women all come at his beck and call and said, we have an emergency here, and we need your help. They came there at that loft, and they projected. He put me on the screen, and later on he told me this, put me on the screen, and they detected abnormalities like you were taught in Silva. And they came up with the thought that this leg here, he said he was going to have to put it in a cast. And Jose said, don't let him put it in a cast because they'll cut off the circulation because it's going to swell. Don't let him do that. And that's what he told Patty. I'm not going to disrupt your doctor, but she's strong enough to tell him not to put it in a cast. And we're going to help her every way we can. Well, to make a long story short, when he comes in and he says, you need the cast, and I said, there's no way, no way. Well, why? And he argued, and he said, she's not cooperating with us, to my husband. And my husband said, it's her foot, and whatever she says, you listen to her. Yeah, I have to listen to her. And he made a joke out of it. So we finished that, and what happened then was, I then was convinced, and I think I set this up, because in the past, I was afraid anything bled, I'd bleed to death and wouldn't stop bleeding. That was my concept. Now I knew after this program, You can stop the bleeding. The pain that is once so intense can be taken down, and in waves of warmth, you can have healing. And you can do this in childbirth and in anything. Of course, right now, there's sophisticated methods, and it doesn't need drugs all the time. You are in control. Mind over matter, if there's any way to explain it. So this is what happened. I'm one of these people that are busy in all different areas, and I let my physical body go. I wasn't paying attention to it. I was having challenges, different challenges in the female areas, and I have never really and truly been keen on doctors. They seem to misdiagnose, or they're just practicing on me, and they try to refer to one of the other patients I had this. I'm not that other patient, I'm me. I'm uniquely individual. And I still have it to this day. They only will prescribe what they feel or what they know about. And what do you know? How much is too much when they prescribe pills for you? How many times are you doing too much? So these things, this is one of my hang-ups. But it was time, and there was something I couldn't control. I'm sitting in this chair right over here, and I have what I call a doctor from that other dimension. I put him, it's his thought form is what it is, because I've created him. And I put him in a robe, and he looks like a doctor. And I said, okay, I need my doctor today. And all he said was, you have let this go on too long. You need to have this taken care of surgically. And I will help you. And that's what he said. When I heard that, I made an appointment to the doctor, one of the local doctors here in Cleburne, and he said, he did an x-ray, and he looked at it, and I came in, he said, you have a mass here that's on top of your bladder, and it has to be removed, but he said, I see a lot of gray areas, and it's maybe cancer. I cannot remove it. We don't have the facilities. You're going to go to this cancer research clinic in Dallas. And so that was his diagnosis, and he released me. And he said, okay, just go over there, but do have it done. So I called this doctor, and his name is Dr. Jacobs. And I thought, okay. I come back home, and I talk to my little doctor, my thought form, I thought it was, and he tells me, he said, okay, I'm going to be here with you all the time, but let's have some humor. He said, let's have some humor. Everybody's so serious. Cancer, you don't have cancer. Let's have some humor. So I get over to this Dr. Jacobs, and I come in, and he's a very stern, here's a doctor. The doctor, he means the white coat, and Mrs. Hadsell, polite and formal, so forth. And the first thing he does, he has my x-rays on the wall there, and he said, and here is the growth. And I looked at him and I said, is it a boy or a girl? And he looked at me and he said, Mrs. Hadsell, that's a tumor. I said, well, haven't you ever read the National Enquirer? I said, space aliens are coming down, constantly impregnating women. That was supposed to be a joke, but he didn't think it was funny, you know? And I said, then I used to say, joke time, joke time. Then he went, yeah. Because this is a pure idiot. Here's a total stranger, 70 years old, going to have a baby, you know. So anyway, we get into his office, and he said, it will have to be removed, and and he said, it might be cancerous because I see all the gray areas here, and I'm having to have another doctor with me, an anesthetist, and so forth. So it'll take, and this is the early end, last of April, August, July. It was in the middle of July and August. I'm the key speaker at the convention, and there's no way I'm going to tell Jose I can't make it. And so we're sitting in his office, and he says, well, let's see, I think I can get all this done in about 8 to 10 days, and I'll let you know. I said, no, you won't. I said, get on the phone and make it happen now. And he kind of looked at me like a little kid, and he got out his book, and he called the doctor. He said, this is Wednesday. Can you help me with surgery Friday? And he got the anesthetist, and Friday was when I was going to have this surgery. Not 9 days later, because I wanted to heal here. So he said, yes, Mrs. Hadsell, this is done. And I said, what else do I need to know? And he said, well, you have to give me permission to give you blood transfusions, because at your age, we have big problems with blood, and they bleed intently, and so I said, no, I'm not going to sign that. I can stop the bleeding. And when I said that, he thought I'm pure nuts. And he said, well, Mrs., and I said, okay, I said, I'll sign that release, but you don't need it, I'll stop the bleeding. And as I walked out the door, he just shook his head, and I know he ran to his other doctors to say, I have a pure idiot here today. Friday morning, my husband and I, and the clinic over there that takes care of cancer patients, they have a motel there. So we spend the motel, and the night of the motel, and all I did was sit in my chair all night and talk to my doctor. And he says, it's going to be all right, we're going to help you. You're going to have a healing, and you're going to be the speaker in Laredo on the 11th. Okay, so now, when they do the surgery, there's no cancer, because I never learned to develop cancer. Oh, when he said, do you have cancer? And I said, no, I never learned to develop it, because Jose says this all the time in his class. You never learn to develop cancer. And that's been a thought with me. Every time somebody says, she has cancer, or he has cancer, you know what I say? I never learned to develop it. So this is what I tell this doctor. Now I'm completely a nut. Well, to me, now, after the surgery, I open my eyes. My husband is standing here. The anesthetist, and these two doctors are here, and the anesthetist sat there, and he said, we want to know how you stopped the bleeding. You did not bleed. We cannot believe that you could stop this. And I said, but? I said, it's mind over matter. And he said, how do you teach that? And I said, well, let me tell you what happened to me. I take this class, and we can stop bleeding. We can do so many things we're not aware of. He said, that is beautiful, that is beautiful. And I said, yes, and what you're going to do the next time you get an elderly patient and you're looking for them to bleed, all you're going to say to them is, she's not going to bleed. And then you can stop the bleeding. Don't you know how powerful you are? And they all shook their heads and went out. So now, I said, and there were tubes all over me. I mean, it was, and I said, who needs this? So there was a little packet up here, and he said, now anytime you have a hurt, you press it and you self-medicate yourself. Well, I thought, I can medicate myself and be a zombie, or I can get out of here. I wanted to get out of there as fast as I could. So the next, and I never used it. See, what happens when you have something, it comes in segments. And you're aware of this, in segments. If you've ever had a toothache, it's pulsation. All right, the body does the same thing when you're cut and it's trying to heal. So let it heal. And so I'm healing, 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 healing. And that's all I thought about, was healing the body. Never used that thing. Next morning he came up, he shook the bag, and he's looking at his monitor. And he calls the nurse in, and he said, "Did you change her? Did you change her medication?" And it's not empty. It didn't. Nothing happened. And she said, "No, doctor, we haven't." And he said, "Haven't you used that thing?" I said, "No." I said, "I want to get out of here, and I want to be comfortable, and I want to be in control." And see, and when you're taking drugs, you're never in control. When you're drinking, you're never in control. And I've always got to be in control. So he just shook his head and he said, "Well, honey, we'll just," and they came in and pulled out all these plugs and things. And the next day I went home. And these are books here that you can get at any one of the stores. Walmart might be an example. And I made my own. And then down here, I put their names and started out with, I would say, paste things in that I felt that would be uplifting. And then always refer to, when you're in a real down-thinky mood, read the Desiderata and then Points to Ponder.
So, my first question on the first part on how to become a winner in your process is about selecting it. Now, do you think a lot of people do not get what they want out of life because they don't know what they want?
This is true. Yeah, yeah. Some people go with the tide, or they're limited on church dogma that if you want something, it's the work of the devil, and you don't deserve it. A lot of it depends on what your background was, what culture you came from, what was your upbringing. And you have to spend maybe, like I said yesterday, from 1 to 7, you're subjected to your parents' concepts and things. From that point on, you have to make your, and then you go in and your peers. I mean, that's important. When is it that you can really say, "I want to be myself"? And that's when you decide, what is it that you want? We're always influenced. That's a given. And so after you're influenced, what direction do you want to go? What's important to you?
The second one is about projecting. And is projecting just a form of visualization? And
Yes, you're projecting. You have projected now, what is it that you want? So now you're going to project it someplace. And projecting would be to see it, to visualize it, to make a little scenario of it. In some cases, if you say, "I can't visualize," I teach them how to visualize. And that is just, I give them an orange, and I said, "You see the orange?" And then see the orange, okay, see the sun kissed on the orange. Now, close your eyes and see the orange. I said, that's as simple as it is. Because some say, "I can't visualize," but you can. It's a mental thing. And so when you are projecting it, you are visualizing it. And visualizing it means putting it in a situation, like a car. You're sitting in the car. You smell, new car, color of the car, standing by the car. That's visualization. And you're always in that picture.
it's all about expecting it. What does that really mean? Is it like, how do you expect something?
How do I expect something? It's a given. You just know it's coming. Never doubt it. If something comes to your mind, and don't tell anybody, because when you tell people, they have a negative condemnation, and they say, "What makes her think she's going to win that?" Now, in my case, because I won everything, it was to my advantage, because they'd say, "She's going to win it." And so they gave me more energy. But if you are surrounded by negative people, then I would not tell anybody. I would keep it to myself, and I would expect it. I know it would come. And then if I got disappointed, and this is very common, I would say, no, there's no failure, there's a delay in results. And then continue to do that, because sometimes things that you are expecting take a little longer than you anticipated.
Now, all of that makes a lot of sense, but a lot of people will still have that nagging doubt. They will say, I've tried it, but I'm not successful. I'm not getting what I want out of life. I'm still not a winner. What do you say to those people that have listened to everything you have just said, but then come back and say, I'm still not where I want. I'm still not getting what I want?
Okay, what you shared with me, the one thing, when they say this, I'm trying to do this. I said, honey, you can try and try and try the rest of your life. That to me is negative. What you take try out of your vocabulary, it's coming, and that's it. Trying means you keep on trying. That's negative. I never try, I do something.
Very, very cool. Do you have any other follow-up question about that?
You don't ever try, you do.
Now, hold on. I just had a...
Mike, a follow-up question. This should be in your voice too, because everything else is in your voice. But what is a good way of building up your degree of?
Oh yeah, no.
In the beginning, it's hard to expect.
Yeah,
This
no,
to
I
happen. How
think
do you
that's
build
an
up
excellent.
that degree?
Yeah. So to somebody that is just learning how to become a winner, how to use the system to get what they want, would you recommend that they start with smaller, easier contests? Does that even exist? Is there? How do you recommend you get started with this? If you are, especially if you have not been a winner before.
Okay. It all depends on the individual. If they think small, then they get small things. And if this makes you feel comfortable, then start out. I started out with an outboard motor. That was the thing. Then I went back to just bicycles and roller skates and footballs and little stuff that made the kids happy. And then all of a sudden, when we had a decision, let's project for somebody to pay for our vacation every year. So we never paid for our vacation. So we went to dude ranches, to New York, to Europe, to Disney World twice. And so those were leading up to it. Well, then as you win, I guess you'd say you get more confidence. So if the individual feels like, hey, that sounds overwhelming, I think I'm just going to project for something small, then do it. And then build up to it. Every person is different. And so that's what you do. I mean, my husband wanted an outboard motor. And that was the first thing that I thought of. Okay, we'll win it for him.
What technique do you recommend to overcome negative thinking? As you mentioned, a lot of people, especially in their first 7 years, are conditioned in a way that they need to unlearn or remember. What's the best way to start doing that?
Okay, fortunately today there's quite a number of books. The Power of Positive Thinking is one. You are what you think. Proverbs. And there's a magazine now, a national magazine, and it's called Woman's World, and it comes out once a week. That is the most powerful, positive book that is available today for anybody. Even my son reads it. And in this book, on every other page, there are thoughts for the day that are very, very powerful, on love, on protection, on energy, everything they have. It may be repetitious, but it's uplifting. So we look forward to that book. Every time I get it, I give it to my daughter-in-law. I have a copy here. But it's Woman's World.
Okay.
And I can't say enough about that.
And You have also mentioned earlier today the law of attraction, which is very similar or identical to the system that you talked about a long time ago. Is there a difference between the law of attraction? Is there something specific that people should do to activate it, or is it everything that you already mentioned in your four-step process?
I don't think it's anything new or anything different. The law of attraction is desire. The minute that you desire something, what you're doing, you're conjuring up energy. And then you're projecting out energy. And so it's not a big secret, but many people don't realize how powerful thinking is. So desire is a criteria.
But one of the things that you mentioned just now is that desire is related to energy, and everything is energy and vibrations. And the more energy you send out, the more comes back. So what specific technique would you recommend for somebody to raise their energy? Because it sounds like it's all related to how much energy a person can send out.
That's a very good question. Because when it follows desire, you have a desire. And if it's a positive desire, it can be negative too. But how much time are you spending on that? How often are you thinking about it? Thought becomes things. And another thing that I need to point out, and that is when you do something with emotion, emotion brings it faster, draws it faster to you. Emotion is, what you do on emotion, and you can watch a person when they cry or when they sad or when they curse and when they get angry, they're angry. The emotion is intense. And usually when they get very, very angry and then something happens because they're so angry that they lose the fact that they're working with an instrument that could be and cut their hand off or something. This is energy. And I think there is a statistic on it. More accidents in this entire world are caused when somebody is really enraged in anger. Because then they don't look at anything else. They're so caught up in anger. And so when you are projecting and you have energy, like I said, you can even taste it. You can smell it. And that's energy. Going into a car with the new smell. That's a perfect example of using this more energy because now you're experiencing it. See, we're touchy, feely, smelly people. I mean, that brings on more energy for us. So if you have the opportunity, especially if you want a car or a new house, you go into a new house and you can smell the new house because the lumber is still exposed. And so that would be more effective. Or if you find an old house, get into it and roam around. And this is my place. That's how I chose when we were going in different areas when my husband was traveling. I would go to rent a place. I would go in and my husband said, check it out. And I would go through the house. This doesn't smell good, and I'd leave. So you become, there are all those little things that you have at your disposal that you can utilize. And so this is energy. This is energy directing to it with emotion.
Okay, thank you. Another question that I have is that, especially the positive thinking part, all starts in your mind. Now, a lot of people have a negative mind. How do you just suddenly cancel that? And I'm asking that because a lot of people that I've talked to, they just say they are not even the master of their own mind. How do you become the master of your own mind?
Desire. Nobody can do it for you. You can point it out. And Dr. Murphy had a good saying. After I met him, and he sent me his books. And when I called him, I said, Murphy, I said, you have Oh, yeah, he sent about 13 books. I said, you say the same thing over and over and over again. You say the same anecdotes. Can't you think of something different? And he roared with laughter. And you know what he told me? He said, you know something? If they read it 42 times, it may sink in and they'll get it. I think that's profound, because sometimes you have to read it over and over and over again until you say, oh, this makes sense. Then you change. Nobody can change for you. You can't tell people to change. You can't tell people you're too negative, nothing is going to happen to you. They don't believe it until you give them something and they look at it and might have to read it 42 times, and then they'll get it.
Okay.
Hopefully you don't have to read it 42 times, but Murphy was the one that said it. I call it Murphy's Law.
Now another question that I have is, after you had mastered this, the how to attract anything you want, always, you then went on to study the Silver Method. Now, what was it that led you to, why did you continue studying, and what was it specifically about the Silver Method why did you choose to learn it? Because you already were a master of your domain. Why did you continue specifically with the Silver Method?
I guess I told you that earlier, because when I first met Jose, I was very impressed with him. I wanted to know more about it. And then when I went into the program as it is today and learned techniques, things I didn't really know. When you're reading that chart, how the brain functioned, valuable, fantastic information. But the information, when you can change energy and you can stop the bleeding, this was profound. Where else would I have ever gotten that technique? And so that's why I was so grateful for it, and I became his PR, just because he impressed me with the knowledge he had and was sharing it with everybody. Wonderful. It was a completely uplifting experience for me. Life is either a daring adventure or nothing. And I guess that's been my philosophy in contesting. And then all of a sudden, I win everything I possibly could win or want. And then I'm bored. So what's next? That's when I got serious about what makes me tick, click, and get sick. What makes you get that way? Why are you that way? Why are people different? I got so intense, inquisitive about that. Then I started on a whole new world of researching.
Record this
I
part.
probably was about 4 or 5 years old when I started seeing in other dimensions, and my mother insisted that I was lying or I was the work of the devil, not to tell anybody. And then, did you read my story about my grandfather? When he died, and I insisted. See, my grandmother said, the angel is coming to get him, because there was a picture of an angel all over the houses there, the Catholic. And so I assumed this angel with this huge wing was coming, he's dying now, to come and get him. And I insisted on being in the room when all the family was around praying and the priest last rites and things. And I'm looking for this angel. But all of a sudden, all these people appear. And he sits up in bed, which is, I mean, I'm seeing, I'm just standing there amazed. And then he smiles and he walks through the wall with all these people. And he's still laying on the bed. Now I'm utterly confused. And I tell, after we got out of the room, and my mother, hush, 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 you know, be quiet and so forth. And I said, but Grandpa didn't have an angel, you know. And she said, don't you tell Grandma that he didn't have an angel. I said, but he went off with all these old men. So what I was seeing, you know, was this spirit. So he didn't change. And then he was still laying there, and then that was it. And so that was my first experience. And then being squelched later on when I was 17, and I had rheumatic fever. And I was in bed, and I, miserable. And all of a sudden, when the doctor would come to give me medication, and when he told me that there was nothing else he could do, well, that night, I had brother and sister, and my mother and dad were sleeping, and I was laying there, and I said, okay, I said, I don't want to stay here and be a burden to anybody. And I said, and if I didn't commit a mortal sin, but a venial sin, because I was 17, and I looked at this kid with curly hair, and I had visions of love and romance, let's put it that way. And I said, if that's considered a venial sin, then that's okay. I'll go to hell temporarily. See, I was still bound in this thing. And then this being appeared here, this picture. Mm-hmm. This is the being that appeared to me. And I could see him. And he said, what makes you think you can die? And I said, well, I don't. And we had a conversation. And he said, no. He said, you came in here to do many, many, many things. And then he said, you're healed. And he left. And then I yelled at my mother. And I said, come in. This man's been in here. And all she said was, you had a fever again. And put the thermometer in my mouth. No. He said, I was healed. And then she pulled back the covers. And my legs, rheumatic fever swells the joints. And she said, she said, that was just a good dream. And the next morning, and this was a month later, I got up and went out in the kitchen, and I said, I'm ready to go back to school. Now,
what do you mean by personalities you want to communicate with?
There were a number. Well, for instance, I read about Norman Vincent Peale, Power of Positive Thinking. I was very impressed with his book. In fact, he was the one instrumental in me getting started. When I first read his book, The Power of Positive Thinking, is what he said, you can have anything you want, provided you know what it is, and see yourself as already having it. And when I read that, and of course that's in my book, the Name It and Claim It game, and I gave him credit. And I thought, well, maybe I'd like to meet him someday. Well, it didn't happen that I met him personally, but he contacted me, and he would write articles about me in the various magazines, about my using his principles. And then there was a young priest, Dr. Joseph Murphy. And Dr. Murphy was a Catholic priest in California, and I think became disillusioned with all of the ritual, the priestcraft, and the things that he had was limited. And he asked for a sabbatical. And when he was on this sabbatical, he sat in a chair and he decided what he wanted. He wanted a 3-story house. He wanted it secluded. He wanted on the 2nd floor, he wanted a room where he could tape. He thought it was very, very important to tape, for P-taping it's called. Personal taping, that's very, very, very successful now, programming. And the church did not allow that, and this is the reason he backed off and wanted to do his own thing. Okay, he was limited on funds because there were no funds available, but fortunately, one of his parishioners had a radio station and asked him to do a thought for the day. What is love, compassion, etc. And paid him a nominal fee. And Murphy said he used to put hot water in ketchup as for tomato soup. Just sitting in this chair, visualizing this place. And one day, it was about a month later, knock on the door, an attorney. Are you Joseph? Yes. And he said, one of my clients has passed away and you've inherited her entire estate. Come see what you have. So Murphy gets in the car and they go up to the Hollywood Hills and this fabulous place, and he walks in the door and everything he imagined was there. And then he asked the attorney, does there happen to be a room upstairs with taping equipment? And then the attorney said, you were here, you know this? And Murphy said, no. He said, this is something I've always wanted. So he had his dream fulfilled. When I'd never met Murphy, but he was doing a lecture in Dallas at one of the churches, and he called me, and he said, Peel said I had to come and meet you. So I'm coming out the house. He was about this tall and very dictatorial. And I said, well, okay, I didn't know him. I hadn't read anything of his at that time. And I said, well, why don't you come to dinner? Okay, he said, I want ground beef steak and mashed potatoes. And he says, I'll bring the wine, not the wine, but he brought something else. And we'll see you. My driver will be there. And he says, I don't want to small talk, nobody there. I want to talk to you, and your husband can talk to my driver. And he's just like, he's just this way. So when he came in, and he was a delightful, absolutely delightful. We had dinner. He said, now we talk. So I went into the living room, my husband entertaining in the den, and he says, I want to ask you something. How do you think this came about? What is your perception on why I was able to accomplish all this? And I said, well, that's easy. I said, you sat there and you wanted this. And see how minds work. I said, this woman, you don't know her, she was listening to you on the radio. Here she had all of this stuff, and she had no one to give it to, probably to charity. And she thought, gosh, here, he sounds sincere, and I have this place up here. I think I'll give it to him. Okay, he picks up this thought. She's in her room, and she looks at all her appointments, her china cabinet with sterling, and her paintings, and projects. He's looking. He picks up her thoughts, and he thinks they're his. You see? Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, they communicate. They're just like one. And now he's aware, because when he walked in that house, it was familiar. Mm-hmm. It was exactly what he projected. He did not project it. She projected it to him, and he thought it was his idea. And this happens so often when I do this. So he's only appeared twice. And the second time he appeared, this was very, very interesting. I had started with Jose, and I was sitting there typing. I'd had so many people call after I did research in contesting is what I did. And I was very, very, very successful. So naturally people are coming to my door and calling and so forth, and I'm a witch. All this good stuff. I didn't say that. I was using witchcraft. I was using wish, W-I-S-H, witchcraft. And so I am typing, and all of a sudden he appears again. Just as, it's like this. And he said, now you started to do what you came in here to do. Mm-hmm. And that was, it's not a big deal. Some people come in to help people on a one-to-one basis, to uplift them and encourage them. And it just so happened that I had to have the masses to lift up and to encourage. Mm-hmm. But I've never felt like I was a chosen one or anything like that, because I have had help from that other dimension that is absolutely fabulous. And I know it's from another dimension, because how else would have it would have it happened? And many times I was seeing something and I wanted it. And so, you know, you said, first of all, you selected, you projected, you expected, and then you collected. That's been my philosophy. And not only with material things, but there's other things that I find much more exciting or much more rewarding, even if it's a personality that I would like to communicate with personally. And this happens, it's a roundabout thing. No accidents, no happenstances. I don't believe in that. Mm-hmm. So, there you go. Now, when I'm on the podium lecturing, mostly people would ask me to come and talk about my book, the Name It and Claim It game, because everybody wants to be a winner. Mm-hmm. That was fine. This happened on the outskirts of Boston. I lectured quite a bit. Boston, Massachusetts, up there in that area, New Hampshire. I got up there, and she wanted me to talk about my Name It and Claim It game. So I get on the podium, and I have this fun and game session. Okay, today I see the whole room full of winners here. Everybody is a winner. But I look in the third row, and there's one man sitting there. Immediately, I know he's going to kill himself. He's on self-destruct. I shift gears, and then I talk about it. I said, what a shame when a young person feels so inadequate and so rejected that they have to kill themselves, brutally leave all their family behind to mourn and wonder what's going on, and leaving this perfectly good body. Shame on you. And I am getting into this hook, line, and thinker that you do not kill yourself. Well, I don't look at people, because many of them student members that were there before, that heard me the year before, know I focus on somebody. And I'm looking out in the, you know, and just talking and talking. And here all these people want to come in here winning. And I'm going on this. All of a sudden, bless his heart, a man at the back of the audience stands up. And he said, thank you, Mrs. Hadsell. He said, my brother killed himself last week. And we're still mourning the process. And he was despondent and so forth. And so after, then the audience then thinks, well, I directed that at him, which I didn't. And so this is so disconglomerating, and I'm there now 15 minutes, and break time, and everybody, what the hell is going on? The woman that sponsored me wants me to talk about books, talking about this. Now it's break time. And so what I do then, go into the bathroom, go into the stall, and say, damn it, I came here to talk. He said, but you have reached him. And he says, it's okay now, you can go out and talk about your book. So I get out of my stall, and this elderly woman approaches me. And she said, were you talking about my son? And I said, is he in the third row? And she said, oh, Mrs. Hadsell, I must tell you. She said, his wife left him, and he's a very successful architect, and he doesn't seem to get over it. And I said, he's rejection. And she said, I have a feeling that he is about to kill himself. And she said, my husband is out working and is not home that night, and we've had robberies in our area. And I called my son to come over and spend the night, because I wanted him to come to your lecture. He didn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. He don't want to hear anything about contesting. And she said, I got out, my car wouldn't start, and it's drizzling. And yet I had already paid to hear you, because you were in town. And so I asked my son to take us there. And I says, you can watch television while I'm hearing her. She'd been there the year before because I was doing every year lectures. And so they got there, and the lobby is just full of people. And so she said, oh, come and sit in on her. And if you don't like her, during the break, we're going to leave. We're going to leave. And there wasn't any room left. And finally, the doors closed now, and there's only one seat there on the third row, and he gets his third row seat, and his mother's sitting someplace else. And that's when I zapped in on him. And so she said, do you think, and I said, I think I've made contact with him. Well, now she says, are you ready to leave? He says, no, I want to hear this woman. It's okay. So after I make this prayer, and then I say, tomorrow, I said, let's get real serious. And I says, we're going to learn some things about know thyself. We're going to learn all about you. If you're interested, you're going to be at my workshop. If not, you're where you're supposed to be. I've never advertised. So that night, he said, you know, I think I'll go to her workshop tomorrow. Well, the first thing in this workshop was, and this was Jerry Seavey. I don't know if he's still with the program, but he is the one that sponsored me there. And the first thing he wanted was to teach regression. I asked for a volunteer, and he's the first one up there. And I said, okay, now, anything that comes past in this life or past life, I said, I don't know what you need to look at. I don't care. He says, just lay it on. And we started that lifetime after lifetime. He was a very aggressive. And a woman just needed to be at home to take care of him. This lifetime, his wife was challenging him, was not going to be told what to do. And he had still had that intense feeling of, I'm in control. You're going to follow me. It's I'm the head of the house. Men have that, you know, majority of men have that tendency. I'll back off. And so she didn't like it, and she left him. And he was very embarrassed with his peers. And how dare she do this? She had nothing further to do with him. And so the embarrassment and the rejection was too much for this proud man. And this all appeared, I mean, you know, like, what else is new?
One thing I'm interested in, it seems the name it and claim it, the law of attraction.
Yes.
So it is very easy, but yet so many people struggle. Why do you think that is?
Okay, you can only think of one thing at a time, and you're serious about getting something. But you tell somebody else, and that somebody else may be jealous and not want you to have it. And so it's a delay in results. You then pick up that person's thought, and then you think, why should I have it? Some people are actually guilty that they're committing a sin by wanting something. And so whatever their consciousness or whatever their thought or however they were brought up in a family, see, when you choose your parents, you're subjected from birth to age 7, and you learn mannerisms, their concepts, their religion, everything about this, and even walk like it, and so forth. And then all of a sudden you get out into school. Now you pick up peers, your peers. What do your peers think? And then you get to thinking. And then as you grow up, the rest of your life you're going to have to undo what you learned from 1 to 7. And even I have found, and this is very interesting when I did regressions, I have found children that are in the womb with the mother, and they are comfortable there and are subjected to the environment. But I have also found children that although here is a physical part and they're eliminated, they're here and their soul only comes in.
You mean the soul comes in after the kid is born?
After the child is born. Also, I have found that children come in, and there is probably an elder around and has not made the transition yet, but has not learned all the lessons, and this child has nothing there, has no soul there. It's just a physical thing, and after the death, the essence come in. And incidentally, this essence has been weighed, and it's maybe a quarter of an ounce or whatever. You know, when we had deathbed scenes, and we would wonder when there was this being coming out, and then of course there was they measured that in one of the researches.
Wow.
Right, the body tends to lose a certain amount of weight.
Yes,
upon
just
death.
ounces. But it does, this tells you that this soul essence here, it's an energy is what it is, then will come into the child.
So you're saying the child is born as an empty vessel without a soul,
Yes,
waiting for
without
the
a
soul of...
waiting for usually someone that is in a physical. Now, we also find that older people, they have the essence, and they can go back and forth, and back and forth, until they release the body. And then in some of my regressions, I have found this to be just awesome, absolutely awesome.
What do you mean by regressions? You mean you are putting people through a hypnotic regression?
Yes, I do.
Would that be something you'd be able to show us? One of us?
I can share with you. It's a tedious process unless you have, you come here for a particular purpose, something that's unresolved. And sometime I always caution people, be sure, because I have to have permission from your beings. I don't mess around. I'm too serious, and I know that we're getting so much help from that other side. I don't want to mess with it. Chicago. I had just gotten back from my trip to, where did I go? Good Lord. I was invited to Russia. Just got back from my trip to Russia. And I was one of the speakers in Chicago. So I had to just get off a plane, like you're doing now, and then get on a plane and get to Chicago. And I got to Chicago. Jose was sitting there in the foyer, and with two doctors, and Norm Shealy. I'm sure you've heard of Norm Shealy. He is the one that has the pain clinic in Wisconsin, has written a number of books training people how to heal themselves. Very, very, and what I would say very well known at that time in my experience. Okay, they were all sitting there, Norm Shealy and this medical doctor and Jose and Harry. We were sitting there, and I'm noticing the doctor, this one doctor, was very sad and all confused. And I'm wondering, what is he doing here? Norm Shealy had good vibes, and Jose and Harry were good vibes, but I'm concerned about this doctor. So I went up to my room and got ready. Now I want to come down and have some coffee in the coffee shop, and he's sitting there. And I slip into the seat there, and I said, what's your problem? I said, the world is, I said, pity party time? What is your problem? And he kind of looked at me, because this is very bold, you know, to walk up to a stranger. And he said, well, he said, is it that obvious? And I said, yeah. I said, I don't even like your vibes. What's going on? And he said, well, his wife just divorced him. He was caught in another triangle of extracurricular things like some of the men like to do. And his wife left him with children. And he has nothing, he can't see the children. Now his mother-in-law is interfering and won't let him even visit the children. And he's just perplexed, you know, he's unhappy. And I said, well, you caused it. Well, I know I did. And he said, listen, have you ever heard of Henry Riker? Heard of Henry Riker? Henry Riker was this 6'8" tall black man in Chicago. Very, very well known. He would invite them downstairs where he had a mammoth system of healing. Well, he would use music for healing. He would use healing for energy. He had all these complicated things, systems. So anyway, he said, we're invited to go to Henry Riker's place tonight. Would you like to come with me? I don't know anything about him, so he tells me what's going on. And he says, I'm sure he won't mind. So I said, he says, we get there. And Henry Riker talks all night. It may be 2 in the morning, 4 in the morning. Do you need to come back? If you do, he said, I don't want you to go because I want to see what this man has to tell me. So, okay, we're going to go. So he hires a cab and we go out to this place way in the heart of the black area. We get there and going downstairs, and Henry stands up and he says, oh, we have this woman from Texas tonight. And the floor is full of black kids, girls and boys, long hair, the whole 9 yards. And he said, tonight we're going to devote the night to Mrs. Hadsell in Texas. She needs to know some. She needs to learn some things. And I said, whatever, I'm open. He said, what do you want me to talk about? I said, how about love? I said, I know there are many facets to love. What's your take on love? He turns on his tape recorder and he talks 3 hours on love. He talks about going to other dimensions and coming back to experience love with its intensity. He said, in other realms, love is so intense and so healing, and then coming back here on this planet with all of the confusion and all of the turmoil that we have to go through, and we can do this by encasing us with what we call a shield, a light. We can experience that love. It can be ecstasy. We can also, when we have an orgasm, when we have love, making love with a partner, and we have an orgasm. And he said, when you have an orgasm, does anyone ever want to laugh, ridiculously laugh, during this orgasm? He said, if you do, you are not experiencing love to the fullest because you're on another level experiencing ecstasy. And the only way you can demonstrate here is by laughing, hysterically laughing. And he said, I don't recommend that for women because the husband would feel you're insulted. You're laughing at his performance. I mean, you just don't do that. So I'm sitting there, and he's nodding, because, hell, I've had those, And so I did, really and truly, it's very difficult, because you laugh in your pillow, and then you have to get up and go to the bathroom. So you got to go to the bathroom, taking the pillow and laughing in the pillow, because you're hysterical. And then you sit on the commode, and you laugh, and hope he fell asleep, because I didn't know what was happening, why I was laughing like an idiot. Well, he explains this because it's very rare that you can actually experience the true love that is in this other plane down on this level, unless you're out of the body having sex, and that's when it happens. Okay, an elemental is a person that has no soul. Why do they come in? A lot of them come in when there's a brutal rape attack and no one takes, they're not prepared. See, when you're in that other dimension, you choose your parents. You actually choose your name. You choose the date that you're to come in. And until you do past life research, you can't fathom that this is possible, but it is. So you do all these things. And all of a sudden, there's a brutal attack, a rape attack, and nobody has claiming that body, and so there's not a soul essence there. So what you are, you're an elemental. When I was working with Jose, I would monitor all these people that would come in. Well, one evening, one girl comes in, and she doesn't feel right. She doesn't look right. There's nothing around her. She talks, she's married, she has 2 children, met her husband and her children. But there's something about her I don't know. And I can't fathom what's wrong with her. I asked Jose, and he said, you'll get an answer. And many times he would say, find your answer. And so it probably was a learning experience for me, because I did not know why she was not like the rest of them. So all of a sudden, I have a very wealthy friend in Dallas that would contact me periodically, and he said, Mrs. Hadsell, do me a favor. There's a woman in Alamogordo that is a mystic, and why don't you call her? I don't want to call her, but you call her and bring her to Dallas and have her as one of the key speakers. We would have a Sunday night talking on different aspects, and he was in charge. He was the one that owned the building and was very generous, and would get guest speakers in for anyone that was interested in metaphysics and psychic phenomena. Okay, so I call her, and she comes down, and when she comes down, she's my house guest. And that night, she's my house guest, and she's saying, why don't you have about 12 or 15 of your friends come over, and we'll do a meditation. And at that time, I was having cottage groups. And so I call my friends that I wanted over there, and for some reason, she's at one of these friends' houses, and she hears that I'm going to have this, and she comes uninvited. And when she walks in the door, her name was, Eva Laredo, or what is her name, and she calls me aside, and she said, why do you have this elemental here? And I said, what do you mean? And she says, she's an elemental. And I said, what's an elemental? See, this is the first time I'd ever known this. Well, she doesn't have a soul. She does not have a connection. And I said, but can a soul come down and connect with her? She said, no, she's just, there's nothing. And this led me to believe, when you hear people that say, this is the only life I have, live it to the hilt. I question, are they elementals? They do not have what I call a connection with with group souls or whatever. They're just come down in a physical body, and usually monitor and are taught things, but they have nothing of the spiritual. So why was she with my group, I asked. And the question was that her husband was in this area, and one of the children was very, very serious, and the other one was being monitored. But she had no connection to a soul, a group soul thing. I learned something then. There was a lot. I'd go out in the field, I didn't know anything. I felt I knew nothing. So I'd keep an open mind and listen to people when they came up and would do something. One time I was in, this is in...
We just have to stop between stories.
Get ready. It's time for News for the Soul. Life-changing talk radio from the uplifting to the unexplained. Join us as we celebrate 11 years of empowerment broadcasts, becoming the #1 life-changing talk radio show in the world, according to Google, AOL, MSN, YouTube, and more, and home to the largest, totally free transformational audio library in the world. All found at newsforthesoul.com. And now, here's your host and the founder of News for the Soul, the one they're calling the Oprah of the Internet, Nicole Whitney.
Hi, everybody. I'm Nicole. This is News for the Soul. We're live on a Sunday. It's been a little while. We had a little bit of reprieve from our Sunday shows. We're back, yay. Mostly because I've been away belly dancing on the weekends for cityforthesoul.com. But we're here doing newsforthesoul.com, and what better news than the story we're going to hear today. How would you like to win all the time? Every contest you enter. Well, this is what Helen has experienced, so we're going to find out about her story, which started a long time ago. We're just waiting for her to get in on the switchboard here, so what we're going to do is do the break now, and then talk to Helen Hadsell, find out about her amazing lifetime of winning. I mean, we're talking not just little things. We're talking about, not coupons, but winning a house and trips all over the place to the point where it actually got boring to do so. So, can't imagine how many times you have to win a trip to Europe to get bored of that, but we'll find out today. All that and more. News for the Soul. If you miss any of the show, newsforthesoul.com. Back in 2.
Who are you? Why are you here? What is the meaning of life? These burning questions have plagued mankind throughout our existence. How would you like to experience a process that would allow you to have some of the answers? Answers that would cause you to live with higher awareness and deeper authenticity from now on? Well, you can. Warrior Sage is offering an experiential 5-day enlightenment workshop called Illumination Intensive. Regularly about $3,000 to attend, Satya and Raja of Warrior Sage is offering this life-changing 5-day course to News for the Soul listeners totally for free. That's right. The tuition has been completely waived for all News for the Soul listeners. Satyan says this experience is so profound, he wants to share it with the world. So don't miss out on this special opportunity. To have your own direct experience of awakening with Warrior Sage, go to illuminationintensive.com now and tell them News for the Soul sent you. That's illuminationintensive.com.
How would you like to learn how to bend metal with your mind for real? Well, you can. News for the Soul is home to the one and only Spoon Bending Kit, an instantly downloadable digital gift that contains 2 hours of audio and visual instructions designed to get your mind out of the way and teach you how to truly affect solid matter just with your thoughts. Find out once and for all how you are affecting your reality with every thought you think. Don't let anything block you from creating the life that you want. Download the newsforthesoul.com Spoon Bending Kit today. Just go to newsforthesoul.com right now and click on the bent spoon. That's newsforthesoul.com.
Nuclear physicist Thomas Campbell, author of the My Big Toe trilogy, is coming to premiere his new workshop. This hands-on experience will explain the origins and inner workings of consciousness. To learn more about this exciting event, go to www.mbtevents.com. That's mbtevents.com or call 704-451-4987 for details.
Are you in pain, overweight, unwell, stuck, or unhappy with any area of your life? Healing from the Body Level Up can help you. HBLU is a unique mind-body holistic psychotherapy for the 21st century. Created by Dr. Judith Swack, HBLU is an effective way to eliminate struggle by clearing mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual blocks to success, so you can rapidly achieve the results you want to live a full, happy, healthy, and satisfying life. Tune in to our next News for the Soul broadcast featuring Dr. Judith Swack, or visit hblu.org right now to find out more. That's hblu.org.
For years, News for the Soul listeners have had a direct experience with their power to create their reality through our exclusive Spoon Bending Kit, a mind-over-matter training that teaches you how to bend metal with your mind for real. Well, what if you can use that same technology on your finances? What if you can take your same intention power and use it on the so-called recession? Well, you can. News for the Soul has just announced the release of its newest life-changing kit, the Prosperity Kit. We've combined the intention technology of our spoon-bending kits with a decade of research to create a program that has the power to change your financial life. Isn't it time to transcend fear and live the way we intended? For real? Go now to newsforthesoul.com and click on the Prosperity Kit banner. That's newsforthesoul.com.
In December 2005, News for the Soul host Nicole Whitney experienced the most dramatic, life-changing psychic reading of her life. In that brief 10-minute mini-session, she released years of emotional baggage when Carrie O'Connor connected with a recently deceased family member, bringing Nicole a life-changing message from beyond the grave. Since that fateful day, Nicole has invited Carrie O'Connor on as a regular News for the Soul guest to do readings on the air. But you do not have to wait. Carrie is available for private sessions right now. Nicole has laughingly suggested wearing goggles and a helmet for these sessions because of the powerful energy that seems to come through Carrie when she's doing a reading. But don't take our word for it. Experience it for yourself. So pack up your goggles and helmet and book your life-changing session with Carrie O'Connor today. Go to CarrieO'Connor.com. That's CarrieO'Connor.com.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to News for the Soul. This is Daniel Brinkley.
Nicole Whitney, News for the Soul, life-changing talk radio from the uplifting to the unexplained.
From the heart of Vancouver, what a great place to bring News for the Soul.
I know, isn't it perfect? Remember that movie we did, Christopher Walken?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was like that for real.
I think reasonably accurate, too, honey.
Oh, that's an understatement, honey.
Okay, everybody, take a deep breath. We know that we choose to come to this world, and we're chosen to come to this world, and we've come for breath. We breathe in for ourselves and out for spiritual unfoldment. And as we breathe these moments, let's open up our hearts and open up our souls, and let the true awareness of News for the Soul make its impact now and forever.
Well, Daniel just mentioned the heart attack. That is how he died, isn't it?
Yes.
Wow.
I had two heart attacks right up, one right after the other.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Wow.
No, I had him. This is not a, I have him.
You know, the whole thing about the spirituality and the wealth or sustainability not going together, I just think is the biggest load of crap, you know? I mean, what have you got?
Look at this girl.
Well, really, what have you got to give anyone if you've got nothing?
Buckle your seatbelt, Dorothy, because Candace is going bye-bye.
Yes, I had this really bizarre experience where I got sucked through a wall, like a solid wall.
During the time that I was knocked unconscious, an angel came to me.
People's solidity began to morph with the geometries, so you'd see little bits of like their hand began to go missing.
And this particular angel, as I recount in the book, said to me that I had chosen the wrong path in life, that I was to choose a new path, and it was to be a path of peace. I was to teach peace.
Lots of amazing things coming up for this hour. News for the Soul. Steve Brown back in 1 minute.
I'd have to believe that the times that we're in are very important to us mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. Because if we're not really, really careful in paying and complimenting News for the Soul, we're about to find ourselves wrapped up in something that will literally encompass the world.
Yeah.
And not from the viewpoint that we're looking at it from. So tonight, it is an empowerment, a place to become aware, a place to change, a place to not become fear-based, but become loving. Let's all take that deep breath.
Staying connected to each other and reminding each other about, holding this energy, not getting sucked up into all that, like all that garbage on TV for the last 3 days, just showing all the reruns of all the people falling out of the skyscrapers on the 11th, and, just over and over wallowing in the low frequency.
Creating a mindset.
Exactly.
So that's the mindset. That is a controlled mindset to change people's consciousness, to create a way at which that they can be controlled to make a decision with war or not war.
Totally. I figured, hey, talk is cheap. I shouldn't say on a talk show, but I mean, compared to doing and experiencing, it's cheap, right? So
Experiencing
let's experience some of what you do now. They're driving, should they be concerned?
No. But turn the radio up a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Shinkuntia, Tenakuihota, grandfather, Karani grandfather, Shatehoka. Tenakoteho! Tenakuihota, grandfather. We are all it, and that's really what cosmic consciousness is about. I mean, Christ consciousness was the last age. We're in cosmic consciousness now, and cosmic consciousness is, oh God. We all are God.
If you just tuned in and you're wondering what the heck. Hear all of our previously aired broadcasts of News for the Soul online at newsforthesoul.com. Now let's get back to the show. And we are back. I'm Nicole, News for the Soul, life-changing talk radio from the uplifting to the unexplained. What better uplifting can we do than bringing you a story from someone who has won nearly every contest she's ever entered? How would you like to do that? Talk about law of attraction there. And we're talking about a long-standing history of large prizes to the point of where winning free trips to Europe apparently got boring. So we want to find out how we can experience that as well and how we can apply that to whatever we're living in our lives. Helen Hadsell is my guest for the rest of this hour, and I'm excited about talking to her and introducing you to her. She has worked with the likes of Dr. Norman Vincent Peale and Joseph Murray, authoring books of Power of Subconscious Mind, helping Jose Silva set up Silva Method Mind Training Centers over the years. Quite the interesting history. Let's find out her story. Helen, welcome to News for the Soul.
Well, hi there.
How are you doing?
Great.
I would imagine you're always doing great.
Yes. It's a busy time all the time for me.
So where does your story, I know you've probably told it a kabillion times over many years, but I just discovered you recently via the internet. I think it was through email I got from Joe Vitale recently or something, and I thought, oh my goodness, listen to this. So this is new for me and my listeners, some of them perhaps, and I'd love to hear your story.
Well, should we start at the beginning?
That's an excellent.
And do you have about 20 or 30 hours?
Perhaps a more condensed version, but beginning is good.
Yes. But I know a group from Malaysia came over to do a DVD, and we sat here 8 hours interviewing me, and that was just it could have gone on forever because everything in my life I feel has been a daring adventure or nothing. I think I set this up, really. But let's start at the beginning. Yes, I was a little happy homemaker with 3 children, and our needs are met mostly, but then we have a lot of wants, and that's when I started entering contests. That's originally when it started. Actually, I had read the book, The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale. And he said one thing that intrigued me. Said you can have anything you want, provided you know what it is and see yourself as already having it. There's no doubts, just see yourself as already having it. I think I meditated on that, and I thought, that just is just too simple. I'm a person that always has to investigate everything. Well, anyway, nevertheless, that night my husband came in and we were talking, and I said, I read this book and I'm fascinated about what we can win if we want to. We can just apply this to anything. And he was reading the paper, and he said, he said, okay, why don't you win me an outboard motor? And he was reading the paper, and the Evinrude outboard motor had a contest. You had to write 25 words or less while you take Coca-Cola on outings. And I said, and he says, and then you can win us an outboard motor. And that night, I was so serious, and you want to say, I don't know, but I went into my room, and I sat there, and I thought, I pictured my husband sitting in a boat with a 6-pack of Cokes. And that's all I did. That was my picture. And then I wrote this article. I wrote the 25 words. My husband loved to go fishing on weekends by himself. He was in a very, very stressful work, and this was his way to release. And all the children were too young to go with him. So, and he just had an old paddle boat, and that's just for a couple of hours. But he wanted this outboard motor. So now, temporarily, I became him. And I sat there, and I said, I'm a lone wolf fisherman. Cokes are my silent partners. They contribute no yakety-yak when called upon. And that was 25 words. I sent it in. I showed it to him. I sent it in, and I said, I wonder how long it's going to take him to let us know that you won. It was exactly 10 days later when a local representative called and said, you won your outboard motor. Well, see, that was the start of it. And then I thought...
So, before you go on,
yes.
How long ago was that? When was that?
Oh, honey, that was in the 40s when they were having a lot of the 25 words or less, 50 words or less, and a few sweepstakes. But today, there's mostly sweepstakes. But anyway, that's originally how I got started.
Well, I want to ask you a couple of questions before you move on about just the process, because I'm like you. I like to kind of scientifically break it down. So when you went in and you pictured it, and you were, as you said, you became him, and you were in the boat, and you were picturing the thing, and how long did you hold that vision or the picture?
I don't recall. I just I will say during the day when I was driving the car or vacuuming or doing mundane things, I would see the end result. So
you did revisit the picture.
Yes, yes. This is the reason that I wrote the article, and I think it's very, very simple for everyone to now understand, and I call it SPEC, S-P-E-C. And what it means is selected, projected, expected, collected. And that's the formula that I have used, all my life. Right now, I'm not interested in material things. I have everything I possibly want, and I'm not hoarding, or I'm not in the power or greed mode. I like to use it in other areas of projecting particular things that I want with people, telepathy, etc. And I'm still using this technique, and it's still working.
Well, this is why it was so exciting, because it's, it can be, as you say, applied to anything. It's kind of the mechanics of the consciousness, and we talk about on News for the Soul, we've talked about this kind of thing for years in many different ways, and getting closer to really understanding what that means and what our potential is and what our true nature is what we're always striving for here. So one of the big questions that comes up, I still want to hear, more of the linear story. I know I sort of threw you off track there, but I wanted to break it down, the process, because, the biggest question is how you stay out of the doubt creeping in.
Okay, you can only think of one thing at a time. And there are several techniques until you get out of that mode. I mean, we're all in different emotions. We know this. But one of the things is this rubber band technique. One woman said, I'm always negative. I'm around negative people, and I work in an office negative. And I said, well, just wear a rubber band. And the minute that they're discussing something negative, and you're now then associating with it, snap your rubber band and get back to something positive. And I said, all of a sudden, it becomes a way of life with you. And everything that is, you would say limiting or negative, I call it a learning experience. I say, oh, you're just going through a learning experience. And what you need to do after it's over with, I mean, there's always a good, positive end result. That you set this up, you create your future. Why did you set it up? Well, okay, if you think it's negative, then it's a learning experience, and then it can be over with. Now let's get on with life and be positive, uplifting. And so this is one of the techniques that you can use. But remember, you can only think of one thing at a time, and you're in control of your thinking. So if you let other people influence you, then it's something that you need to address. And so
it's literally replace it with something.
Yes, definitely.
So, well, let's get back to your story. I know I interrupted there because I've been dying to ask you so many questions, so I'll try to.
You're not dying to ask.
Get through it.
You're interested in. See, I would correct you if you were in my environment,
Okay, I'm living to ask you questions. Good point. See, this is a good point because we do need to pay attention to our thoughts and words.
Yes, everything we say, everything is energy, and we're projecting energy in our thoughts, and words become thoughts and so forth, and you're creating that. So that's a no-no in my book. Okay.
I stand corrected. Okay, so you've won the outboard motor. Now hubby is going, you must have had his attention by then.
Yes. And so I said, well, what do we want to win next? And I was so naive, no kidding. I was so naive. And this book, I mean, Vincent Peale, had a radio show, and he had all these books at the in the library, and I thought, this man knows everything. And so he was my mentor at that time, and so I just went ahead and, okay, he's right. Now what do we want to win? And as I said, we had 3 young children, and I said, okay, what would we wanted to, and now I'm getting the children interested. And so my daughter said she wanted a new bicycle. And I said, well, let's go ahead and see what contest is giving away a bicycle. Now remember, at that time, there were lots and lots of promotional things. And at the grocery store, they had a bulletin board with entry blanks, all advertising their product, Nestle tea and Del Monte ketchup, etc. And they usually had 25 words or less, 50 words or less, or what, just sometimes just to name something. And so I get all these little contests, and then I look for, now let's see, what, she wants a twin bicycle. Oh, here, Nestle's Nestle's Chocolate has a contest, and you have to name a pony. And the winner wins twin swing bicycles and a pony. So the three of us, the children and I, sat there and I said, let's name a pony and let's get Pamela, my daughter, get her a bicycle. And they got very serious, playing a game. And I said, what should we call them? And they were thinking, I wrote down Brownie and this and this and this. And all of a sudden, and he said, my son said, well, he bucks. And so, and it's, so we wrote down him buck too. And then he prances, so we called him Prance Charming. And we send in the article Prance Charming, and that's what won her twin bicycle. But we would, again, I said there was something that when we started this project, one of the things Peel said, don't tell anybody, don't mention it to anybody, because many people are negative and they can nullify your good energy, and then you think it's your idea, and there can be, then it's not necessarily a failure, but it's a delay in results if you inject any negative in your end result. And so that was very important to me. We don't tell anybody anything. We just play this game, and she wants a swing bicycle. Let's win it for her. And now, yeah, we won the bicycle. And then the next thing was, what else do we want? Okay, to make a long story short, we won every year after I had what I called the formula. We would never, when we planned our vacations, we wanted to go to Disney World. So we won a trip to Disney World. We wanted to go to the World's Fair in New York. We won trips. We won, you name it, kid, and I'll claim it. Because we became so proficient in this that I then locally was known as using witchcraft. And I changed that and I said, no, it's not witchcraft, it's wishcraft. And anybody can do this. And I was very, very, very open when I would get letters or telephone calls, people asking me to help them. And I would simply say, well, these are the rules. Here it is. And that's when I wrote the book, The Name It and Claim It Game, with maneuvers, W-I-N, maneuvers for wishcraft. And that to date now, probably over 3 million or so books I've sold. And that's it. I mean, that was really the beginning of it. And then, along the way, so much fun. I mean, you could project something and then you could anticipate. And it was so delightful because on my 40th birthday, I had read that Paris, France was a city of romance and love and light and so forth. And I announced to my husband, on my 40th birthday, I want to be in Paris, France, sitting at a sidewalk cafe, drinking wine with you. And I wrote a very offbeat article. I had this sense of humor that sometimes doesn't make sense. But what I wrote was, I want to go to Paris, France, because I'm curious to find out if a pooped couple with 3 kiddos can recapture the rapture of springtime ecstasy in their fat 40 frustrated years. I send that was 50 words. I send it off to 2-3 different sponsors because many of the sponsors were offering the same prizes. So I could use my entry over and over. I didn't care who gave me the trick. I saw the end result, and that was it. And so the first indication that I'd won a prize was I wound up winning a Hammond electric organ. And we got a big charge out of that because I told my husband, this started in January, and my birthday was going to be the 1st of June. And in March, I win this Hammond electric organ, and I said, well, I guess the judges read my entry, and they decided that I needed physical therapy, and playing the organ would be very good therapy. And we just had a fun thing with it. And it was almost, May sometime, about the 15th of May, when I got the notice that I was being considered a prize. Usually they investigate you and see, and to investigate, they want to find out if you're related to the sponsor or to the judging firm. And, and then you have to have an affidavit for that, because the contests and prizes, sweepstakes are on the very, very on the up and up. So I wouldn't have any qualms about entering because, they don't need any bad publicity. So this went on, and we won. I went to Paris, France, and one of the things, my son won a trip to New York, and then the dude ranches we went to. Every year it was, let's go someplace else. And it was a family fun thing. But the one,
did you win every time, or did it come in different ways, or was it a general intention, or did you win every contest?
No, I won every contest that I wanted, every item I wanted. But in the interim, I was logging and writing a journal at that time. 1 month, I won a prize every day, every cotton picking day. Wow. It was fry pans, it was appliances, it was musical instruments, it was just different things. But I never lost sight of the fact of the big thing that I really wanted to win. Because not every contest I entered did I win. I waited until, if I didn't win in one contest, I would send that same entry in if it was, creative writing. I did this just on an ongoing basis, and I did this also with sweepstakes. When the World's Fair in 1964 and 65, they had the World's Fair in New York, and I stopped there for a couple of days because my son won a trip there with a Lindy Star Sapphire contest, and that was fabulous. And then we were on our way to Paris. This was on my 40th birthday. And while we were at the World's Fair, the Formica Corporation had built this fabulous home, and at that time, God, that was $50,000, valued at $50,000. And I was so looking forward to going to France, Paris, that I never even went to that World's Fair house. And the only time I remember that they had it, I came back, and as contesters do, every state or local area has what we call, they have contest clubs. And I belonged to this Dallas club, and we called ourselves the Compatriots. And we were always sharing entry blanks and ideas, and every time we would meet, we would go around the room, and each one would stand up and say, this month I won a month's supply of gas. I won $50 grocery at this store. I won this trip here, etc. And we were competing. It was fun. And we were very, very supportive. Well, while I came back and told the girls about my trip to New York and then to Paris, and one gal said, well, did you see the Formica house at the World's Fair? And I said, no, I missed that completely. It was so awesome, and there were so many things we were interested in. No, I didn't. And she said, well, it's still running for another 2 weeks. And locally, some of the builders are using Formica. And what you have to do is go ahead and see the Formica home and sign. There is a signing there, and then they send in all of the entries from around the entire United States to a judging firm, and that judging firm then chooses a name, and everybody, I mean, there were millions of entries in it because the prize went on, the contest went on for a year during the World's Fair. Well, I said, well, where's a local place that I can enter? And the gal, well, this was in Garland, which is about 38 miles from where I lived in Irving. And I thought, well, okay, this was at night, and I thought, the next morning I will go and enter this, see this Formica home. Sounded exciting, a new home, you know. And my friends that lived locally, I called up Jessie, and I said, let's go over and register at this Formica house. And she said, no, I just washed my hair, and it was raining and drizzling, and it was very overcast, and it really wasn't, it was a gloomy day. And then I called another friend. No, she's having her carpets shampooed. No, she can't go. And, you know, she said, it's already rigged, and they know who they want, and this was negative. So I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden it just felt like somebody pushed me in the car. And the next thing I know, I'm down the highway, and I'm in Garland, and I find the house, and I walk up to this Formica house and get in there, sit there, and look at everything in it. Sign my name, my husband's name, and I thought, okay, yes, now I want a new house. This is the house I want. And I signed my husband's name, my name, took an entry blank, went home that night and told my husband, well, our next prize is we're going to win this house. And I said, you might as well start doing, we want to do a schematic of the house, and I want to design the interior. And my husband's always been very, very supportive. So we sat there, and we designed the house. And it was a fun thing. Let's do this. Here, the boys' room. Let's have twin bathrooms here, and everything we possibly wanted. And that was it. The contest was over with. I'd had my entries in, etc. It took 6 weeks later, and probably it took that long because they were gathering boxes from the around the country that had Formica homes and displaying their Formica products. And that night, I am actually at the club in Dallas, and my husband called and said, well, somebody just called from New York and asked about the Formica house. And I said, you gave him all the right answers. He said, yes, yes. And that was it. But let me back up for a minute. After I got home from entering the contest, and I was there by myself, I was adamant that my husband had to come over and see that house. I said, if they investigate us, we both need to know about their Formica, the new things that they're adding, like molding, and molding was one of the main things that they were displaying, because that was a new product they were plugging. And do you know, on Saturday morning, I said, let's get up and we're going to over to Garland, and you're going to look at that house. So when they call, you can say, yes, you saw it. Although I put it in my name, but he would answer the phone. Well, so this is what happened. He answered the phone. He said, yes, my wife and I saw the Formica home, and we were impressed with this, etc. And that was an investigation over the phone. And now, this again, it's another 4 or 5 weeks later, and I'm still visualizing the house. Now we're driving around because we're going to put it on a lot. We find a suitable lot, and we're waiting. I mean, what's taking them so long? And that's the morning. I woke up and I said, they're going to let us know we won today. And the children were all going off to school. And I said, listen, kids, when you get home, they're going to let us know we won this house. For God's sake, act surprised. They expect it. And just, this was a fun thing with me. And my husband said, well, you sure? And I said, yeah, they're coming today. And he said, well, I think I'll stay home from work today. And I said, great. So he's in bed reading the paper. I go to the local bakery to get some bakery goods and plug in the coffee pot. We're waiting and waiting and waiting. And it's 12 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock. He said, are you sure? And I said, yeah, we won it. They just have to let us know. And about 2 o'clock, I got a phone call, and they said, Mrs. Hadsell, we're the president of Formica, and the company that sponsored it, and we'd like to come out and talk to you about something. And but we want your husband to be there, and I assume he's working. And I said, well, yeah, but he took the day off. Well, is he ill? I said, no, he just happened to want to take the day off, so he's here. So they came 20 minutes later, and now they talked, and they were a little, they made small talk, and we had coffee and so forth. And I was just as antsy as I could be, when are they going to get to this? And, I had to act surprised because they expected, so I squealed, and, like they do on some of these shows that The Price is Right, when people get ecstatic about winning something, because they expected it. So that's how I won the house. And yes, many, 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 many trips. My sons won trips to Europe, and they were very, 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 educational, and it was just a lot of fun. So then...
Go ahead.
Well, after I had won everything you possibly could win, I wrote this book. And then I got on, after that I was working with Jose, and then I learned so many, many, many how powerful the mind is, and had confirmation on what I was doing by projecting and selecting and projecting, expecting, collecting. All of these things, the mind does this. I mean, when we're focused on something, we're sending energy for that end result, and if we don't interfere, it has to come to us. That's just a cosmic law as far as I'm concerned. So everything is energy. Our thoughts are energy. This now fascinated me, so I got on another kick, I would call it. I wanted to learn everything I could about self-awareness. Everything. Why am I here? What am I supposed to be doing? Why am I doing this? Do I have a hang up here? And that's when I really got serious about self-awareness and finding out about myself. So that went into another facet of a daring adventure for me. And I used the same techniques when I had an interest in something. So,
and that's kind of where I was going with it as well, because it's a lot more than frying pans that we're talking about here, and because the law, as you say, I mean, it's got to be applicable to anything, right? And and if you can do it, and some other people can do it, we obviously are all able to do it.
Oh yes, definitely.
So the first question comes with limits, if any. What have you applied besides contests with this?
Oh, well, after I worked with Jose, And I then learned the program. Somebody said, how many times did you sit through the lecture? And I'd say 300-400 times. And they'd think, well, you're an idiot. And I said, no, I was his PR, and every time he had a class or anybody had a class, I would register and be there and greet him, etc., and do the promotions and things. So I got to know him so well, and then sit in every class on for 2-3 years. So it would, I knew it to such a degree that I could give it to you verbatim on what he presented in each class, and that's getting to know the subjects. Now, then when I got into that area, I then had sort of notoriety because of my success in entering contests, and so I was invited to go to different areas around the United States, and I hadn't really had that much. I mean, there were many exciting places I wanted to see, and so they would contact me, and I would just sit there and say, I'd like to go to New York and do a workshop in New York. And one of the, this was very interesting because one of the soap opera queens there, what was her name? I think June Graham, in one of the soap operas, daily operas, called me and said, would I come to New York and present my program on self-awareness? So I got to New York. And then I wanted to, hey, I think I would like to go to San Francisco. I've never been there. And then I'd get a call from San Francisco. I would see it as an end result. And it worked for me in that area. And then all of a sudden, I am, as a child, I had sort of pushed back that area. I was able to see in another dimension. And everybody has this capability, but it's dormant, or they're frightened with it, or they're talked out of it, which I was talked out of it. My mother said, you have a vivid imagination, or you lie. And then I just let that be. But I could see people in another dimension, and some were almost as solid as I was. Well, this fascinated me, and I took a lot of time trying to work out what's going on here. And all of a sudden, I could see people, I could communicate. And then I thought, just a minute, some people are coming with messages. Some people are apparitions when there is something serious. And then there are thought forms that people create. I was listening to people. I was discussing this particular frame that I was very serious with. And all of a sudden, I made a decision that many, many people that are lonesome or negative or whatever create a thought form, and the thought form, they work back and forth with this thought form. But how can you prove something like that? So what I did was I projected that I would have this answer. And the answer came when I went to England. There's a place in England, 34 Belgrave Square. It's called the Spiritual Frontier. And they, what they do is they train mediums, talk to the dead and so forth, which I wasn't interested in. But I thought, I want to see if there's any credibility to this. I went to England. My husband went with me. I sat in seance rooms for 3 weeks studying who's coming to seances, what are people learning, and then sitting there downstairs and talking and listening to them. And that's when I made an evaluation, and boy, did I learn something there. I learned that most people that went there, they had their loved ones had died, and the medium was reassuring them then that their loved ones are waiting for them, etc. And they would appear in this situation where I was, and the medium would, of course, would convey the message to the people that were there. And I thought, thought form, this is a thought form. this is a thought form because from the information that I gathered. But one day, there was and this would take me an hour to discuss because it's so long. To get to the end result, I will say, I was very surprised when a woman that I sat beside came in just as just to spend the afternoon. She was on a tour, and somebody told her to come by and see this place. And I got acquainted with her, and the medium said, "Is Roberta here?" And she raised her hand. "I have a message from you, from your aunt." And she said, "Your mother is with us now, and you need to take care of the body and so forth." And this is held in this seance room. And this girl just was disconglomerated, and after the medium told her, in essence, that the mother was dead. So she ran out of the room. I went with her. We went downstairs, and she said, "Why would people be that way?" And I knew she was then apprehensive, and I said, "Well, why don't you call?" Well, she said, "My mother's fine. I left my mother. She's fine." And I said, "Well, why don't you call her and have confirmation?" Because sometimes these are idiots, and they are seeking sensationalism and trying to sort of soften the blow for her. And she called, and there was no answer. And I said, and she said, "Well, we live in the apartment building." And I said, "Well, why don't you call one of your friends or who has a key to your mother's, and they can have them call you here downstairs, and we'll wait and see. Your mother may be out walking the dog or whatever." And she did. She called the man that took care of the building, and his wife was a good friend of the mother's. So the wife went up there and opened the door, and the mother had died in her sleep. So she called our place in England, and of course the girl had to go back home, take care of the arrangements. But her aunt had appeared in the seance room, and her aunt was no longer in the physical. So that really and truly got me to thinking. And I came back, and I did a lot of talk shows at that time because there were so many things happening. And one of the people, I don't even recall who heard me, and said, "Hey, I want to take you to Russia, and I want you to present a paper on your ghost thought forms and aberrations, because we have not had this kind of investigation, and we'd like for you to join us there." And it was a psychotronic congress held in 72 in Moscow. And then I got to go to Russia and for 2 weeks and present my paper. And, well, I mean, this can go on and on. There was one exciting venture right after the other.
Wow.
And I'm still having and I wrote a book. I called it the Confessions of an 83-year-old Sage. I wrote this 2 years ago, and no holds are barred. Every story in there is a personal experience, and then I have a technique that if you want to pursue it, you can go ahead, and this is what worked for me. And that's where I'm at.
Wow.
And still, every day there's something. The Wall Street Journal just contacted me last week and want to do an article on my winning. And then the Sun, a national publication, on the newsstands, National Enquirer, etc. There's a publication called the Sun. I send them the spec article because I wrote to the editor, and I said, "How does this grab you? I've read enough doom and gloom on your front page. How about something uplifting for these people that are going through a crisis of not having jobs, etc., and depressed and all this?" I said, "Let's give them something to look forward to. I'd like for you to publish this my article on spec." 2 days later, I got an email and said, send me your picture and we're going to run the story. This was a couple of weeks ago. I haven't had any more confirmation that they wrote that the article's out yet, but I'm certain that maybe they may put it there in a little corner, but I'm looking for the front page of that Sun magazine so we can get this message out that, hey, wait a minute, you kids aren't using your mind to its full potential. Shame on you. You have it there. There's so much in there. I mean, there's just so much that you can do instead of doom and gloom and pity party and a drama queen, etc., you know. So there you got it, kid.
This brings up the question, like you mentioned the front page, and we kind of chuckled, but, can you not use the technique and make it happen?
Well, yeah, that's my end result, kid. That's my end result now, and here I told the whole world. But it hasn't happened yet. It takes, it's not instantaneous. I'm not a nut. I'm not saying that it's going to happen overnight. But when you have enough energy on something, then it has to come to you. It's just a law, and that's all. The only way I can explain it. It's a law, and I've done it so much, so often, with so many people. I actually, after I got off the lecture circuit, which was real exciting, and we had so many case histories that were phenomenal, really phenomenal, that happened. I could write 20 or 30 books, but I encourage the people that had these experiences, write your own story. But when I came back, I decided, now with my book sales, initially I had envisioned a nice center here in Alvarado on the outskirts of Fort Worth. I'm about, I'd say 20 miles from Fort Worth. And I love this lake area. And I had envisioned a center where people would come and take my classes. That's what I wanted. And when I got book royalties from a young man that took my book and put it on direct mail, he had a vision to go to India. And he went to he had a vision I'd make $1 million and he'd make $1 million. Well, this happened, and so I was able to build a center out here and live here. It's only 5 acres. It's very unpretentious because I just this is what I wanted. So I had people from all over this cotton-picking world. I had the ambassador from Trinidad come to spend a week. I had people, every country came just from reading my book and wanting to spend time here for a week or well, most of them a week or 2, 3, 4 days to make it worthwhile. And so that's what I continued to do for the last 10 years, was just having people and sharing experiences. But in the interim, I was invited to Peru, and this was in, I think, 86, and I had planned, and it's in my book, how I went there and what transpired, and I thought, well, I'll be there a week. Well, I was there 2.5 months, and I was counseling people from the embassy, from all the affluent, from all walks of life, and it's just been very, very exciting. And right now, I'm spending my time doing blueprints for people, and sharing what their potential is. Some people can't even fathom when they came into this lifetime, and they chose their parents, incidentally, and their life is divided into 3 areas: the informative, the productive, and the harvest. And so I do blueprints for people now, and insightful that they can respond to or identify with.
So what is a blueprint's purpose? Like they kind of tune into where they're at now, or?
Well, it depends on their age, And right now, I seem to be getting people in the 50 years, from 50 to about 59, and it runs in cycles. One month I had nothing but men, and sometimes 32-year-old men that were writing for their blueprints. And they had that information. I did Joe Vitale's blueprint, and he was fascinated because I think I got on some things that he had in his dreams, and it was sort of confirmation. And so I've done, I think, 2 or 3 interviews with him, and we talk about blueprints. And so that's one of the things. And after I do blueprint, and the people that have had it done, I get a lot of letters like, boy, did you hit the nail on the head. Boy, was I glad to know this. This is confirmation. This makes me feel better. Oh, this is the reason I don't like this person. I have 22 pages of nothing but except about you. It's all about you. Astrology.
I know we mentioned that you were going to do like sort of an example on the air. Did you want to do that now before we?
Do we have the time?
I've added time to the clock.
Huh?
I've added time, so we're still live.
Yeah. I can do one. Sure. I can tell you how I go about setting them up.
Okay.
I just need your name and 3 people that you would like to know a little bit more about. And then after I get it, I sit here and I see, okay, let's see now, what are you and what is your birthday? And one of the examples would be something recent here that, let's say you were born in June, on June the 2nd, 1962. So I add up the 6 and the 2, and I add up the year you were born, which adds up to a 9. And then I add all these up, and so it adds up to, there's only one digit. We always convert it to 1 to 9, because this is Pythagoras' technique is what I use. So this individual that I'm working with would be the 8th, the executive. And the executive is, they all have missions, I call it. They have a mission that they come in to do. And this mission runs through their entire life, but in the meantime, they have these cycles that as the executive, you came here to exemplify the righteous use of personal power in order to achieve worthwhile goals. And your mission is to use this power and control, and you're given strength to do this. In other words, to convey to people information that you find important or necessary for their soul growth. And this is what you came in to do. But your first, from age 1 to 28, you were the 6th, which is the June. You were born in June. 6 is the cosmic parent number, vibration. So during from birth to age 28, you're needing to accept responsibility for others' health, happiness, fair treatment, and it's a time that you're to serve. And there's a lot of responsibility on you at that particular time. And then you move into, from age 29 to 55, you move into a 2, which is a diplomat. And now you're more sensitive, and you want to make peace by being willing to adjust and to adapt to others, always ready to cooperate. You can do better with a partnership at this time, and because the 2, which is a diplomat, which is the number that you're in at this particular period, it stands for partnerships. and closely related to other people. And again, it's an uplifting time for you to be doing this. And then from age 56 to as long as this person wants to live, and you choose the time you die, and not maybe what you want to die of, but you actually know when you're going to make a transition. That's a 9. And this is the humanitarian vibration, not an easy vibration, because now you have to set an example of the realization, and you are getting to be very, very spiritual. And then you're learning that all life forms are interdependent, and you have to cope with things. So it takes a lot of understanding. But the bonus on this is, and sometime it can become earlier, but if you have a 9 or a 7 in any of your cycles, you can experience epiphanies. And when these happen, and when I have feedback, when people call and say, this happened to me, and I say, well, you just had an epiphany, let's talk it through. And this is when beings appear to you, and you can see through them. And of course, Jesus, the Catholic Church actually has a day, a holy day, where they have the epiphany, when Jesus appeared to some of his disciples. And so what you're doing then is you're now in a spiritual realm, the spiritual connection on that vibration. And that's when, it's such a wonderful for you, because well, how can I explain that? I get all excited when these people tell me, well, this is what happened. And I said, well, then you're just doing the right thing, and you're where you're supposed to be, not to be frightened. And you're being, finding a little bit more out about the spiritual realm. So that's, in essence, what your blueprint is about, and it's something that you need to look at. And sometimes you have your own answers. I'm not saying that you're not getting your own answers, but it's always good to have confirmation.
So how did you? This is a much more diverse than sort of law of attraction, what you focus on expands kind of thing. How did you get into sort of the intuitive realm?
Everything that we want to do is desire. Desire is a criteria for everything. When you have a desire and you project the desire, and you can use the spec to do this, I have the desire to know more about myself. I have the desire to know, to be in the presence of a person, place, or thing that will teach me or demonstrate this desire of knowing myself. And that's why I went to Peru, really, because I didn't even want to go. I did not project that. That was one thing I did not project, but I did project that I would be in a place or with people where I could learn more about myself. And this is what higher intelligence decided. Well, you got to go to Peru, kid, because when you get over there, you're going to have so many experiences that you're not even going to question all these aspects about self-awareness that you wanted. Because I also, when I was in Peru, I also had a formula to do this blueprint that I'm using today. I've done the blueprint for 30 years, but also when I got there, I was very, very insightful and had more material, more information that was given to me. And that's what made it so exciting. When these people would come to me, and I'm talking about the affluent, they'd come in their armored cars, and they were paranoid over there. They'd have these people come in, their guards come in, and the entrepreneur that invited me initially, he heard me when I was one of the key speakers with Jose. After I went into my own, doing my own lecturing and workshops, etc., Jose and I remained close friends, and periodically I would be invited to be one of the key speakers at his international convention. And this young man from Peru was there and heard me lecture, and he was adamant that I come to Peru and spend time with him. And I said, no, I have no desire to go there. That's not on my schedule, not interested, and continued to try to discourage him. And I just let it go. And it was 2 years later, after he met me, is the morning that I'm busy here, and I'm wanting to go to Sedona and find out, hey, there's got to be some good information there with vortexes and the people that are frequenting this place. And that was my goal. But instead, he called, and out of the blue, he called and said, you've got to be here by this particular date, and I'll pay all your expenses. I'll send you to Machu Picchu. What do you want? What else do you want? But you have got to be here. And something intuitively said, you must go. And I said, well, my passport's in order. Call me, and we'll talk tomorrow. So this is all in my book, and I don't want to give you a book review, but that's what happened.
I understand what you mean about Peru, though. I can tell you I've never been the same since that one either. It's quite dramatic. Wow.
Did you spend the night in the hotel up in Machu Picchu?
Yes, and in the middle, my experience was beyond the sort of, tourist areas. We went into the middle of nowhere to check a Kiro, and I filmed UFOs and had all kinds of bizarre communication going on.
And Cusco, oh, yes. Fabulous.
It's amazing.
Yes.
Amazing. And but now all of this conversation that we're talking about, this whole, it's just been an amazing adventure in your life. But where's the limit? What else have you applied these laws to? Like, have you changed something physically within yourself, health-wise, or, where are the limits that we can apply this to that you've experienced, if there are any?
I don't know. I'm 85 years old. And I have, when I have a physical challenge, because we're subjected to the environment, to the pollution, to other energies, I don't like to. I love my space here because I'm by myself, and I love being by myself. But there are times that I need to get out in the public. And when you're out in the public, and this is not paranoid, you're picking up energies, subtle energies from other people. And it's not your situation. You're just open, and you're picking up, and then you have to rationalize and analyze, who does this belong to me? It doesn't belong to me. And I went through that phase where I knew that if someone was thinking about me and they had a physical challenge, I would pick them up mentally, and I would have a challenge, and I would think it was mine. And I would call them, or they would call me, and I would say, what's the matter with your knee? My gracious. And then they would tell me. This was their problem, not mine. But that's the way energy works. And so you have to be very discerning and very, very tuned in, and put an auric field around you on a continuing basis to protect this ball of energy. You don't need all those outside influences. Sometimes you open yourself, and it has to be reinforced. So it's been very, very interesting. I don't
Have
know
you
how.
ever applied this law to, a physical challenge that came up for you that was yours?
Yes, I did. I have a doctor from another dimension that comes to me and tells me what I'm supposed to be doing. And I wrote a whole story about that one. And it worked. Yeah, it worked. I made this physical doctor that I was having challenges, real challenges of elimination and urinating and so forth. And when I got this physical doctor, and he said, well, you have to now, you've let this go, you have to go to my spiritual doctor says, you have to go to a physical doctor to have it balanced because you're still in a physical. And I didn't care for that, but he says, one thing I want you to know, everything's going to be fine. Even at that age, I was 69. He said, always throughout this entire ordeal, you have a sense of humor. And a sense of humor with this, okay, I go to this doctor, and he does, takes x-rays and things, and I come back for his evaluation, and he tells me that I have this mammoth tumor, a growth there in between, someplace in the anatomy. It had to be removed, but it looks like it's cancerous because there's so much other indications around it, and he couldn't perform the surgery. I had to go to an oncologist or orcologist or whatever, a doctor that treated cancer. So over in Dallas, I went to this surgeon, got into his office. Now I take along my blueprint, my pictures that he took of me, X-ray pictures. I get there, and this young doctor greets me, and he's got these pictures up. Now he's trying to show me, and he said, see this mass here? And I said, yeah, is it a boy or a girl? And he looked at me, and he said, what do you mean? I said, is it a boy or a girl? Well, of course, then immediately thought I'm having mental problems. I was trying to do a joke, you know? And I said, he said, Mrs. Hadsell, this is serious. And I said, lighten up, lighten up. Don't you ever read the National Enquirer? Space aliens are coming down, impregnating us all the time. And, I mean, he looked at me like, wow. And I said, joke time, joke time. Now, this is how stupid it was, but I made this whole thing into a joke, an absolute joke. And then when he said to me, you're going to have to consent to have blood tests, blood, because at your age, we have always problems of losing too much blood, and we have to sometimes transfusions. I said, well, I'm glad you told me that because I can stop the bleeding. And he said, what? I said, well, you've heard of mind over matter. See, this is a technique we were given in the Silva training, mind over matter. And I said, well, I'll stop the bleeding for you. And now he knows that I'm crazy. He thinks there's got to be something mentally wrong with me. And I said, yeah, I will. And then he said, I'll do this we'll set it up in about, let's say, 2 or 3 weeks. I said, no, you won't. This was a Friday. And I said, you're doing this Monday morning. I said, I have to be at a convention in Laredo in 3 weeks, and I'm one of the key speakers, and I can't let Jose down. And now again, he said, I can't do this. And I said, don't just sit there. Get on the telephone and make it happen. He gets on the phone because he needs another doctor in surgery, and the anesthetist, and the operating room, etc. And within 15 minutes, he has me scheduled for Monday to have surgery because I want to get it over with. And that was it. And then I get in there, and Monday morning I spend the night there. They have a hotel there at that particular hospital, my husband and I get in there, and when I wake up from all of the surgery anesthetist, I've got the anesthetist, and I've got the other doctor and the nurses all, and my husband standing around my bed. And this anesthetist said, "I just want to know one thing. How did you stop the bleeding?" He said, "You didn't bleed." And so anyway, these are things like, I don't know what limits you have or what limits you put on yourself. I don't know. But when I met Paul Twitchell, have you ever heard of Eckankar, the ancient science? Okay. I knew Paul personally. And when he came, I never solicited him. He came to my home to meet me. And so did Dr. Joseph Murphy, Powers of the Subconscious Mind. They came to Irving, when I lived in Irving, to meet me. And so I had nothing to do with it, but I was to learn from these people. And I think that's how it was set up. But anyway, Paul was saying that his guide or his mentor or whatever was in the Himalayas, and he was 300 years old. And while he was sitting there with my husband and my friend Helen, and when she brought him to meet me that night, because he was going to have a lecture in Dallas, and I wasn't going to go. I had no intention of going to his lecture because he was charging $50 for 3 hours, and I said, "That's ludicrous, not going." And when he got off the plane, he said he wants to meet me. And she brought him to my home. This was at 9 at night. And while we're sitting there talking, I'm looking, and this tall being is standing beside him. And I still think, well, is it the light that's forming something, like clouds? You can see designs in clouds, etc. Is my mind playing tricks? And finally, Paul looked at me. He said, "Something seems to be bothering you." And I said, "Yes, I have this vivid imagination, and I see this tall man beside you, and he's barefooted, and he's smiling." I said, "Wow, my imagination is going rampant tonight." And he laughed, and he said, "No, that's Rebbe Zartaris, and if he bothers you, I'll send him away." So this was not a thought form. It was actually, he came by his own volition. And we got a big charge out of that. And so he came, I knew Paul there for quite a while until he made his transition. And he told me when he was going to make his transition and why. And that was it. I mean, so what else is new now?
I guess that's always what comes up. Like if we're able to heal the small thing, or you're able to do any kind of mind over matter thing, which is a whole other series of shows, and you're able to control your blood flow, then why do we age at all? Why do we have to keep, popping in and out, going through all this bother of starting over again?
Because there were so many people that have this concept, and it's taken precedence. All of this will change. Our lifespan should, I can get into the metaphysical. We're in and out of our bodies on a continuing basis. And this can go on for 20 or 30 hours, honey, if I get into all of the things that I have experienced and observed and learned. It's just
we can't end our time together on a cliffhanger like that without me inviting you back. We have to do this again.
Well, we'll think, whatever.
Okay.
But I have it all. I've written this. I have it all in my book. It's just like a book review that I'm giving you. So
well, I'll tell you, but it's fun being able to ask you questions in the moment and share you with our listeners who all are going to love you, I'm sure. So I would love to have you back, and we'll talk. I'd like to talk specifically right where we left off just now about metaphysical reality and mind over matter.
Okay. Well, I don't know everything. All I can do is share my personal experiences, and then you can discern and take it from there. And
it sounds like you've had a few, and I want to hear about them for once.
Well,
so
some
let's do
people,
that.
what's beautiful is some people can identify with it, relate to it, and that's what's exciting. They're not crazy. They don't have a brain tumor. They're able to see this, detect this, and know these things. And it's not fortune telling. And it's completely in a different realm. Okay?
Okay. Well, on that note, I am so grateful for our time together today. I can easily see how any film crew would be filming for 8 hours and still want more, no doubt. So I really appreciate you being here, and we'll get you back on really soon.
Okay. Okay, then. Fun and games.
Thank you. Take care. And if you missed any of this show, News for the Soul.
Get ready. It's time for News for the Soul. Life-changing talk radio from the uplifting to the unexplained. Join us as we celebrate 11 years of empowerment broadcasts, becoming the #1 life-changing talk radio show in the world, according to Google, AOL, MSN, YouTube, and more, and home to the largest, totally free transformational audio library in the world, all found at newsforthesoul.com. And now, here's your host and the founder of News for the Soul, the one they're calling the Oprah of the Internet, Nicole Whitney.
Okay, we're live. I'm Nicole. This is News for the Soul, life-changing talk radio from the uplifting to the unexplained. Got it going on. Got it covered. She's back for week 2 of our exciting audio adventures on the air. We first talked to Helen Hadsell last Sunday and heard amazing stories about her law of attraction experiences since the 1940s, winning every contest she's ever entered, or winning the prize for every contest she's ever entered. I'll just qualify that a little bit. And today we actually left you sort of hanging in an amazing spot of the story where she was mentioning the mind over matter adventures she's had over the many years, and I thought, I want to hear about those. And judging by all of your emails this week, so do you. So this is going to be an exciting hour. If you miss any of it, newsforthesoul.com. That's where you go later to experience the show, re-experience it over and over for free as many times as you want. Newsforthesoul.com is where you go for all of our shows, all of our archives. I want to do the break now, get it done so that we don't have to interrupt the stories once we begin with Helen Hadsell right here on News for the Soul. We'll be back in 2.
Who are you? Why are you here? What is the meaning of life? These burning questions have plagued mankind throughout our existence. How would you like to experience a process that would allow you to have some of the answers? Answers that would cause you to live with higher awareness and deeper authenticity from now on? Well, you can. Warrior Sage is offering an experiential 5-day enlightenment workshop called Illumination Intensive. Regularly about $3,000 to attend, Satya Raja of Warrior Sage is offering this life-changing 5-day course to News for the Soul listeners totally for free. That's right. The tuition has been completely waived for all News for the Soul listeners. Satyan says this experience is so profound, he wants to share it with the world. So don't miss out on this special opportunity. To have your own direct experience of awakening with Warrior Sage, go to illuminationintensive.com now and tell them News for the Soul sent you. That's illuminationintensive.com.
In December 2005, News for the Soul host Nicole Whitney experienced the most dramatic, life-changing psychic reading of her life. In that brief 10-minute mini-session, she released years of emotional baggage when Carrie O'Connor connected with a recently deceased family member, bringing Nicole a life-changing message from beyond the grave. Since that fateful day, Nicole has invited Carrie O'Connor on as a regular News for the Soul guest to do readings on the air. But you do not have to wait. Carrie is available for private sessions right now. Nicole has laughingly suggested wearing goggles and a helmet for these sessions because of the powerful energy that seems to come through Carrie when she's doing a reading. But don't take our word for it. Experience it for yourself. So pack up your goggles and helmet and book your life-changing session with Carrie O'Connor today. Go to CarrieO'Connor.com. That's CarrieO'Connor.com.
How would you like to learn how to bend metal with your mind for real? Well, you can. News for the Soul is home to the one and only Spoon Bending Kit, an instantly downloadable digital gift that contains 2 hours of audio and visual instructions designed to get your mind out of the way and teach you how to truly affect solid matter just with your thoughts. Find out once and for all how you are affecting your reality with every thought you think. Don't let anything block you from creating the life that you want. Download the newsforthesoul.com Spoon Bending Kit today. Just go to newsforthesoul.com right now and click on the bent spoon. That's newsforthesoul.com.
Nuclear physicist Thomas Campbell, author of the My Big Toe trilogy, is coming to premiere his new workshop. This hands-on experience will explain the origins and inner workings of consciousness. To learn more about this exciting event, go to www.mbtevents.com. That's mbtevents.com or call 70.
Are you in pain, overweight, unwell, stuck, or unhappy with any area of your life? Healing from the Body Level Up can help you. HBLU is a unique mind-body holistic psychotherapy for the 21st century. Created by Dr. Judith Swack, HBLU is an effective way to eliminate struggle by clearing mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual blocks to success, so you can rapidly achieve the results you want to live a full, happy, healthy, and satisfying life. Tune in to our next News for the Soul broadcast featuring Dr. Judith Swack, or visit hblu.org right now to find out more. That's hblu.org.
Nuclear physicist Thomas Campbell, author of the My Big Toe trilogy, is coming to premiere his new workshop. This hands-on experience will explain the origins and inner workings of consciousness. To learn more about this exciting event, go to www.mbtevents.com. That's mbtevents.com or call 704-451-4987 for details.
Hear all of our previously aired broadcasts of News for the Soul online at newsforthesoul.com. Now let's get back to the show.
And we're live. I'm Nicole. This is News for the Soul, life-changing talk radio from the uplifting to the unexplained. Can't imagine not having that covered in the next conversation. Last week on Sunday, we introduced you to one Helen Hadsell, who is an amazing living example of really living and being the law of attraction. For many, many years, she has won every contest she's entered and applied this to her life in many ways, in much deeper levels beyond that. So today we're kind of having part two of the discussion where we left off. Hopefully we'll start there. Let's welcome her on and start the fun. Helen, welcome back to News for the Soul.
I'm here.
Hi, how are you today?
Great, great. I was just listening to your entree, and it reminded me of Peru. You must have a tape of Peru, you know, where the whistles.
Oh.
And just before you got on the air.
Yes, I've actually got some very interesting audio clips from Peru that you didn't hear there yet, but we did some interesting work there and doing reliving some of the processes in the sacred sites with Shaman Bridge Jorge Luis Delgado, and we had amazing experiences over there. But yeah, it's definitely been a strong influence on me ever since that moment of experiencing Peru. It was very powerful.
Did you visit the egg lady while you were there?
No, who's the egg lady?
Yes. I was there 2.5 months, and so I was able to get into places that not the ordinary person can get into, because I wasn't doing really psychic work. I was doing self-awareness classes. But the wealthy entrepreneur that sponsored me introduced me to a lot of interesting people, and one was the egg lady, and she is the healer there in Lima. And when I went there, what she requires, when you call her, she requires that you bring a dozen fresh eggs directly from the market. And when you get there, you're laying on a cot, and she takes an egg and runs it over your body. And then she just is sort of mumbling and whatever it is, and then she breaks the egg in front of you. And sometimes there's black in it, sometimes there's blood in it, sometimes there's just like gook, really. Ew. And then she deposits that in a container, and you're watching this whole procedure. And then she'll tell you, well, someone has given evil thoughts to you, and it's concentrated in your stomach or in your throat or whatever. And she continues to do this until the eggs are clear, where there's no more of this information, anything that's negative in it. And then you get up and you see all these eggs and the gook and so forth. Now you have a clear egg, and then you give her the money for what you think it's worth, donation, and then you're healed. And then you walk out and you feel great. Well,
wow.
Yes. And so what when I was doing the workshop over there, one of the students highly recommended her and said she'd never gone to a doctor because the egg lady could heal her. And I thought, this I've got to see. So we made an appointment, and I get over there, and I have my dozen eggs, and I get into her inner sanctum, and I'm about ready to lay on the cot, and she looks at me, and she said, you know what I'm doing. Why are you here? And first a minute, I was a little startled, and I said, no, I'm sincere. And she said, are you trying to disprove me, or are you here monitoring me, or whatever? And then I said, no. Well, then I realized, she has tremendous sensed that I wasn't legit. And I said, no, I was actually here for a healing. And she said, you don't need a healing, you know what I'm doing. Well, then I established a rapport, and I found out that her mother did this, her grandmother did this in the villages, and that's the way they made their income, was doing this. And then I also realized when you're in the presence of someone that has tremendous abilities, mind over matter abilities, what you're seeing as she's depositing these eggs into this thing, she's creating thoughts, and then you can, something like the sacred in India, that illusion is what it is. And so illusion was what she was doing. There were no, to my knowledge, there wasn't any black in an egg or blood in an egg or anything. It was just illusion, and she was projecting it to you, and you could see it. And so I thought, now that's interesting, but I said, no. I said, I just came here to meet you, and I'm glad that you're able to help people to help themselves, because a lot of these things are psychosomatic, and eventually they'll be healed anyway. So if you can convince them that they can do this, and then more power to you. I'm so glad I met you, and then we left on a good note. So that was great.
Wow. So you found that there was it all thought form? Was there any, did you feel it was beyond just changing thoughts? Anything legitimate going on physically with it?
No. No, this is all illusion. This is all illusion. And because she immediately knew that, she broke an egg, I would not. you can't let's say, put the wool over my eyes.
Right.
I've been in this long enough to know what people can do. And yes, several times I've been fooled in this research that I do. I'm not naive. I'm not a skeptic. I just observe. And I want to understand, and I discern in every area that I get into. While I was there also, I was very, well, I could say sought after, because this entrepreneur that invited me owned the radio station, the discotheque, and was very, very wealthy, and he had influential friends. And so these people would come for I took the tarot cards, and, doing the tarot has nothing to do with what you pick up when you're reading for people. You're sitting beside them in their aura, and you can read them. I mean, so what else is new? I think everybody has this capability, but they don't realize it. And so that's, in essence, what I was doing. And then most of the people spoke English. There were a few of them that I couldn't communicate with on this basis, but when I first got into Peru, my friend that sponsored me had a morning coffee for me, where all his wealthy friends came. And as I was standing there, a woman that was an artist and originally came from I believe from Russia, came in and embraced me and started sobbing and said she was so glad to see me again. And I kind of looked at her, and then all of a sudden it rang a bell, and I said, were we nuns together in Spain? And she said, yes, yes, yes. I never thought I would meet you again. And she said, while you're here, I'm going to interpret for you. I speak 7 languages, and you're going to be here for several months, and we're really going to have an interesting exchange of ideas. And from that point on, we were hooked together continuously. Many times I was invited to very wealthy homes on the outskirts of Peru. They would come in their chauffeur limousines with their guards and then take me on the premise, and I saw some things there that would just boggle my mind. Some of these wealthy landowners had their own bakeries. They had maid services, and one particular family that I spent several days with, and she was very impressed. She wanted me to stay there as her house guest for 2 months, which I declined. But the morning I got there, she had her maid came in with a loaf of bread, and she said she made it just for me, that I could cut it, and she made it with love, and it was a fun thing. Even if I couldn't communicate with some of their language, I could still pick up their energy, and it was all very, very satisfying, comforting, rewarding. And when I was there was rioting on the streets and curfew, but I never was apprehensive, even when I was in Cusco. And you would go on the streets, and you were told never to wear jewelry or purses or anything. They would cut off your ear or cut off your finger for a ring, or at least that's what I was told. But you put the protective light around you, you don't worry about this. So I would just go where I wanted to go, do what I wanted to do. And even one of the young men that was the desk clerk at the 5-star hotel that I stayed in Cusco, he just couldn't believe that I would go out on my own without a guard. He insisted that somebody go with me. And I said, no, I wasn't concerned about this. So it was an interesting thing. And then when I went into Cusco, I could see through walls. When I went into the monasteries and were, when the Spaniards came over and took all the gold from the Peruvians and brought over their belief systems that if you didn't believe in Jesus and their concepts that you would be annihilated. And it was a very, very sad period in history because of the power and greed mode in the name of Jesus or in the name of a religion that they believed in. But it was all greed and power. And it was a very sad, sad situation. I just would go around and observe. Didn't make a big fuss about it. And one time we were invited, I was invited to one of the women there that is very, very, very psychic, and she worked for the government. I spent a day with her. She said she would lay out maps of Peru and then run her fingers through the map, big table they had for her, and she could tell when there would be earthquakes, and she would warn the people in that particular area to move out of that area because there were always underlying earthquakes there. And she was very unpretentious. And then while we were there, I also was invited to a private home where this man indicated that there was a man in the environment there that claimed he was from the planet Trone, Trune. I've never heard of that planet. And he said the man would come and he would write in any language that he wanted to write. He said he was diversified, he was intelligent, and the man that claimed, we went to his home as guests there, and with 4 or 5 of the other followers of this man that came from Trone. And I said, well, I'd like to see him. And the man that owned the home there said, well, he's not available, and he comes in and out, and we never know when he's here. And he was going on and on about how important he was and how he would write information, and then he started showing me what the information was, and it was in a different language that I couldn't read, couldn't even understand. But one of the gals that was there translated it for me, and it just sounded like our Bible. There was nothing profound. The 10 Commandments, do unto others as you would, it was all positive, all positive. And he said, he claimed that if we practiced these principles, there would be no more wars, there would be no more illness, and he came in peace, and he was going to start out in Peru. And so I thought, well, this is very interesting. But I said, don't you have a picture of him? What? Nothing? And the man, he said, no, you can't take his picture. And I said, can you describe him? And he said, well, yes, I can describe him. And then something else happened. And I was sitting beside the woman that reads the maps. And all of a sudden I said, do you see this man in the corner that's looking at us? And she said, no, but I can feel him. And I said, well, I can see him. I wonder if he's a thought form, or is he, comes from his own volition, which sometimes you call an epiphany. And he was just there smiling. And in a minute, he smiled, and then he faded away. And she said, well, I felt tremendous energy, and I knew it wasn't with any of the 5 of us that were in that room. And then I asked our host, I said, can you describe the man that you claim comes periodically in and out and writes all these things? And I said, well, let me describe him. And I described him. And he said, oh, you saw him. And I said, well, did you see him a little while ago? And he was preoccupied in something. But things like that just fascinate me. And what fascinates me more is when someone can see what I see without sitting beside me. Because if you sit beside me, then you can probably see the same thing that I can. So I want to remove myself completely, and then you're on your own. So what do you see? I mean, that always intrigued me.
Well, yeah, when you're getting validation like that, and you're having your own direct experience with it, you know, that's so powerful. It's like about 1 billion questions I want to ask you, of course, but you know, we don't have time for 1 billion, so.
Well, that was Peru. That was his power. Well, there were so many other things. Christmas Day, I was at a mental institution. One of the women that came for readings, husband was in there, and her guide, his guide appeared while I was talking to her, and he wanted to get out of this institution. And so I didn't say anything, and I said, well, why don't you release him, and then he can lead his life, you can lead your life, and that's it. And she said, well, I'm still fearful of him. I will have my driver pick you up, and we'll take you to to visit him Sunday, which was Christmas. And I said, okay. She said, he's not even going to know we're coming or anything. I just want you to observe him, study him, and then if you tell me it's okay, then I will release him. Because he'd been there 3-4 years. And the rules in Peru, you know, when you're in a mental institution, your funds are frozen. And she was without money, and they were very, very wealthy. And so it was in details that you're not interested in. But as I'm walking up, this is a private mental institution, as my driver and she are drove up, and we're coming to the door to open. The guard is opening the door, and this man comes hurrying toward me, and he comes over to me. He said, "You're the one that's going to get me out of here." And I said, well, why don't we talk? So that's always interesting, you know. When I don't really and truly set anything up, one other experience that you're just gonna, this is just so far off the wall, it's unreal. I wanted to levitate, and this was so important to me. My God, if Thomas Aquinas, 240 pounds, can levitate, surely I can levitate. It's just, I want to levitate. And I would meditate, and then I would think, well, today I can levitate. And I would get in the tub and think maybe I could walk on water, and nothing happened, you know. And this was so funny because my husband kept saying, "You're an idiot." And I said, "No, I'm going to levitate, and I'm not going to let go until I do." Well, at that time I was on lecture tour, and I was up in Chicago, and I had just done a talk show, and I'm getting ready that night to have a what I just call an introductory lecture. Most of these people wanted to be winners, and actually what I did the first night was do a book review on the Name It and Claim It game. And then I would say, if there's anyone that wants to know more about themselves, and then Saturday and Sunday I would do workshops. And anyway, I was just getting ready to do my program when the man sponsored me. He says, "There's an old man that wants to talk to you." Now, I want to tell you something. I had never mentioned to anyone on the air, or anybody knew that I had this desire to levitate except myself and my husband. The only two people that knew. But this old man approaches me and said, "Honey, you don't want to levitate." And I said, "What?" He said, "You don't want to levitate." And I said, "Why do you say that?" And he said, "Well, while you were on the talk show, your guides told me to approach you. You don't want to levitate, young lady." He said, "It's a nuisance." He said, "I do this, and I'm living in the country, and I have my dog, and I like to walk the woods. And in the morning, when I levitate," he said, "it's such a nuisance. I have to hang by a tree until I finally am grounded. But if you're going to insist on it," he said, "pretend like you're wading in water, with your hands, paddling in water like you're swimming." And he says, "That's the only way you can be balanced when you're off the ground." And he was so serious. And I thought, well, I said, "Thank you for that information, and I appreciate it." And then he walked off. And the man that sponsored me said, "What was that all about? He was so insistent on talking to you." And I said, "Oh, we'll discuss it later." And then I didn't. But then I came back home, and it was about a month or two later. One morning, I can't describe it. It was a feeling of euphoric. It's such a feeling that you can do anything. But I decided I was going to go to the little chapel right where I lived in Las Colinas in Irving. They have this Catholic chapel, which is about 2 blocks actually from where I live. And I decided to go there and to meditate. And I got out of the car and was feeling just so. All of a sudden, I'm levitating I'd say about 3 inches off the ground. Well, there's a path that goes down, and there's steps, but there weren't any railings. There was nothing to hang on to, and I am petrified. Here I am, a little above, and I'm wobbling, and I'm disoriented. And would you believe I paddled like I would if I was swimming until I finally got to the front of the church, and they had a pillar there. And I put my arms around that pillar, and I said, "Okay, enough already." I'm talking to anybody that can hear me in the unseen world. And then a bunch of students that go to the college there walked up, and I'm still there hanging on that post. That was so ridiculous. And then I got into the chapel, and I said, "Okay, take it away from me. I don't want this anymore." So decided I didn't need to levitate. But see, to me, life is either a daring adventure or nothing. And I'm telling you, I would get in with people or places or things that each time I came home from a lecture tour, I'd be on maybe 2 or 3 weeks. My son, who was going to college that time, and my husband and my son would say, "Don't tell Dad anything until I get home. I want to hear it." Because it was always so different, so different. So I'm so pleased that my guides, or maybe it's my vivid imagination, I can't prove anything. All I can say is I'm so pleased that I was able to have all these experiences, and most of them are, to me, are very credible. To me, actually happened, and there's no logical explanation except people will say, "Well, you're lucky," or "It's a coincidence," or "It's a happenstance," and I don't believe in that anymore. I don't believe in coincidences. There's just no way, because there were just too many things that happened. When I was working for Jose as PR, he wanted me to go and open the Chicago area. And I said, "I don't want to get on a plane. I'm not that qualified to handle all this. Get yourself another girl." he would say to me, we'll talk about it. And that night I came home and I said, he thinks I'm going to go to Chicago and find a suitable mating place, put ads in the paper for him. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't need to do it. And my husband, who was very grounded, and really and truly, we were married 60 years, so I think he needed me and I needed him. But anyway, he said, you've taken the silver classes. Why don't you practice what you preach? Because I didn't really enjoy being on a plane. I had some kind of a phobia over. I just didn't care for it, and so I became hurt actually because he's siding now with Jose, and Jose left for back home, and I'm supposed to now make all these arrangements to go to Chicago. Well, that next morning, after a night of acting like a child and pouting, I sat there. My husband was off to work. Kids were gone, and I said, okay, if I'm supposed to go to Chicago, somebody better help me. If this is supposed to be that Jose goes in there and shares his experiences, then I need some help here. I swear it was not 10 minutes later when the phone rang, and it was Mrs. Hadsell. I said, yeah, I'm Mary Green, and that's her name. And she said, I read an article in Pageant magazine, a publication that's no longer available, but there was an article that I co-wrote with someone about entering contests. And she said, I read about you in this article. I'm not interested in contesting, but you said one paragraph about Jose and how you stopped the bleeding with mind over matter. I must meet this man. Where can I attend one of his classes? And I said, well, I'm supposed to come to Chicago and set up a suitable meeting place and do ads in the paper and have a room full of people for him when he comes. Oh, no, you don't have to do that. She said, I represent a shoe company here, and I make all arrangements for various companies that come in here for conventions. So I'll find you. I'll get your room free, and I will put ads in the paper. And what else can I do for you? You don't have to come here. And I'm sitting there. I'm saying, oh, my God. This is what happened. All the while I worked for that man, things were happening that I was amazed, absolutely amazed. And she set up all of this for me. Didn't have to do a thing. It happened the same way when I was to go to Detroit. There was a man that volunteered. I never even said anything. All I did was telepathically communicate. And I would say, somebody, someplace has got to help me. And the phone would ring, and there would be an answer. Now, we can't do this on a physical. We're having help from other realms. That's the only way I can explain it logically, because this happened on a continuing basis.
Mm. Was there a lot of mind over matter work in the Silva training?
It was probably one of the most fantastic mental training classes you could have at that time, because, in the 40s and the 50s, everything was the work of the devil. This was a lot of the newspapers wouldn't even let us put ads in their paper because it was the work of the devil. And so there was difficulty advertising it. And Jose was so low-keyed, and he knew, in fact, when I start working for him, and he says, don't tell him this, don't tell him this. One night, he was talking, and we had I'd say about 40 or 50 in that particular class. But I would sit in back of the room because I was always have to be there, to sign people in and to answer questions and to have the coffee pot ready during breaks, etc. And I would sit there and I would be amazed at all the people that were around Jose that were not in seats, from other dimensions. They were all just as far as I could see. These were beings of people. And one night I'm sitting there and I'm looking because here's some people now that I hadn't really seen that are about, I'd say 12, 14 feet tall, skinny, just long-looking people, and they're all just standing there behind Jose. During the break, a little woman comes up to me, and she said, "I'd like to ask you something." She said, "I've seen in these other dimensions as far as back as I can remember, but," she says, "tonight I'm seeing these tall people that are 12 or 14 feet tall." She said, "I've never seen those before. Do you see this?" And I said, "Well, I'll ask Jose." So I got to Jose and I said, "We're seeing something different tonight here, this little old lady and me." And he said, "They're from Venus." And then he walked off. So I told her, I said, "They're from Venus." And she said, "Oh." I said, "Why did you come here?" And she said, "I heard about him. We had a radio talk show that day." And she said, "I heard, and my guides told me that I had to come and to meet him and to take his class." That's how she got there. But those were things like, so what else is new?
I keep thinking that you either never shut yourself down from these experiences, or you must have had some really dramatic things happen before all of this came about, when you were a child.
Yes. At the age of, I think, 3 or 4, when I was born a Catholic and raised a Catholic, and everything was church, etc. And my grandmother had this huge picture of an angel, and she always talked about the angels, taking care of me, etc. And then when my granddad became so ill with asthma, and he was on his deathbed, she said the angels were going to come to take him. And so the funeral, he was in the bed, and all the family was surrounded with the family, and I'm just a little kid playing with my cousins and nephews and nieces in the back. And the older people were in the house, and the priest had just come to perform extreme-unction, last rites. But we were, as grandchildren, we were called in to say goodbye to Granddaddy. And so we all went in, and Grandmother was sitting in her chair, and she said the angels were coming to get him. And I assumed this angel was coming to get him. And so after we went out, I insisted that I wanted to be in the room to watch the angel come and get him. And my mother couldn't control me. I was creating a scene, and she said, "All right, you can stay in here, but," she said, "don't you say a word." Well, I get in there with all the grown-ups, and they're at the foot of his bed, and the priest is there, and all of a sudden, through the wall, about, I'd say, 8 or 9 people walk through the wall, and they're kind of elderly, different ages. And my granddad, who is on the bed, and he can just gasping, sits up in bed, smiles, and then gets up, and they embrace him, and he walks through the wall. And while he's walking through the wall, he's laying on the bed. And now there's 2 grandpas there, for this little 4-year-old or 3-year-old or whatever I was. And now I'm seeing that he's walking through this wall, but he's laying there. Well, this sort of perplexed me, and after we went out and everybody's crying, I told my mother, I said, Grandpa didn't have an angel. A lot of people came. He went with a lot of people, but no angel came to take him. And she couldn't understand because, I expected to see this angel and was rather disappointed. And she said, well, my mother always said, there you go again with a vivid imagination, or you're lying. Don't tell anybody. They'll think you're crazy. So I squelched all that. I really squelched all that. And yet, even when people came, I'd say, if I went to Mass, we had to go to Mass every morning before we went to school. And there would be a funeral there. And I kid you not, here would be this casket, and this man would be in the funeral, but he'd be sitting there looking out at the audience. There were so much. I couldn't understand any of this. And I just sort of thought, I'm not going to tell anybody. They'll think I'm crazy. They may even put me in that crazy place that one of the neighbors had been in for being crazy. And I thought, if I keep saying that, that's what they'll do with me. So I never discussed any of this. I just let it go. And then when I was 17 years old, I had rheumatic fever. And I was in bed and really incapacitated. And at that time, there wasn't anything they could do except bed rest and liniment. And then penicillin about that time came out. And the local doctor would come and monitor me and give me a shot of penicillin. Well, one morning he came and he said, he can't do that anymore because my heart, now there's a valve that's open, my heart is enlarged, leakage of the heart and so forth. She's allergic to it, can't give her any more aspirin, and he says, we're just going to let God take over. And I heard him, while he was discussing it with my mother. And so that night, and I was really, if you've ever had rheumatic fever, it jumps from one area to another. It is utter agony. And they prayed and so forth, but nothing seemed to help it. But that night, I got very angry, and I said, okay, I want to die. I'm ready to go. I don't want to be here and be a burden any longer. And if I can't get up and do anything, I'm going to die. And that's when this being appeared. And he said, you can't. He said, you came in here to do something, and you haven't started yet. You're healed. And when he said I was healed, and I then he left. And I shouted to my mother, I said, come in here. And she came in. I said, this man was here, and he said I was healed. And she said, oh, you just had a dream. So she threw back the covers, and my ankles were still swollen, and my arms were swollen. And she said, see, you just had a good, nice dream. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. And the next morning, I jumped out of bed, and I said, I'm going back to school. I'm healed. And she looked at me, and she said, well, we're going to call the doctor and see what he thinks. And he came by later that afternoon and checked me over, and he said, well, I guess it's taken its course. She's perfectly all right. Let her go back to school. And that was one of the experiences I had at 17. So,
you mentioned the excuse me. You mentioned the levitation, which I'm assuming you didn't do anymore.
No, I didn't do anymore.
Did you have any other kind of similar experiences with, teleporting or going through solid things, or some of the other things we've heard stories about over the years?
I can't, right off the bat, I can't remember. I can't think. I do know that when I had something, people prior to my knowledge of me knowing anything about it, things would happen. And I always attributed it to my guardian angels appreciating or like clapping of hands or whatever I was doing, if I was doing something like a reward, you know. These things were very prevalent while I was out on the lecture circuit. Absolutely. I mean, some of the things that happened to me would just, well, I would squeal with delight because they were unexpected. One case, an example, I was, June 1st was my birthday, and I'm out in some place in California, and I'm to have this workshop on Saturday, I believe it was, and Friday, I went to bed that night, and all of a sudden I hear Born Free, da-da-da-da, the song, Born Free, you know, and I'm in this hotel, and I'm thinking, it's in the middle of the night, and what is that, where is that coming from? So I go out on the balcony, and I thought, well, maybe the room next door was playing music, but it was coming in, Born Free, the whole song. And what I had done the week prior to my birthday, I had asked, do I have any karma, do I have any balancing to do that I'm not aware of? Please show me if I do. Because, you know, sometimes when I'm doing charts, I pick up, hey, you're supposed to balance this. And at that time, I wanted to know if I still needed to balance something. Well, all I knew, after I heard Born Free, I thought, okay, this is the first day of the rest of my life, my birthday, and so evidently I don't have any more karma, and that's what I assumed and let it go at that. Well, I finished my workshop. No one, my sponsor knew I had a birthday, and so unbeknownst to me, she had set up a party in her private home for a few select friends that were attending the class, and she said she'd like to come and have dinner at her home, and I said sure. So when I got there, we went downstairs. She had a mammoth place, and we go downstairs, and everybody jumped and said happy birthday, and she had this cake and this buffet all laid out. But what was so fascinating, this huge, huge, huge room, there were 3 pianos. I recall a red one and a white one and a mahogany. And all of a sudden, this old woman shuffles up towards us. And she said, I want you to meet my mother. My mother was a pianist, and she was with the Philharmonic Orchestra. And this piano was given to her when she was in France. And she still plays, and what would you like to hear? And this woman nudged her daughter and says, I know what I'm supposed to play for her. And she waddles on back to the piano and starts playing Born Free, da-da-da-da-da, you know, with emphasis that the windows vibrated. And she plays the whole song of Born Free, and then she shuffles back up to us and pats me and smiles and walks off. Okay, how does this happen? I mean, what happened here? I had no control over any of this. And those were things that would happen to me, just out of the blue. And, well, out of the blue, I would say guidance. I mean, people from other dimensions. They have the telepathic abilities by communicating. Let's get them in the here and now where we're concerned. I'm concerned right now. I'm going to digress here a minute because I'm concerned about our home security system. Here that we're having all of the shows now. Let's say one of them is, Dash Forward, Pass Forward, some of the E.T. shows, many of the shows that are now being seen, the Ghost Whisperer to some degree to the medium, etc., that are introducing people to other dimensions, other galaxies, other universes, etc. Well, our home security system was concerned about Point Forward is the show, was the most recent one, and they would approach the writers of these shows and ask, where did you get your information? They would think there was a leak in our government that has access to all this information, incidentally. And so, no, the writers would say this is vivid imagination. None of this is vivid imagination. You are telepathically being told what to write, and it sounds like fiction or faction. But what it is, it's sort of numbing the public to when all of this transpires, and it's in an ongoing process now, in this evolutionary process. It's happening, but it's an upstepping process. And so eventually, all of us will have this capability, communicating in other dimensions, going to other galaxies, other universes, etc. Light system, plant systems, and so forth. It's just an ongoing process.
What an interesting note to have to leave it on today. Oh, boy. Well,
are we through?
We are. It just zips by. I could talk to you forever. I swear to God.
Well, I like to know people. My address is, well, I have an email, which is one of them, but all I do is send in books or do blueprints, and that's Delta Sciences. But if there's anybody that has had similar experiences or what, I'm here at the house. I get phone calls and emails, and I love to answer emails because I'm still learning all the time. And my email is tap88@cowtown.net. tap88@cowtown.net. And I just sit here and do people's blueprints and answer my emails. And after I do the blueprints, if they can call me, and they call for an hour or two, and I say, we discuss world secrets, is what I'm saying. But just having a lot of fun here. And that's what I'm doing now. Pardon?
Well, I would love to have some more fun talking to you more on the air. So if you're up for that, let's get in touch and schedule another time to get together. I could listen to you for hours and hours.
Well, if it's meant to be, it's just one of those things. My last book that I wrote, the Confessions of a Sage, 2 years ago, I put all these in. Yesterday I got a letter. I got an email from a young man and said, "You knew Dr. Joseph Murphy personally?" And I said, "Oh, yes." And I said, when he was my house guest, we discussed some subjects that would blow your mind. Something that he never put in his books, but he and Vincent Peale would discuss it. And he came personally, when he came into Dallas, he called to personally come out and spend a day with me. And we discussed things that he said I could not put in my books. They would think I was practicing. I was a witch. I couldn't put this in my book. And these are things now. He's gone. I can relate. I can discuss. I'm not talking out of school. It's just something we all need to look at. Our experience.
Well, let's continue this. The system's about to cut us off in 30 seconds, but let's continue. Next time, more inside stories, and I just, it just any kind of reminder, any kind of I like doing the same thing that you're doing, connecting with people, hearing their direct experience, because I've had many of my own as well, and it just validates the truth of our reality of our being, and it's very powerful. So I'm really grateful you were here today, Helene, and I look forward to the next time we can talk on the air.
Well, if it's meant to be, life is either a daring adventure or nothing.
Yes. On that note, thank you so much, Helene. We'll talk again soon. I'm sure it is meant to be, but we'll see.
All right.
So, have a great day. Thank you so much to all of you tuning in as well. And if you miss any of the show, newsforthesoul.com. That's where you go. Here's some messages about Mind Over Matter as well as we go off into the cyberspace airwaves, newsforthesoul.com.
For years, News for the Soul listeners have had a direct experience with their power to create their reality through our exclusive Spoon Bending Kit, a Mind Over Matter training that teaches you how to bend metal with your mind for real. Well, what if you can use that same technology on your finances? What if you can take your same intention power and use it on the so-called recession? Well, you can. News for the Soul has just announced the release of its newest life-changing kit, the Prosperity Kit. We have combined the intention technology of our spoon-bending kits with a decade of research to create a program that has the power to change your financial life. Isn't it time to transcend fear and live the way we intended? For real? Go now to newsforthesoul.com and click on the Prosperity Kit banner. That's newsforthesoul.com.
How would you like to learn how to bend metal with your mind for real? Well, you can. News for the Soul is home to the one and only Spoon Bending Kit, an instantly downloadable digital gift that contains 2 hours of audio and visual instructions designed to get your mind out of the way and teach you how to truly affect solid matter just with your thoughts. Find out once and for all how you are affecting your reality with every thought you think. Don't let anything block you from creating the life that you want. Download the newsforthesoul.com Spoon Bending Kit today. Just go to newsforthesoul.com right now and click on the bent spoon. That's newsforthesoul.com.
Blog Talk Radio.
Good evening and welcome to another episode of From the Contest Queen. It is Monday, August 4th at 9 p.m. and I'm very excited because we have a very special guest tonight. I have on the phone with me Helen Hadsell, and she is a woman who won every contest she entered. I think we all want to rub her arm for good luck. I first learned about Helen when one of my favorite authors, Joe Vitale, blogged about her in her book Name It and Claim It. And if you get my newsletter, you had some order information there on how to get that book for yourself. It all began for Helen when her husband, who's a fisherman, drew her attention to a contest sponsored by Coke as the prizes were outboard motors. Helen entered and, of course, won. Do you want to talk a little more about that, Helen?
Yes, but we'll start at the beginning because I read The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale. And the thing that intrigued me was he said you can have anything you want provided you know what it is. And then you can see yourself as having it. And I thought that was profound. And after that night, I was so, all excited. And that's when my husband was reading the paper. And I told him, I said, we can have anything we want, provided we know what it is. And he said, well, I'd like to have this outboard motor. And I sat there.
That's pretty specific.
Yes, and see, when I was contesting means you have to complete 25 words or less or 50 words or less. And here's where a creative imagination comes in. I sat in the chair. I pretended I was my husband because he liked to fish by himself. And I wrote 25 words. In fact, these are the words. I'm a lone wolf fisherman. Cokes are my silent partners. They contribute no yakety-yak when called upon. And that was 25 words. And I sent it in, and I didn't know any better, and I just had this confidence that they're just going to let me win. A week later, naturally, they called, and he won. And from that day on, I kept thinking, okay, what else do I want? And it started, I mean, it was just, well, you would say it was miraculous. But later on, when I was really serious of what's going on here, that's when I realized that you are projecting energy. And when you project anything with motion, then it is amplified, and it happens faster than if you just mental muse with it. So then I had so many requests and letters and different comments from people, because now locally I probably was considered the contest queen, before you came in the picture. So,
well, I do consider you a contest queen, that's for sure.
But anyway, what I did, Carolyn, I said anytime anybody called, I said, well, if you want to be a winner, you better use my motto, which is SPEC, S-P-E-C. And they said, well, what's that? And I said, it's selected, projected, collected, expected, collected.
Collected.
And if there's a secret that people are seeking as a winner, you now have the answer. So select it, project it, expect it, and then you collect it. And that's the way it works. And what I'm really, really stressing is when you do have, you choose a prize, any prize. A lot of people just choose to win. I never did. I wanted a specific prize, and I would focus on that, and I would look at other things that were available. I wouldn't enter because that was not on their list. So I became very, very specific and would concentrate energy on just one thing. And that's what I won. Every time I would win, it would be first prize, things that I wanted. So that's another, I think, gem of wisdom. And of course, during my period, I was accused of using witchcraft, and I kept hearing it, and my son would be embarrassed at school. And that's when I coined the word wish, W-I-S-H, witchcraft.
Witchcraft.
And
I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah, and then later on I noticed that some people were using it in their book, but that's okay because it works. And so actually that's what we have, witchcraft.
Okay, so one of the questions I had sent you in advance of the interview was a lot of people, especially now with the advent of the Internet, because the postage is no longer an issue, you can enter hundreds of promotions.
Yes,
So, and that's what I've been doing, and I win quite a bit. But there's the prizes, and I'm going to use your words, in the process of winning, such as my new car, that have not arrived yet. So would I be better off not entering anything and just focusing on, say, car promotions?
Well, if this is what you want to do, and you said you entered so many of them, how many hours a day do you spend? This is important. I mean, what is the purpose here? I mean, it's a hobby, but it can be all-consuming, and it can just almost take over. Well, I never did that, Carolyn.
Yeah, I only spend about an hour, maybe 2 a day at most, if that, and there's days that I have 10 minutes. So it doesn't, it's, the amazing thing about the computers is that you can enter a lot in a short amount of time, which is either a really good thing or maybe listening to you a really bad thing.
Well,
here's cutting it out.
Okay, let me just project this and you think about it. When you're entering so many, you are dissipating your energies. Your energy. How many? What are you concentrating on? You're working with energy, Carolyn. And that's the reason I say when you're focusing on one thing, and then you have selected that, you have projected that energy to that one thing, and then that's when you win it, and then you can go to something else.
Okay. What about what happens with a lot of promotions nowadays is there's two things. I use software, and basically I enter once and forget about it. So it's not even in my, I don't know, it's not even on my radar, so to speak. Huh? Or there's a lot of one-time entry promotions that are the same. You enter once and I forget about it.
Well, why do you enter if you forget about it?
Okay.
Don't you want one specific thing? You don't forget about it, honey. You selected it, and you projected it, and now you've got to expect it to collect it.
Oh, I'm going to have to rewrite a new book and change the whole entering system that's in my book.
Well, all right, now just a minute. I'm not belittling you, because if you've been a constant winner, but how many things do you really want that you have won or they have given you? How many things do you really want?
Well, a lot of the stuff I like. I like the surprise of not knowing what's coming. I really like that whole Christmas morning kind of feeling.
Okay.
I really like, say, winning tickets to things I may not normally go to. Like we won 4 tickets to go see a Toronto Rocks game. Now, the Toronto Rocks team is our lacrosse team. Well, I've never seen lacrosse played ever. So we went, to my husband, myself, and another couple, and we had such a fun evening out together. And I would never have gone on my own. And I like that because it was something that I never would have tried had I not won the tickets. So I do like that. But, I hate that word, but. I heard that, but. I would really like to have more frequent trips, like the bigger stuff. So I see what you're saying about collecting my energies away from the smaller things and combining them to win the bigger things.
Yes. And
is that what you mean?
Yes, because you've read the book, and then, my husband, we would sit there as a family unit, and I'd say, where do we want to go this year for our vacation? And my son said, I want to go to a dude ranch. And so that time, I just projected prizes for a dude ranch, so we won a dude ranch. And
okay, now here's a question. You said as a family, would all of you, because I think there was 5 of you, right?
Yes. There were
would
5.
all of you project, hey, we're going to a dude ranch, so now it's quintupled the energy?
Yes, I would project the energy. My husband was very, very, very supportive. And the children, I said, don't tell anybody. And, I coined the phrase also, first of all, you bag it, then you brag it. And so they would never mention, what's your mother going to win next? And they would just not say anything. But as a family unit, they knew that we were going to have to win this trip to this dude ranch.
Okay, so you combine your energies to make it even stronger.
Yes. And the children never discussed anything with anybody because I said it was. See what happens, Carolyn. You become a winner, then there's envy, and you do not know this is very, very subtle. And I don't mean to be negative, but this person that has envy decides what makes her think she's going to win it. And you are very, very tuned in, and thought transference goes on constantly. And you can pick up her thought because she's sending energy, and then all of a sudden you think it's your thought. And then now you're doubting, and you pick these things up. I mean, the ordinary person, I'm aware of it now, but 99 and 44% of the people are not aware how much you pick up during the day that were not instrumental in that thought. You're getting thoughts from other people constantly. And if they're negative, you just say, I don't need that. I'm sure you're familiar with some people that have physical challenges, and you walk in the room and you take on symptoms. This is being very, very, very sensitive. And you get that way, or either I am. Are we still with you?
Yeah, okay. So you can, it's the whole woe is me syndrome where you go visit a sick friend and the next thing you know, your tummy aches or your shoulder hurts or your ankle feels tender.
And not only that, Carolyn, they can think of you and you can pick up their thoughts. Early on, and we're becoming more and more sensitive in our evolutionary process that's going on, and, you know, time is just, it's like a jump start. Well, more and more people have this ability, and they don't recognize it, and some of them are pity party all the time. And so when I do my counseling here, and people come in and tell me what their challenges are or whatever, and I'll say, have you thought of this? Who are people that you don't care for? Let's go ahead and nullify that, and let's make yourself comfortable. So these are things, well, I did that research actually after I won everything I possibly wanted. You know, I won the big house, I won several cars, trips, any place I wanted to go. And after that, I mean, who needs more? And that's when I decided I'm going to research this energy.
Okay.
When I start researching the energy, the first thing I did was I went to New York. I went to England and sat in seance rooms for 3 weeks and was able to determine when a thought form or an aberration. I can see in other dimensions, incidentally. And I don't have a brain tumor or I'm not crazy, because a lot of people have this ability. Now they have this ability because I see people all the time that are...
So many people have the ability, they just don't admit it.
Yes, It can scare the yell out of you the first time you experience it. And now, and I have references of people that have this. I mean, what's going on here? And then I can determine if it's their thought form or if it's an aberration or somebody that came and is standing around them and sort of, well, you wouldn't call it a guardian, the guardian or the counselor or whatever you want to call it, whatever term you want to call it. An angel, incidentally, doesn't have those big flappy wings. An angel can be a person from your past. And when I deal on a one-to-one basis with people in counseling, it becomes very, very clear if someone comes in and stands beside him, and I just don't know a thing about this person, and I will just listen. It's like a telepathic communication that this other entity is telling me to tell them. And so it gets to be quite exciting. And how do you come about doing this? Everything that is important to us is we first must have a desire. And when we have this desire, and then when we project, and then things start happening. And I know I digressed, and it is applicable to winning contests. I'm certain of it, because even if I sit here today and I decide I want to go someplace, which we did a number of years ago, I just sit here and I say, I'd like to go to New York, and I'd like to see this little new play they have, the best whorehouse in Texas, and my husband's sitting here, and we haven't entered any contest, haven't done a thing. And all of a sudden the phone rings, and it's Rich Little, and he said, Mrs. Hadsell, he said, I read your book a number of years ago, and I want you on my talk show. Can you come to New York? We will pay all your expenses. So you'll be on my show.
You're getting so good you don't even have to fill out the entry form.
That is right. That is right. That's what I'm trying to say. And then he said, and is there anything you want? And I said, yeah, I'd like tickets to the best little whorehouse in Texas. Okay, Mrs. Hadsell. And what else do you want?
That's a great story.
Yes, and so what you see is you're working with energy. And that's the main thing. And if I can really, really stress to all the listeners out there, make your motto spec. Selected, projected, expected, and then collected. If you've not learned one thing in this hour, that should get you on a path of being a winner. Okay.
Well, that's okay. I'm getting it here because I read your book and I found it completely fascinating because it was written long before the movie and the book The Secret came out and became very popular, and all these people that worked in the realm of positive thinking. I mean, Norman Vincent Peale, he wrote his book in the 50s. He was, way ahead of the curve.
Yes.
But I found it fascinating that several of the things you said in your book were so familiar, like thoughts become things.
Yes,
definitely. And paste pictures up. I'm thinking, wow, she's doing vision boards before vision boards were, the in thing to do.
Oh, yes. Visualization is quite important. And that's giving it energy again. And I do stress that if there's an emotion there, when we have them, say, what's our emotions? Emotions are love, hate, fear, anger, pain. These are all very, very intense emotions. And when you have pain, a physical challenge, the pain, you can dwell on the pain, and it can become very intense. Pain and energy comes in pulsations. And usually when someone has this pain in something, I say, okay, all right, you can either give it pain or you can change it to energy. And when it comes to energy, then pulsations start. And there is no discomfort there. There are pulsations for healing. So it really and truly, another answer is being able to control mind over matter, and that includes pain, that includes anger or hate or whatever else energy you have that's exaggerated or amplified. In my book, I'm very, very comfortable with author Frank Outlaw, and what he said, and this is very important, I think, and it says, watch your thoughts. They become words. Watch your words. They become actions. Watch your actions. They become habits. Watch your habits. They become character. And then watch your character, for it becomes your destiny. And when you meditate on that, it makes so much sense. And I have that in my book.
I really like that quote.
It is. And then I also have to have this little sense of humor, And I say, somebody says, well, what do I need to succeed in life? And I usually answer only 3 things to succeed in life. And that's a wishbone, a backbone, and a funny bone. And I said...
Oh, I don't remember reading that in your book.
Well, now if you get to know Carolyn personally, I'm sure you'll agree with me. Your book was titled, would clue you in, you can't win if you don't enter.
Yeah, no, I like that. A wishbone, a wishbone, a backbone,
and a funny bone.
And a funny bone. That is brilliant.
Well, you did it. You started with a wish, Carolyn. You used your backbone because it took some doing to get started on.
Holy moly, did it take some doing?
Yes, And by working towards your goal, okay, you now can enjoy and are using your funny bone. You should be. So that's
it is fun.
Yes, it is.
That's for sure.
Because if it isn't, then you're going to just go ahead and say, it's not worth it, okay? And when I do blueprints for people all over the world, and I love telling people about themselves. Everybody should become aware of self. And so when I do these blueprints, at the end I always have this, and this is something you need to think about. I said, make every day special. Share a joke, hum a song, pass some special joy along. And if someone should come your way who doesn't share your joy today, the hell with them. That's my sense of humor. Okay, I have taken up enough of your time. Any questions?
Oh, well, we had some people write some questions. One person, how it works here on the Blog Talk Radio is that most people don't call in and talk. They are in a chat room and they type out their questions, so I have to read them to you. Now, one woman wanted to know if you were still entering sweepstakes, but I think you kind of answered that by saying you were sitting there when Richard Little phoned when you decided you wanted to go to New York.
Yeah. My needs, now, see, I'm 84 years old. And right now I just finished my first fiction book, A Man Called Friday. I am so excited, like a little kid. And as I finished it, something tells me that it has to be either a screenplay for Hallmark or for Lifetime. And right now I need to have it published, which I self-publish, because I don't want to mess with sending it in and waiting for people to evaluate it. Being able to sell a book nowadays is almost impossible because everybody, and that's not negative, it's being realistic because so many of them publish their own books, have their own methods of doing it, because self-publishing is something that's not a forthcoming, it's already here. And so I'm going to publish it myself. Doesn't cost that much. And then I'm going to mail it out to 3 or 4 people that I'm inclined to mail out. And then I'm going to telepathically communicate to that person that they should consider it. I don't use witchcraft. I use wishcraft. And if they're tuned in and they're reading the book, they'll pick up my message. And when you pick up a message, you can accept it or reject it. So I'm not pushing minds around. And I know you can push minds around, but I choose not to do that. In my research, there are people that are very, very good senders, and there are very good receivers. I'm an excellent sender. My younger son is a good receiver. And early in my research, I would project to him, and he would say he was at college, and I would project to him, and he would call the phone and pick up verbatim what I was projecting. And this continued, and it still continues today. So there are people that can just simply pick up thoughts. And that's why I say you now learn to discern. Do I want to give him $1,000 or don't I? It depends what you're projecting. One time I was in the kitchen fixing lunch, and he came in the door, and I wanted to get out and get some yellow roses because I was having guests for dinner that night. I didn't tell him about yellow roses. He was preoccupied. He had to go to Sears to pick up a tire for his car. But before he said, I got to get this tire, and then I got to get back and get to work. All I did, I'm there working. I'm making praline for supper that night. For my guests that night. And I look at him. Not a word was spoken. And I just think of my yellow roses. And would you believe, at that time in Irving where I lived, Tyler, Texas, has lots and lots of roses. And so the children, the kids that went to college would come into Irving and sit at street corners and sell roses for $1 a dozen to supplement their income. And they had pink roses, yellow roses, white roses, red roses. Do you know, coming back home from Sears, he stopped. He'd never done this before, but he stopped and got a dozen roses. Now he
Yellow
walks,
ones.
Yeah, he walks in the door. No kidding. And he's got
Wow.
the wilted newspaper behind him. And I look at him and I said, my yellow roses. And he threw them on the counter. He said, whose thought was that? Yours or mine? And I said, it was my thought, but you accepted it. So yes, you can play games with your husband with this. At night we'd
Oh.
Yeah, and
I
then
can sit there and dream.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yes.
a Tiffany necklace, a Tiffany necklace.
Yes. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Oh dear. But then he has to accept it or reject it.
Yes, they can accept it or reject it. Yes. So you're not using witchcraft. You're using witchcraft.
Witchcraft.
Now they know what you're doing. My husband used to say, I know what you're doing, but it's okay. And then he'd get up and make my coffee or whatever. So this is a point that I became aware of after I won every contest. Everything I needed, I won. Now, how far can you go? After a while, it becomes jaded. It's no longer a challenge. And then my next challenge was, hey, I want to learn more about myself. And that's when I start reading intently about astrology, numerology, Chinese, every aspect that told me about myself. And that's when I compiled this formula to write blueprints for people. And when I was in Peru, very, very interesting. I was there 2.5 months and doing research in England and any place I went that I felt I could learn. And I would sit there at night and I compiled this entire blueprint for people. And I said, well, if they're really, really interested, and then your name has a vibration. The day you were born has a vibration. So everything about you is like, so what else is new? For instance, you were born in January, is this correct?
That's right.
And you were born on the 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And you were born in 1967?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. That makes you a cosmic parent. You're a cosmic parent. And this means you're very benevolent and you are interested in the helps and the needs of other people. So you're following your destiny, which is exactly what you're doing, because, see, January is a 1, so you're a leader, an absolute leader. The 9 is the humanitarian part of you, and that's very, 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 when I see a 7 or a 9 in a chart, I just get excited, because I know that they're benevolent. And then the 1967 is a 5. And what a 5 is lots and lots of travel for you after 57. And you're going to be writing, teaching, and for the rest of your life, the best of your life, from 57 on, it's just going to be all like, I'll loan you my phrase, life is either a daring adventure or nothing. And then you're going to make it daring, kid.
Wow, that's amazing. And it's funny because when you said that I am to help people, I've always known that.
Yes.
I've always known that I wanted to help people. Now, I thought it was going to be in another form, and it didn't pan out, and this is how it finally ended up manifesting, helping people have more fun in their lives. But, yeah, I've always known that. Now, I did have a couple of people ask some questions. You know how you talk about the ability to read people and send messages and all that? Did you have that right from when you were young and you weren't able to figure out what it was, or did you develop it over time?
No, as a child of 5, I was in the bed. I was in the room when my grandfather died. And my grandmother taught, very Catholic, strong Catholic background, and she kept saying the angel was going to come and take my granddad. Well, an angel, she had this huge picture on the wall with a huge, beautiful angel, big wings. And now, as a 5-year-old, I decided I had to be in that room because I wanted to see the angel that was going to take him. Well, he had asthma and he was gasping for breath, and I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden he sits up, and a whole group of people come behind him, and he stands up and he smiles and they embrace, and then they go through the wall. All right, now this was something I saw. It was like having two grandpas there. One was on the bed, and the other went through the wall. And then, of course, he died. And I'm so disappointed because I go out there after he died. Everybody left the room. And I looked at my mother, and I said, you know something? The angel didn't take Grandpa. He went with a lot of people. So I was already, at the age of 5, being able to see in that other dimension.
Okay. But you didn't quite know what it was. You just knew that he had left.
That's right. That's right. And as a Catholic, sometime the funerals were held in the church. We had to go to Mass every Sunday. I mean, every day before we went to the classroom. And if there was a funeral, it would always confuse me because the casket was up there, and there would be a man standing there, or a woman if it was the body of a woman, and just looking around, and nobody else could see her. I would say, look at that lady standing there by the casket. Even, as I was going, nobody would see her. And what it was, and later on this can be humorous or it can be a sick joke, but I then made the determination they would come to their own funeral to see how popular they were or how many people were there. This, really and truly. Because later on, when I got to know the people that were in the casket.
When you were older.
Yeah, when I was older, yes, And then I could communicate with these people. And they would say, I'm waiting for so-and-so or whatever. And then sometime they would leave. That there would be earthbound maybe for a little while, and then they'd be gone because the wife would say, it seemed like he was in the bedroom at night. Well, he was. And lingering, why, I don't know. And then they would go off into whatever concept they had, heaven, hell, purgatory, or in Indians go to their happy hunting ground. But that's just in that next dimension. As we are in an evolutionary process, we continue to evolve into different levels of consciousness. And this physical body is just a vehicle for planet Earth, which is a learning experience is what the planet is here. So that's why you choose to come down here. You choose your parents. I have found all this out when I am dealing with children. And so self-awareness, right now, today, I think the most important thing, and you can have your contests and you can win your prizes. Why not? You deserve the best. They're out there.
It's fun, too.
Yes, definitely. But later on, when you get real serious, and then you want to have more answers, what makes me tick, click, and sick? Why am I mad, sad, glad, or bad? You ask yourself these questions, and then all of a sudden, books appear, people appear, and then that's when I got very, very serious working with this energy. And when I do my blueprints, this is very interesting because I work with your numbers, that's all. And I'm on my computer, and I'm talking about you, and I do the cards for you, every aspect of you. And then I ask, before I mail the blueprint out, I sit and say, is there anything else this person needs to know? And if somebody appears, it's not somebody I recognize, so I then know it belongs to you, belongs to this person that I'm working with. And then I sit there, and it's like they dictate. Tell them this, tell them that, tell them this. And I may write a whole page on what you're to look at or what you're to think about. And then I feel good, and then I send it out. And last week I sent one to a doctor in Hong Kong.
Wow.
Yeah, all over the world. I mean, it's just been amazing. And I do know advertising. It's a word-of-mouth thing. And usually when they get my book, order my book, I put in a slip and I talk about it. I mean, this is available. My other books are available. Or here's my blueprint available. So that's what I like to do now. Love it. It's like the person is right here with me, and we're having a conversation.
Oh, how fun.
Yes. And then also, you indicated that you would like to spend some time with me. Well, we can make that available after it's convenient in the fall. And by then I should have my other house available over here that I used as a dormitory. I have sort of closed that up, but anytime I meet somebody that's very, very sincere and interested, I consider them to come in and share my concepts, to be accepted or rejected, because I'm not a fanatic on anything. I can watch you and I can see from body language if you're accepting it or if you're ready for it. And I can tell you things that I don't know. I sent you an email earlier when I was talking about Dr. Joseph Murphy, Powers of the Subconscious Mind, very good friend of mine, and he's written a book because former Catholic priest decided to leave the order and decided to make P-tapes, personalized tapes for people, because he knew it was so important to program yourself. And then it would help you in all areas, whether it was for healing, self-confidence, a project you were going, and he did this with tapes. But his story, how he accomplished this fabulous house and everything, he never mentioned it in any of his books, because he said they would say I was a witch. And he said, but I can talk to you. And he was my guest several times. So many times I can talk to people that are on my wavelength, if you want to call it that.
Mm-hmm.
And, we have so much in common, and we learn from each other. And he was very, very open. Norman Vincent Peale insisted he come to meet me. And,
wow.
And Dr. Peale also wrote about me in several of his books and in his magazines. He said she has the ability and to selected, protected, expected. He didn't use those words, but he said she does. She knows what she wants, and she stays with it. And that's why Murphy did the tapes. You know, how to be healthy, or how to be wealthy, or how to be whatever you wanted to do. And he had a selection of tapes. And taping is very, 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 very important and can be very successful, especially in healing. If you have a physical challenge and it is a discomfort and it's a nagging thing and you dwell on it, well, you dwell on it to such a point that it's dormant. You don't let it heal unless you're constantly saying, heal, heal, heal. And then things start happening. Yes, go to your medical doctor. Get his opinion. And whatever it is that he recommends, and then make it work for you. So your thoughts are very, very, very important in all areas of life.
So whatever you want, whether it's health or wealth or love or prizes.
Yes. It has to come from, first of all, mind over matter. And that's the reason that I wrote my second book. I wrote Other Realms, which was so far out that I think I only had 2,000 copies, and after they sold, I thought, this is too far out for these people. It can scare the hell out of them, first of all, or they're not interested because, they're not ready to really and truly get into the spiritual aspect of themselves. And so when I do get orders for blueprints, I'm always looking for 7s and 9s. 6s are very good too. So you have a 9.
Oh, I'm doing well then, because I have the 1 and then 9 and then another 9 and then a 6 and a 7.
You're right on target. In other words, you are following your mission. And your little friend Joe, Vital, he has the 9 too. And he has the 3 as being a writer. You have the 5 and he has the 5. So he's the adventurer.
Funny.
Yes. You kids have a lot in common.
Well, I do love his books. I have to say that I really started to get into this focused energy when I was reading his book, and I got halfway through I was halfway through the book, and he talked about rewriting out your goals, and I guess I did focus my energy because I rewrote them out, and I was feeling very lucky. And that day I went to the stopped off and bought a lottery ticket. I phoned my husband. He was visiting his parents, and I said, okay, go buy 2 quick picks and an encore, because I figured if the universe is sending me money, I didn't have to worry about the numbers. And I hit, and I did the same, and I hit 5 out of 6 numbers, and I won $2,100, and I was shaking because I was at the lottery kiosk, and I handed the woman the ticket. I was so busy. I had my daughter in one hand and groceries in the other, and I handed her the ticket. I said, can you check this? And the machine, does this little music, and she says, oh, I can't give you this. It's too much. And I'm thinking, too much? How much is too much?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I have really liked Joe's techniques.
Yes.
Since I hadn't even finished the book, I thought, wow, imagine if this is what halfway through does, what's the next, the rest of the book going to be like? So, and I read his newest one. I really like his stuff. I'm recommending Helen's books to everyone, but also if you haven't read any of Joe Vitale's stuff, definitely.
We're friends. He called. I did his blueprint. He sent me all his books.
Oh, aren't they wonderful? I love them.
Yes. And he put me on his blog, and he had 902 responses.
Holy!
Yes.
902. Wow.
Well, see, he's benevolent. He's the 9, which is the humanitarian. He was born in December the 29th, which is an 11, a master number, but he has the 3 in December, which he has this ability to write, to express, and to teach. So he's following all the numbers here. See,
yeah, because he wrote the original hypnotic marketing book.
Yes. So he knows. He's tuned in. And you have the 9, he has the 9. That's very, very, very interesting. So, yeah, anytime I know anybody, total stranger, and they'll call and I say, do you mind if you tell me if I ask you your birthday? And the minute they tell me, I go click, click, click. Okay, this is it. I don't impose my concepts on them, but I know who I'm dealing with,
That's pretty funny. Now, I had someone ask a question. Hang on, let me just go back up now. Someone wanted to know if you've ever come across any mean spirits, because you said you had some good spirits with your grandfather. Obviously, seeing him, he was a good spirit, and the people that came to get him, they're obviously good spirits. But have you ever had anything where there was mean spirits?
Not to my knowledge. If you're in a very depressed mood, people in that vibration will hang around you and make you more depressed. So it's snap out of it, or you have the ability to put a protective light around you, and that's been on for years and years, and you don't need any of that. If you're seeing in another dimension and you see something that frightens you, it may be a thought form, and it may be something you created. But nevertheless, you want it out. You see, I'll tell you what, a lot of the people that see in that other dimension, they actually create thought forms. They create thought forms. And you have to learn to discern, is it truly a thought form, or is it someone coming by their own volition to instruct me, and you listen to what's going on. Another thing I want to bring out is because if you are having this ability to see in other dimensions, be very careful. Just because people are dead does not mean they're smart. And I'm serious. Think about it real often, because let's say your loved ones, one makes a transition, and they hang around you, and they're it's not going to make them smarter because they died. And if they can project to you some thoughts and things, and you think they know more, forget it. In seance rooms, this happens very, very often. When you go there to talk to your loved ones, hell, I spent 3 weeks in seance rooms in England, and boy, did I learn from that one. Most of those people that came in, they were elderly, and they were wanting some information about their loved ones that had made their transition. And so each time the medium chose someone, say, is Rima here, or is Betty here, or whatever, I would check and see the person behind the medium, and I could describe in detail and what was happening. The woman that wanted to talk to her husband, she was creating a thought form. And the medium was very good at reading your mind, and so she would accommodate you. So until you know these things, you're going to be led down the garden path.
Okay, because you know who's got a good book on that might help people learn? Sonia Cochette has written several books, and one of them that I finished reading this year was called Ask Your Guides. And she talks about that very thing, about one woman who was getting messages from her mother, but when her mother was alive, her mother drove her nuts. And she was still doing it in the afterlife, and she had to learn how to let that go and cut that off. So, yeah, that's a very good book. It's I have Sonia's link on my website in the resource section under Attracting Luck if anybody wants to go look it up. She wrote a book called Ask Your Guides, so that way people can learn a little more.
Yes, yeah. Well, listen, I told you I was going to digress, and you want to get back to the contesting?
Well, I think this is much more interesting, and I run the show, and and you know what? I'm watching people's messages online. They are not missing the contesting at all. Everyone's saying, please tell her we love her so much. So you've had so many messages like that, I couldn't even list them all to tell you how many people said comments like that about you. So I just wanted to pass that on.
Well, I appreciate this. All the love you can get just makes you more comfortable and satisfied and tranquil. I just love it. I'm almost a recluse out here, and my favorite, of course, is getting on the email and last night I had one from Vietnam, and they just ask questions. In Hungary, Sunday, I had one from a girl in Hungary. So they come, and as I said, I think after they read Joe's blog and they know my email address, they just make contact. And I answer all my emails because I'm not one of the movie stars that wants to get in seclusion, and that's not my point. If I can help them to help themselves, that's my purpose, and that's your purpose. And you're doing a very, very good job of sharing all of your techniques to winter contests. But you can go a step further and share some of these things about it does not have to apply all to winning, because it can apply to anything. It can apply to loving a person, caring a person, healing a person. So you're right on the right track, kid.
Yeah, I've got a couple more books in me. I know that. I want to do one for the marketers, and I want to do one just on expanding the Attracting Luck chapter, so it would, of course, just like you said, expand out to include all areas of your life. I did have one question. Someone wants to know if someone's doing a movie of your life.
Yes, there is there is rather not a movie, a documentary. Dr. Laszlo has done a number of CDs, but they're in Hungary, and I can't even translate. I have him here, and he's written all my books also in Hungarian.
Well, then we'll talk, because my mother-in-law is Hungarian, so maybe we'll be able to fix you up there.
Well, it's just all it is, somebody read my book, and they put it on a CD and read it in Hungarian.
Oh, I see.
So the people could relate to it. That's it.
Oh, so it's just translated.
Yes, So periodically, if I have a real thought, I email him, and he uses it with his students, which is very nice. I don't need any remuneration. I do it because I want to. So anybody that is sincere, I always share with my ideas, my concepts. And yes, let's see, about 5 years ago, there was a producer that also was from Hungary, and she came here with her writer from England and wrote a screenplay. And that screenplay she has been trying to sell, but there's never been enough revenue in the Hollywood areas to film it. But in the meantime, she has her studios in Hungary, so she did a documentary. But,
okay.
And I guess it's in Hungarian. But see, things like that, I don't follow through. I just say, okay, if it's going to help somebody over there to help themselves, who cares? I mean, let her do it. And I contact her periodically, and that's it. But right now, my goal is, as I said, to have this Man Called Friday as a screenplay, or as a story, or as an ongoing thing on either Lifetime or Hallmark. Because
we'll get everyone to put their energy towards it. So everybody listening, we need you to put a little bit of your energy. Think about all these people, hundreds and hundreds of people. Focus their energy towards Helen and have her book made into a screenplay for Hallmark or Lifetime. That's what we're going to help her do. Everyone's going to help you. There you go.
Okay. And everybody that is listening, I'm going to project that they win the prize they're now seeking for. I hope it's one prize. I hope it's, do one thing at a time, children. Do one focus at a time. And you're going to give it more energy that way.
You know what's really funny when you said that? I tell my daughter when she wants me to do all this stuff, I tell her all the time, I can only do one thing at a time. Yet then I don't even follow my own advice when it comes to contesting or some of my other goals. And it never occurred to me to do the same thing. Mom can only do one thing at a time.
Yes. You're missing a bit there. And it is. I mean, one thing at a time. Then when that comes, then I start another thing. Then I start another thing. And when I wanted to win this trip to be France on my 40th birthday, drinking wine at a sidewalk cafe, that little anecdote is in my Name It and Claim It game book. Well, the first time I sent it off, and that was I saw myself drinking wine at a sidewalk cafe on my 40th birthday. And the first thing I won was an organ, a Hammond electric organ. And I just got hysterical because I said one of the judges read my entry, and what he thought was, she doesn't need to go there, she needs therapy, because my entry was, I'm curious to find out if a pooped couple with 3 kiddos can recapture the rapture of springtime ecstasy in their fat 40 frustrated years. So thinking of that, I mean, he thought, God, she needs therapy. I'll just send her this electric organ, which was second prize. I kept that same 25 words and send it in, and then the next time I won my trip to France, Paris, France. So it can get funny at times, you know. Judges have a sense of humor. They're the ones that dictate, but I never gave up, because on my 40th birthday, I was sitting at a sidewalk cafe with my husband drinking wine. And yes, you can recapture the rapture of springtime ecstasy, even if you're fat, 40, and frustrated.
Well, that's good to know. I just want to remind everybody listening that I can't be the contest queen without having a contest. So this week's prizes, I have 2 more CDs to give away from Ron Moore, who sings in the key of Elvis. And if you want to win them, email me at carolyn@contestqueen.com with CD in the subject line, and put your name and address in there so it's easy for me to mail your prize if you win. And I'll get that off. So is there anything else you wanted to talk about? I mean, I could talk all day to you, but we won't. That just means I have to have you on as a guest again.
Well, I think we covered the bases, didn't we? Yeah.
I think we did. So basically, it comes down to if one wants to win a specific thing, focus on that one specific thing.
That's
and
right.
Enter any promotion that has that particular prize as an offering. So if you want to say win a car, don't enter, things to win DVDs and gift baskets and that. Just enter the car contest.
Yes, that's what I would recommend. And of course the motto, SPEF, SPEC. And if you remember that slogan, selected, projected, expected, collected. And that's the secret, if there's a secret.
That is a good secret.
Uh-huh.
Well, now it's not a secret because you just told it to everybody.
No longer a secret, okay? But it is. I mean, it's a powerful, powerful method.
Well, thank you very much. And we'll talk again ourselves.
Okay. Well, whenever you feel inclined to call me, I'm here. And if I'm not, I'll be here later on. And I really enjoyed sharing with your group.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm sure that I'm going to start getting emails from people saying, I cut out all those frivolous promotions and I focused on, winning that trip to, Italy, or I really wanted a new car and I focused on that, or I wanted, whatever it is that they want, and that's what they got.
Well, that would be the secret, children. Take my word for it, because it worked for me, and I'm not anybody special, but that's the way I won everything I ever wanted. Okay?
Well, thank you so much again. Okay, bye.
I'll hang up. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Luck is kind of a funny thing. If you believe it, you can have it. There's no stopping what luck can bring. There's no rules. Everything is magic. If you believe in luck, life is easy enough.
Blog Talk Radio.
Luck is kind of a funny thing. If you believe it, you can have it. There's no stopping what luck can bring. There's no rules. Everything is magic. If you believe in luck, life is easy enough.
Hello, and you are tuned into With the Contest Queen, where the winning begins, with myself, Carolyn Wellman. It is Friday, October 9th, and we have a very special guest, Helen Hadsell. Now, before we talk to Helen, let me tell you about what we're giving away on this episode. Divine.ca has donated a sweatshirt, and I'll be letting everyone know how to win later in the show. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Helen. Helen Hadsell is living proof, not only of her own dynamic philosophy, but of the entire New Thought movement. Her emphasis is on successful living through right thinking. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale wrote about her success in his books and articles, and Dr. Joseph Murphy, who authored books on the power of the subconscious mind, was a friend that encouraged Helen to keep writing and sharing her experiences in the physical, mental, and spiritual dimensions. Jose Silva, founder of the Silva Mind method of mind training, inspired her to research and to investigate subjects on self-awareness, or as Helen likes to call it, self-I-awareness, and mind over matter techniques. She has traveled all over the United States, Europe, and South America, and Helen was a very popular speaker in the 1970s and 80s, giving seminars on mind control, positive thinking, and the spiritual realm. She has authored several best-selling books, and among them, The Name It and Claim It Game, which tells through how positive action she won almost every contest she ever entered, including winning a home in Irving, Texas. In 1986, she founded Delta Sciences, and you can find that at deltasciences.com. It's DELTASCIENCES.com. And for all the links, make sure you sign up to my newsletter, and all the links to everything we discuss on in the show will be there. She had a retreat center and had people come from all over the world. She had guests from England, Switzerland, Hungary, and Peru, as well as every state in the United States. She even had an ambassador from Trinidad stay for a week. How exciting. At the age of 85, she's semi-retired and lives quietly in Alvarado, Texas, on 5 acres in the country. She continues to write and does blueprints daily. She has many exciting anecdotes she would like to share. Helen, thank you so much for being a guest on my show again.
Well, I'm here, ready to chat.
Ready to chat. Now, one of the interesting things that you talk about that pertains to, of course, my audience, the people that like to enter sweepstakes, is the spec method that you coined. And what I have found is, since the last time you've been on to this show, that a lot of people love your technique, but I think they also falter with it because it doesn't always work for them. So what I'd like to do is do a review of what spec is so we can teach the new listeners, and then go over maybe some of the things that people do wrong, or the mistakes or the little bits that trip them up, so we can help them get over those hurdles and use your techniques properly, and so that they too can have what they want come into their lives.
Great. Okay, you want me to get started on that?
Yeah, so tell people, what exactly is spec?
Okay, spec is meaning selected, projected, expected, collected. And that's a small term, so, I mean, it's easily memorable. All right, when you, first of all, when you select it, there's a goal. You have to get a goal to get started, and there's many ways that you can, what I call projected and expected. But let's get on with, first of all, selected. We all have our wants and our needs, and so what do you decide? What is important now? And it can be anything. It can be material, mental, and spiritual, whatever you're tuned in with. Then, all right, you have that, and sometime you can put up little poster boards to remind yourself, or you can tack up words or whatever. And, one of the things that I have found, when I am going to do a projection, when I have a particular thing I'm working on, the best time to program for me. If I watch television, I turn it off and don't listen to the commercials. And this is a wonderful opportunity. Another one is when you're driving, and just put that up there. See, what we're working with here is energy. The more energy that you project to something, the faster it comes to manifestation. And this is where people many times can get discouraged. They project something, and they go through all the formalities, and now they're wanting to collect it, but nothing happened. Don't feel bad. There can be a delay in results. This is the way I explain it. And so you just don't have enough energy, kids. So stay with it. And when you get discouraged and say, well, it's not going to work, or they're rigged, contests are rigged, or millions of people entered it, that's being negative. And what you've done when you say that, you've nullified all that good energy. Sometimes, and I'm going to brag here, sometimes I project something and it happens in a day or two, and I squeal with delight because, see, I never know how much energy I have projected toward that end result. Sometimes it takes 3 months, sometimes 6 months, but it's not that important to me, because if I am really and truly excited about something, I'm going to stay with it until something happens. I'll give you an example that just happened last week. I was at the grocery store and I picked up a magazine called The Sun, S-U-N. It's a national publication, and it always is quoting Notre Dame did this, the end of the world is coming, all of the negative things to stimulate, and people pick it up and are really, really disconglomerated with all of the doom and gloom that's on. Well, I picked it up, came home and read it, and I thought, there's so much doom and gloom in this. I think I'm just going to write them a letter, and I'm going to tell them about spec. And I'm going to say, why don't you upbeat this place, magazine, give me a page or whatever, and here's my book, here's my spec technique, and you can use it. And this was on a Wednesday, I believe it was. Well, I sent it out, and then what I kept seeing, was a full page that they devoted to spec. That's all I wanted, was to uplift these people that read this doom and gloom. Well, Monday morning, got an email and said, we're accepting your article, and send us a photograph of yourself for your story. Well, that was an opportunity for me to squeal with delight, because, my God, that was less than a week when I already had collected it. Now, when I say collected, because now the story has been accepted. Now, it may be a month or two before it's actually published, because they have their stories backlogged. But that's not important. They did accept it. And this is something that, okay, now I have an opportunity to go ahead and see it. Not as a half page, I'm on a whole page, because I have some good material there, and I think it will uplift people. So that is my recent, what I call, projection.
Okay, so I just wanted, so the minute that, for you, the minute that they say, yes, we're printing it, you consider that collected?
Yes, I do, yes.
Okay. So you selected your goal was to be in this publication.
Yes.
Then you projected it, so you imagined a whole page, and you fully expected them to call. You just didn't know when.
Yeah.
And you got an email 4 days late. Well, I guess if you bought it on, a Wednesday. And then for Monday, that's 4 business days. So 4 business days later, they contacted you. So it manifested in less than a week.
Yes. And what I did here, when I read the magazine, after I read it and wrote the letter, and I write some upbeat stuff. I'll say, I'll start out and say, "Dear editor, how does this grab you?" And so now I have his attention. And I'll say, "Your doom and gloom magazines that I pick up periodically, I think you need some upbeat material." And this is all I said in my query letter. But I send my book and I send the article that I've written on spec. And that was it. Then the next opportunity I had was, let's project it. Well, I had to go to town, which is 12 miles away, and all the while driving, I listen to soft music, but I also see them accepting it. I didn't know that they were going to contact me for a picture, but I see it already in the magazine. That's my end result.
So for someone using the example of a trip to project it, you'd want to have them imagine themselves on the beach or walking through Paris, or, well, actually we can use Paris as an example because you use this technique to actually be sitting in Paris on your 40th birthday.
Right, yes. And drinking wine at a sidewalk cafe.
So that's what you held in your head, that image.
Yes. I started that the first of the year, that I wanted to be there on June the 1st, my birthday. And in the interim, I had, been entering contests like the contest queen enters, So I only chose at that time, there were lots of contests. And when, there's a difference between a contest and a sweepstake. That doesn't matter because I've won sweepstakes also. But the contest is you're writing 25 words or less. Where in the world you want to go and why? Okay, I wrote that. Where I want to be in Paris, France, drinking wine, etc. And so in the meantime, about February, I got a notice that my 25 words were being considered for a major prize. And when you do that, you have to sign a notary, and you're legitimate, or they do a phone call or whatever. And lo and behold, I won a Hammond electric organ. And I got real hysterical because, I'm not that musically inclined. But I said, they're probably telling me something because my 25 words were so offbeat. I said, they probably read it and thought I needed therapy. What I wrote in my 25 words was, I'm curious to find out if a pooped couple with 3 kiddos can recapture the rapture of springtime ecstasy in their fat 40 frustrated years. That's all I wrote. And so one of the judges that ordered, probably it was from another Del Monte or ketchup there, read it and thought, this woman needs therapy. And they decided to give me the second prize in that contest. First prize was the trip, but they decided to give me the Hammond electric organ. And when it came, I had also 6 months of free lessons locally. And my husband got so excited about this. He's the one that went every Saturday to take organ lessons and became proficient in playing the organ. So I didn't need the therapy he did, evidently. But that was
at least it didn't go to waste, and someone had a lot of fun with the prize.
Yeah, that was a fun session. I won another organ, and this one I donated to a church that, sometime you win a major prize, somebody calls and says, what are you going to do with it? And this was a local church that had just started. And I said, well, you can have the organ. So I donated that because I don't need 2 organs.
No, that was very generous.
Well, that was a fun thing. Yes.
I like sharing prizes, too.
Yes,
I think it feels good when you share what you've won with people that, enjoy it.
Oh, yes. The one year that I wanted to, everything was an electric fry pan. That was years and years ago. And I told my husband, don't buy me a fry pan for my Christmas because I know I'm going to win these fry pans because I entered contests, and at that time there were a lot of fry pans. And Christmas, naturally, he bought me a fry pan because what else could the guy buy me? I had everything, and he was going to surprise me. And then in the next month, I won 3 fry pans.
That's funny.
Absolutely. So I gave them away, as gifts. But it's funny. It's so exciting, not only to look forward to things, but to say, now what do I want next? What do I need? And this applies not only to material things, but to physical things, spiritual things. Many times I want an answer for some particular question, and I use the SPEC formula there also. So I get my answer in dreams or in books, or if somebody calls me. It is absolutely probably the best technique you can use for getting things that you want or the things that you need.
Well, let's go through each step again and maybe review some of the things that people do wrong, because I think one of the things that I found is select it. How specific are you when you pick? Because the famous story I have is a woman who emailed me and she said, I asked the universe for a trip south, and in her mind, she was thinking the Caribbean. She was picturing herself on a beach, but she didn't ask for a trip to the beach. She asked for a trip south, and she wanted a trip to Antarctica. So the universe gave her exactly what she asked for. You can't get any more south than Antarctica. So when you're asking, or selecting in this case, how specific are you?
Well, now, see, I wanted Paris, France, and I won the Hammond electric organ. But when the prize came, I was sitting there, and actually the prize was in my husband's name. It was from a men's contest, and it was just at the very last minute. But when he says, where in the world do you want to go and why, I put that, I had another contest that was masculine because it was not the same thing, because this was geared for a woman. But he won it, and in this contest that he won, it said, where do you want to go? And they named off 6 places. So actually, indirectly, I won the prize to Paris due to writing 25 words for another sponsor.
Okay, so you just focus on the end result. You don't focus on the how.
Yes. And so, when I won the house, I decorated inside mentally. I had the floor plans laid out, everything, before they even told me that I was the winner. And so these are fun things. And fortunately, my husband is was very supportive. And he drew up the plans, and we sat there in the evening and, laid out the whole schematic for the house. So when they would let us know we won, we would act surprised, because they expected you to be surprised.
That's like seeing your Christmas presents before.
Yes,
Before before Christmas Day.
Yeah, and it's so much fun, especially if you have children or you have somebody that is in need, and they sit there and they say they want this or what. Something funny happened last week. There's a new movie, there's a new sitcom coming out called Sherry, and this is that black woman that's been on The View with Barbara Walters, and she started her new sitcom, and they did a preliminary thing the other night for one of her segments, and she was complaining. The 3 of them were sitting there having coffee and complaining that they hadn't had any fun lately. And she said, well, listen, let's draw a map. And I read an article that you can project for something And then the next scene, they were all sitting around the table pasting pictures on a sheet of paper and writing out what they wanted as their end result. And, of course, that segment, they all got their end result at the end of it, which was, a little unreal, but it was a sitcom, and they had to have, beginning and a middle and an ending of it. But it was a fun thing, and I was elated that they had spent that much time sharing with people what is it you want, and they wrote it down, and they had magazines there where they cut out their pictures. This one woman wanted a husband, so she got a very handsome man and pasted it up, and she had these qualifications. And when I was listening to it, I thought, as a qualification for a husband or a mate or somebody, I would always say with like interests, because that's always important. When you get a little more specific, you're going to take him exactly the way he is. You can't change him. Don't ever try that. But you can understand him, and you can encourage him, and you can love him. And it's not 100% perfect, because nobody is. But when you learn to understand where they're coming from and not quarrel or not want to be in a power mode that you have to tell them what to do or whatever, that's not where it's at. Just enjoy what you have, and so he's good looking from the back or whatever. Because many times, and I have this weird sense of humor. You know I do.
I love your sense of humor.
Yeah, yeah. Because I see somebody and I'll say, look at him, and I won't be surprised. And I said, you got to be better looking from the back. And I turn them around. It's a joke, lighten them up and get them where they're comfortable. And, like Jose used to say, I never know what you're going to say. And I would answer him by saying, neither do I until it comes out, But be spontaneous. Let life be a daring adventure.
Yeah, that's one of the things that you say all the time that I love, because it's true.
Yeah.
Now, we have one of our listeners has typed out a question, and I'm going to read it to you, and I think right away I've learned from you. I want to answer a little bit first. She says, I desperately want to win a kitchen makeover contest. There is one that is currently running, so how does she go about this? And she says, it's a daily entry, and I can picture this as my kitchen, but I don't know what else to try. And right away, when I see that, I see the word desperately, and I think she needs to banish the desperation, because doesn't the word desperate push it away from you energetically?
No, that's a form of energy.
Oh, that's okay?
It's a form of energy, yes. Uh-huh.
Okay.
I want it so bad I can taste it. I'm in my kitchen, and I'm using these appliances, and I'm standing there, and I'm so excited about this. Oh, look at the room I have. And if there is a specific floor plan for the kitchen that she's wanting, I would make the floor plan. I would see myself in front of the kitchen, especially put a window there so you can look out, and just have the thing and just feel comfortable with it, or put a pie in the oven. Right now I want double ovens, which I had in my home, and I love double ovens. So you can be very, very down specific if you can, draw your own plans for it. But always see yourself as having it and feeling elated that you're in the kitchen.
Okay, so she needs to get excited.
Yes, These are energy things that you are projecting for your end result. Energy's the key here.
Now here's the other. Oh, I'm sorry, Helene.
Yes, but how often are you seeing that end result? And again, repeat it over and over and over again. Just have that picture in your mind, and then driving the car, in between, sitting on the commode at night, can't fall asleep at night. All of these opportunities are there to give you more energy for your end results. Don't ever miss a bet. And, sometimes you say, well, she's getting paranoid, Not really, because there's so many mundane things you have to do. And so when you have an opportunity, you can only think of one thing at a time. And if it's tedious, like vacuuming the floor and so forth, that's another opportunity. So I just find these little opportunities and use them to energize whatever I want.
Yeah, there's an expression, so like the zen of raking, this repetitive task is very zen-like. So anything that you're doing is repetitive, you use that opportunity to project.
Sure, yes. And I get emotional and I can feel it, contented, happy, all these good feelings that go with it.
Okay, now here's another question. Should she care where this kitchen makeover comes from? And the reason I ask is, so say she's entering for this particular kitchen makeover, but what she wants is a kitchen makeover, so maybe she shouldn't care if it's this kitchen makeover or she wins the money to do it, or, there's...
No, I see. Here's an opportunity.
Okay.
If they're giving a prize for a kitchen makeover.
Okay.
But there's other prizes for money. I had that same thing happen to me. I wanted a new stove, and I entered that General Electric thing, and there were so many prizes, and I wanted the stove, and just kept projecting, and finally the prizes. I had a contest club here in Dallas, and they had all won their prizes, and I didn't win a thing, and I was kind of down and thought, okay, maybe I hadn't projected enough energy. But in the meantime, a day or two later, I got a $1,000 check, a spray paint contest that I entered, and they were sending $1,000 as prizes. And I laughed, and I got elated, and I said, oh, here is my stove. I thought I was supposed to get it from GE, but this spray paint contest gave me $1,000. So I went and bought the stove, exactly the brown stove. I mean, everything was going to be copper, and that's what I wanted. And I was just standing there admiring it when I had this letter from GE, and they said they were sorry that they had misplaced, or they hadn't notified me, and they found out this is belated, but here was my prize for a washer dryer, for whatever I wanted. And so it was a stove. So anyway, when the district manager called me, and I said, well, I just bought a stove. And he said, well, if you had gotten the GE, well, I got one at Sears because it was cheaper. But he said, for the same difference, what is it that you want in GE appliances? And that's when I won a new washer and dryer. I didn't need it, but at least I got the stove, is what I'm trying to tell you. So I got it from the spray paint contest.
So she should just focus on the kitchen.
Yeah. She should focus on her kitchen and don't doubt where it's coming from, because, yes, there would be an opportunity there if there's a contest running, but there are other contests that have money that you can utilize and put it in the kitchen.
So she should just focus on the kitchen. So that's the projecting it. So I think this is where most people get tripped up, and I think I've gotten tripped up on the expecting it. I've known myself to get very anxious when I don't see something. I love to see something instantly. I think us younger folk who, are so used to, the quick TV and the internet and, fast food, and if something doesn't show up in 3 minutes, it's, where is it?
Yeah.
So do you think people get tripped up on the expected? They don't have enough patience with it, and they need to trust more that the universe is shuffling the pieces and give them a little time?
Yes, I had an email the other day, which is kind of interesting. She's sending off for some kind of a email, where you sign your name, etc. And she said the prizes were, I think, 10,000, so forth, but it was on a month. It was going to run all month. And she said she submitted all her entries in, but she says, and yesterday I won $100, and I'm disappointed because I didn't win 10,000. And I said, well, if the contest is still going, I says, keep on entering it. They have to see what's wonderful about entering contests. They're never rigged. Just to get that out of your mind. They're not rigged because you're dealing with they're very well monitored. And when they make a decision, and it's especially on the radio or television or for promotional purposes, they have to abide by the rules because they don't want to be sued or anything. And so sometimes when they say you can enter as often as you like, and you can win as often as you like, then for heaven's sake, if she's waiting for $10,000, but you got 100, which is okay, but I would continue to enter that one. So that's what I shared with her. I said that would be what I would do. I don't enter, in emails because I have other things to do. I've got articles to write and blueprints to print up here, and so I don't want to take the time. But if you have the time, that's an excellent way to get your end result. Carolyn's good at that. You like to enter that kind of a contest.
I like to enter all kinds of contests, and I like to teach people how to do it because it's so much fun when not just I win, but all my new contest buddies win.
Yes. Oh, yes. Anytime I hear, I get elated. I really and truly do. And as I say, I even offer help with energy. Anytime anybody emails me and say, I've got to do this, would you send me energy? Why, heavens, yes. And we know energy. You're sending energy. And, if you can see auras at sometime way in the past, I went to one of the weekend retreats where you were taught how to look at auras, etc. And we did projections there, and we could actually see energy. Another thing, when I was in Russia at one of the conferences, and the woman up front had requests for healing, and there was one woman, and you had to be there to experience it because it was awesome. This woman was up front, and she was one of the top people that was able to send healing energy. And this woman was in a wheelchair in the back of the room, and I'd say that was 50 or 75 feet back of the room. But she wanted to have to be more comfortable, and she sent this energy. And I was sitting in the aisle there, and I actually saw red energy, just like a flashlight, is what it reminded me, going to this woman's foot. And I sat there and I turned to the other woman and I said, "Did you see that energy that came from her?" And most of the people don't. But when you're really serious about studying the auric field around people, then you can automatically see energy. That's why if they're mad, sad, glad, or bad, I can see that when they come into into my room here. But anyway, I was elated that the energy, and there's not a particular distance as it has to be in the room. It can go forever. And at a recent convention at Laredo, the Silva Method Training, they had their convention in Austin in August, and they had a scientist and a physicist, and really and truly a big name. I don't even recall his name, but he was talking about projecting energy, and he had done research and said, yes, definitely, this energy can come out of a person and go, in that sort of like flashlight that I had experienced so long time ago. So yes,
Wow.
I'll give you energy. Yeah, I send energy, and even feeling better. One of the gals stubbed her toe a couple of weeks ago, and she called and she said, I'm in utter agony. Can you help me heal it? And I said, sure thing, Annie. I said, just put your feet up and you've got my energy. And then the day later, she said, I'm able to put my shoe on. So she really banged up one of her toes. So she's okay. So yes, send energy. Send anytime anybody asks you. And don't ever deprive anybody and say, well, we're in competition. The only competition, lovely people, is with yourself. So give it, the more energy you give, the more you have.
Well, I tell people there are so many contests running in the United States and Canada right now, it's impossible to enter them all.
Sure. So take advantage. Like I'm sending Carolyn energy to get over her little raspy throat.
I know, my voice. There's enough prizes for everybody.
Sure. Okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. So I think we've covered it all. And I want to know, has anybody got any questions? Any other people in the chat room have any questions? No, I don't think we do. So I will hold on and tell people how we can win. Helen, why don't you tell them your favorite quote?
Well, I there's a lot of quotes. My quote is, life is either daring adventure or nothing. But I have another one that I think is good. And that's, okay, I'll cover up your mouth. Okay, I want you to know that I cannot teach anyone anything. I can only make them think.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
Yes, that's a good idea, because you can listen, all right, now, if you're starting to think. And I was able, when I was on the lecture circuit up there on the podium, and people would come with their hands folded tight against their stomachs, especially the men. Well, the minute that they opened their hands and sort of shook a little and then tightened it back up, I knew that I had given them something to think. And it was very exciting for me, because I could read the audience. After you talked for so many years and dealing with people, you pretty well get very insightful. And that was always a big plus when I saw people that were thinking now on what I had suggested. You're only getting my opinions. Now do with it what you want to. Okay?
Well, no, we appreciate that. And you know what? I think a lot of people really take to heart what you have to say. So I want to thank you for being my guest today. Okay. And you already gave your favorite quote, and I think it's true, because I think one of the things is that people see life as a struggle, and it's interesting. I've never really seen it that way, and when you use Helen Keller's quote, I knew we were kindred spirits, and her quote is, life is either a daring adventure or it's nothing at all. And I think this whole adventure of entering contests and winning is really tied into, maybe she would have been a contester had she been born nowadays.
Well, evidently she knew how to project, because look what she accomplished being blind. I mean, this is phenomenal. She just learned an awful lot in that lifetime.
She did. And, we talk about your blueprints, and it's not something that people can buy in a store. And so I'm going to just tell everyone, if you want a blueprint, now, Helen is 85. She doesn't put these out like on an assembly line. They do take a bit of time. So be a little patient. But you can go to deltasciences.com, and there's information on all her books and on her blueprints, and you can order them right there. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to tell people how to win the Divine.ca sweatshirt. I love this.
Okay.
I know. We have so many prizes that I love. Every show I give away a prize. It's so fun. It's as fun. I don't know if people realize this. It's as fun for me to give away prizes as it is when I win them. I love giving stuff away. It's so fun. Enter me. So I need people to send an email, and in the subject, I want you to put Divine. And by the way, if you haven't checked out Divine.ca, I know it's a Canadian site, but they have members from all over the world. It's a really great site. So go check out Divine.ca. But in the subject, put Divine, and send the email to enterme@contestqueen.com. So ENTERME @contestqueen.com. And put your name, address, and phone number in the body. So it's really easy for me to get you the prize if you're selected as the winner. Now, everyone can tune in on Monday, October 19th, as my guest will be Valerie Mitchell from Sweeps for Bloggers. And then that's SWEEPS 4 Bloggers. And this is really neat because this is one of the fairly new ways to enter and win is finding, entering, and winning prizes from blog contests, because there's a lot of little tips and tricks that are different on blog contests than they are on regular entry form style contests. So she's going to teach us how to do that. And she also has a lot of really great ones on her website herself. So we're going to talk about that. And Helen, again, thank you for being my guest. And thank you, everyone, for tuning in to With the Contest Queen, where the winning begins.
Are we done?
Hi everyone, this is Vishen Lakiani, and I have a very, very special person on the phone with me right now. Her name is Helen Hadsell, and she's the author of the book Contesting. Now I gotta tell you about Helen. She has done something which most people would say is impossible. Basically, Helen has this weird ability to win every contest she participates in. She's an amazing woman. Joe Vitale, one of the teachers of The Secret, wrote an article on his blog saying, "This is a lady who should have been in The Secret." And in this interview, Helen's going to share the story of her life. She's going to talk about some of the masters that she had the good chance of knowing and studying from, masters such as Jose Silva. And she's going to talk a little bit about her story, about how she developed this, I don't know if you can call it a theory or an art of contesting, but she's going to talk about how she is able to influence reality or call it manufacturing luck when it comes to her life. And she's also going to share a remarkable story of how she ended up writing a book that sold 3 million copies. Helen, how are you?
Absolutely great this evening. Okay, let me start out by, if anybody wants to be a winner, then they should borrow my motto. And my motto is SPEC, S-P-E-C. And what that means is, when you want something, you first select it, project it, expect it, and then you collect it. So it's a very simple thing, because this is really what's worked for me. And it used to be fun. I'd say, well, what do we want? What do we want to win this month? And we would all sit here as a family unit, and let's say we decide to go to Disneyland. All right, we selected it. Now we're projecting it, and then we expect it, and then we collect it. But we'd have to enter a contest that was offering a trip to Disneyland. And there were many, many, many contests there in the early 70s here in the United States You know, sweepstakes contests are where you complete 25 words or less, and that's what I would do. I would write these 25 words, and I had this offbeat sense of humor, because I always feel that life is either a daring adventure or nothing, and I've made it quite daring over the years. And so this is what we would do, and from one thing led to another, and yes, month, I won every contest I entered. I would select maybe first prize, because after a while, you know, you get jaded, and you have enough fry pans or trips or whatever you want. And so my biggest prize was this fabulous, fabulous home that I built in Las Colinas here in Dallas, in the Dallas area. So I guess that was that was my biggest contest prize. After I won that, what else is there? I won a couple of cars, trips wherever I wanted to go, and so forth. And then it wasn't stimulating anymore. It wasn't exciting anymore. And then all of a sudden, this beautiful man appeared in my life, Jose Silva. And when I first met him, he was out here in Fort Worth doing a free lecture. And the first thing, I'm sort of bold, and I was not able to understand his accent. And so during the break, I got up and I said, listen, I said, I'm fascinating with what you're telling us, but you talk too fast. And so he just kind of looked at me, and he said, okay, and then he slowed down. After we got through with his introductory lecture, I was so fascinated with him. I asked him to come home, and I said, come on home and meet my husband, and we'll just have a coffee break. And he accepted, and then he told me, he said he was looking for a sponsor or a secretary to help him get started in getting suitable places so he could teach. I volunteered, and we started in Dallas. And after that, I mean, it was just, we went to Fort Worth, and we went to other towns, and I opened other areas for him. And then I did conventions as one of the key speakers, because now, after you once really and truly have all your physical things, and then you start wondering, am I a special person? Am I a witch? You know, I've been accused of being called a witch. I'm using witchcraft. And I said, no, it's wishcraft. There's a big, big difference here. And so I started out by doing something real, real offbeat. And in my second book that I've written, and it's been published recently, The Confessions of an 84-year-old Sage, I talk about, now I think I want to levitate. Now I think I want to use mental telepathy. Now I want to know the difference between a thought form and a person that comes to you by their own volition, because I can see in other dimensions. And there are a number of people that can do this, so I don't have a brain tumor or I'm not crazy, because I see these people. But now I was wondering, is it a thought form I create? Because this I learned from Jose, because he said many times they're thought forms and you create them. And so in my book, when I do quite an extensive description of how Jose and I worked together, we worked with the thought form, because people would come to us and ask for Jose's help. And I would listen, and I learned so much. So I wanted to prove to myself, so I went to England, sat in seance rooms for 3 weeks, and when I came out of there, I knew that the difference between aberrations and thought forms. In New York, I had a friend, and she said, get on the talk show and tell these people, because I think this is an interesting subject. which I did, and somebody heard me, and that's when I was invited to Russia to present my paper on aberrations and thought forms. I then did experimenting with telepathy. Jose was very, very good receiver in telepathy. I was an excellent sender, and we got to be so proficient. We would do things verbatim. He would know what I was telepathically telling him. I also have a son that's very, very good at this, and it's a fun thing, when you are thinking about a person and you are hoping that they call, or just thinking about them in general, they pick up your message, and if it's positive, creative, and so forth, they may call you, or they may smile and think of you, and they may think it's their idea. So when I was with Jose, we did a very interesting experiment. And my son, as I said, was a good receiver. So I would conjure up things that I'd want him to do, and he would do them. And finally he got wise, and he said, "Mother, is that my idea or yours?" And it usually was my idea. And that's when I said, "Honey, you can accept or reject it." And after a while, he would say, "Well, I got your message, and is this what you wanted?" And we're just, it's just like, so what else is new? When I was with the Silva Method, I would go out to the various centers now that we had around the country where the instructors were. And one weekend I was invited up to Hamilton, Ohio, and there was an instructor up there, and he was called Ken Ogemeyer. And after I did my workshop, and I had written my book, and it had just come out, that was in the early 70s, and he said, "I'd like to go ahead and use your book, and really and truly, I have a plan and a scheme." Well, I looked at him, and he was just a young guy. He lived with his mother. He didn't even have a car, but he had an intense desire, and his desire was to make $1 million so he could go to India. He was very into meditation and the holy men, etc. And he said, "What would you like to do?" And I said, "Well, when I retire, I'd like to buy some property on the lake and build a center where people can come, and a dormitory also, where people can come, and I can teach them self-awareness," because that was where I was very, very interested in. And so he said, "Okay." So I never heard from him, and my book is doing very, very well now because the publisher was impressed with it, and he was selling it for me. I was selling it when I went out on a lecture tour. One weekend, Ken knocked on my door with his brother and his aunt and said, "I'm not going to leave Texas until I get a commitment that I can distribute your book." Well, he didn't have, my husband said I wouldn't even work with him because he doesn't have any money. We don't know anything about him. And that's usually, I'm very, very tuned in with people's vibrations, their voice resonance, their birthday, etc. And this is something that I'm interested in. And I said, "Well, okay, I think I'm going to sign a contract with him." And my husband was still opposed, which was perfectly all right because it was my idea. And all Ken did, he said, "Give me about 4 months, and I'll see what I can do for you." And at that time, the book was very popular, and I had been out of copies, and I'd written a story for a Good Housekeeping magazine, and I was selling 1,000 copies a day from this magazine article. I ran out of books, but my contract said I couldn't print it anymore. So now it's been 4 or 5 months, and my husband is saying, I don't think it is a good idea. One day, Ken called me and said, are you sitting down, Mrs. Hadsell? He said, I took your book and put it on direct mail. I went to the contest judging firms, bought their list of people that enter contests. I sent him a postcard about your winning, and he said, we're selling 1,500 books a day, and this is your this is your commission. So I am telling you, I had to sit down because it was $15,000 at that time. That was very, very nice. And so I went ahead and bought this 5 acres where I'm presently living. I built a dormitory. I built a center, all out of the things that I'd gotten from my book. Every 3 months he'd send me a huge, huge check. And he had plenty of money also. When he had enough money, he said, okay, I'll give him back the book to you, and I'm going to India. It's been we've had a nice encounter, and that was it. So here I have everything that's been paid for. And that was absolutely, I selected it, I projected it, I expected it, and then I collected it, which he did. Another thing, when you are vying for a contest or a prize, there's something else that you need to consider, and that's emotion. Emotion is the energy that causes things to materialize much faster. So if you can get energy, like you can taste it, you can feel it, you can smell the upholstery in the car, if it's a car you want, then it's going to, energy works faster. We're working with energy here. That's all it is. And when you have more intense energy, and then you can manifest faster. Movie stars use this. They call it animal magnetism. But it's an energy thing, and it's enthusiasm, and that makes a winner. Being positive. Now, how does one develop being positive and stay with it? I have something here that I think you ought to consider, because it's something that I teach to my students that come out here for self-awareness. And I always tell them, watch your thoughts. They become words. Watch your words. They become actions. Watch your actions. They become habits. Watch your habits. They become character. And watch your character, for it becomes your destiny. And this is very, very important.
It's a beautiful quote.
You consider this. And another thing with the sense of humor, I always say that how to succeed in life, you only need 3 things. And that's a wishbone, a backbone, and a funny bone. And if you have that, I mean, that's very, very true. And then it's a fun and game. I mean, life is either a daring adventure or nothing. And I've made it daring because I feel that I've been very, very successful in anything I pursue. And I still am doing this. And it's remarkable. I can squeal with delight when something manifests for me. It's just like being a kid again in a candy store when it comes to fruitation, I call it.
What?
Do you have a question? I could talk forever.
Yes,
here.
absolutely. Well, one of the things I wanted to ask you was, you said people come to you, come to where you are located for your training programs. Where exactly are you located right now? I'm sure the audience would love to know.
Yeah, I'm 50 miles from Dallas. Now, 22 miles from the airport.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have guests here anymore, but I've done something in the last 15 years, I do people's blueprints. And I get requests from all over the world. And what I do is all I need is your birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Then I sit here in my computer, and I zap in on you, and I know what makes you tick, click, and get sick. Are you mad, sad, or glad? All of these things come to me, and I do 20 pages of all about you. Everybody wants to know about themselves. They really should, because when you know about yourself, know thyself, and then you can, you're more successful. It's just a more fun thing.
That's interesting. Now, and what do you charge for this?
It's $35 for this entire blueprint. I put it in a photo album so you can review it. And today I had an order for 4 of them, and this is real interesting because more men are ordering it than women. I did Joe, Vital's blueprint, and it was a hoot. He called me, and he said, "My gracious, were you on target?" I saw him. I said, "I knew you when he was we were in Spain together, and he was a monk, and I was a Mother Superior." Now, this is funny. Mother Superior, and he got tired, and he started monkeying around with one of the nuns. And so from that period on, I called him a monk, and evidently he had remembered it because he just got hysterical, put it on his blog, and now everybody that contacts me said, "I know Joe, the monk, sent me and told me that I needed to get your blueprint." So I'm doing blueprints, and it's taking up most of my time.
I see.
Let's see, a doctor from Hong Kong called me last week. "Do you do blueprints?" And I said, "Yes." So I get them from all over the world, and it's just a word of mouth thing, because I don't do any advertising. Don't need to. I'm busy all the time. And now the postage has gone up, so I have to, it's $11 to send one of those blueprints out of the country. And so I'm having a lot of fun with them.
I see. Now, what does someone get out of these blueprints?
It's self-awareness. First of all, I tell you the vibration. Everything is a vibration. I tell you the vibration of what your name is, and what you, when people talk about you, what vibration you get from that is all it is. And then when you come into a lifetime, you come in the what I call the informative, the month you were born, the day you were born is the productive, and the year you were born is the harvest cycle. I then take you through the 3 periods of your lifetime. I take you to the period of what you were to do this lifetime. What is your mission? We all have a mission. Mine is a 5, which is an adventurer, and each thing that I add up is your what your mission is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to look and find here a paper that would clarify it. But if you're a 1, you're a pioneer, and you go where no man gone before, and you're investigating, researching, and doing things to help people to help themselves. If you lifetime path, and when I say your lifetime path, that's your month, day, and year, which I add up. And then I say, okay, if you have a 2, and then you are a career person, you are very, very, very diplomatic, is what I would say. 3, you're the artist. 4, you're the builder, and this is a very serious project. 5, you're the adventurer. 6, the cosmic parent. I just did one of a woman that she'd been wanting to have a child, and she's never been able to conceive. And she's a cosmic parent, which tells me she's missing a bet because she can. I mean, there are many opportunities to fulfill that need of being a parent, and being sharing and caring. So I did quite a nice blueprint for her. 7 is the philosopher, 8 is the executive, and 9 is the humanitarian, which you are sharing with people and helping them. Anytime I see a blueprint with 7s and 9s, I know that they're tuned in, and eventually they can see in this other dimension. Anybody can do that, and the criteria would be desire. Starting out with meditation, is this what you want? There's nothing you can't have when you once choose what you want, and then you project it, and then you have to expect it, and then it comes. You collect it. And these are so if you're wanting to be a winner, then for heaven's sake, remember the SPEC motto, because I drill on that constantly. And I have a lot of, I noticed, I looked at your blog the other day, and you have a lot of testimonials, which I think is fantastic, because there's nothing better than knowing that someone else has accomplished this and that you too can do it, because we learn from other people.
Helen, what I wanted to ask you was, how did you come up with the concept of SPEC, S-P-E-C, and what was that trigger that happened in your life that made you discover you had these abilities, or to help you develop these abilities?
Well, initially, I was 5 years old. I lived in South Dakota, and my mother was German, my dad was Russian, and brought up in the Catholic Church. And my grandfather was dying, and they were very deeply, deeply religious. And in the bedroom of my grandmother and grandfather, she had a huge picture of an angel. And I would visit her because they just lived right across the street from us. Now he's dying, and all the people are around and are in the room. I wanted to be in the room. I'm 5 years old. My mother said, no, go out and play with your cousins. And I said, no, I want to see that angel that's coming, because my grandmother said an angel's coming to take my granddad. Okay. So my mother, and because I'm fussing and screaming, and I want to see that angel. And so she let me in the room where he's dying and all these people standing around. I'm waiting for this angel to come, because what does a 5-year-old know, And all of a sudden, my granddad was on the bed. He had pneumonia, and he's had breathing. I mean, it was just a labor to breathe. And all of a sudden, he sits up in bed, and through the wall, a lot of people came. He gets up out of bed, he smiles, and he goes through the wall with these people.
Wait, you're saying
Now,
you saw this as a 5-year-old?
Yes, as a 5-year-old. And I am confused because Granddad is laying on the bed, yet he's up there and he went with these people. And after the priest was there, and then they pronounced him dead, and we got walked out of the room. And I'm looking up at my mother, and I'm bewildered, and I said, you know something, Granddaddy didn't have an angel. He went with all those old people. And she thought I was bunkers. Of course, when I was seeing things like that, she would say I lied, or I had a vivid imagination, and she says, don't talk about that. And so I was squelched as a child, and I would try to keep things to myself until I was 17 years old. And at 17 years old, I had rheumatic fever. And when I got that, I was in bed. I mean, everything ached. There was no medical cure for it at that time. All it was penicillin about that time. But now I had tremendous challenges with my heart. I couldn't breathe. And one night, I'm laying in bed after months, and I, very Catholic, very religious, I said, I want to die. It's time. I don't want to be a burden to my mother anymore, and I can't do anything. I'm in pain. I want to die now. And I'm very, very determined. And that's when a being appeared. And this being, was just like an ordinary man. And he said, you can't die. And I said, why not? And he said, because you come in here for a purpose. You have a physical body for a purpose. And your work has not begun. And I said, how can I do anything? He said, you're healed. And when he said I was healed, and then he left. And then I called my mother, and I said, she came running into the room, and I said, this man was just here, and he's healed. I didn't say it was Jesus. He looked just like a man. And so she pulled out the thermometer, and she thought I had this temperature again, and I didn't have a temperature. And she pulls back the bed covers because when you have rheumatic fever, all your joints are swollen. And everything was still swollen. My ankles and my knees were swollen. And she said, you just had a nice dream. And I said, no. He said I was healed. Well, the next morning, I didn't know any better. I just get out of bed, don't have any pain whatsoever, get into the kitchen, and I said, I'm going to go back to school today. And she was absolutely done. She said, you can't. I said, well, I'm healed. There's nothing wrong with me. She called the doctor, and at that time, doctors came to your house, and he came and he says, well, I'm going to come by and see this. And when he came by, he examined me. He said, there's nothing wrong with her. She's all right. And the funny thing was, there was another one of my schoolmates that also had rheumatic fever, and he died. They didn't tell me that until later on because they thought I'd be affected by it. But actually, because so much heart damage, because they didn't know what to do with it, But anyway, I drew a picture. Now, here this man is. And then after I went back to school and I got busy with other things and so forth. And this man, I never saw him again until I started winning contests, and I had so many calls from people. And I always answer my phone. I don't think I'm a special person, and if they take the time to call me, I'll talk to them. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm deciding to write this book. And while I'm writing the book, this man appears again, just out of the blue, same man, smiling, and he says, okay, he said, you're starting your mission, and it's the beginning, and we're going to help you. And when he said that, it was a month or two later, that's when Jose appeared. And when Jose appeared, and I took him to my home and wanted to get better acquainted with him, that night I had a dream and said, you're to help this man. Your mission is to help this man. And so
this
that's
man
what
meaning Jose Silva.
Yes. Yes. And so I learned so much from Jose, and I think he learned from me because we were very, very close, and we would sit for he would bring books, and he would say, you have to read this book, you have to read this book. And every book that I read, I would say, okay, now I can do this. And one day he came, and I drew a picture, finally had no artistic ability, but drew this mammoth picture of this being that appeared to me and all these people that were behind him. And I would say, while I was drawing it, making a sketch. I said, stand still so I can get you. And this sounds ridiculous because this is in the other dimension. But he did, and I finished the picture. I hung it up, and the picture's about 3 feet by, I would say, 5 feet. And it's I'll send you a copy of the picture. And you can, because when Jose came one time with a group of his teachers that he was teaching there in Dallas. And one of the teachers, I said, look at this man appeared to me, and I had to do his portrait. And so this man, one of the teachers said, well, he's not real. He said he doesn't have, his face is too, he said, it's not a real person. And Jose looked at him and sort of frowned, and he said, what makes you think he's from this dimension? And I cracked up because he wasn't from this dimension. Well, anyway, you're going to see this picture. I'll send you a copy of it.
Looking forward to it. And
that was
now,
yes?
how did these childhood experiences, how did that lead to your first contest win? I mean, when you entered your first contest, did you go in with the SPEC formula, or did you develop that later over time?
I developed that. What happened was I read the book, The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale. Mm-hmm. And one thing in the book said you can have anything you want, provided you know what it is, and see yourself as already having it. And that's when I came up with, hey, that's it, spec, that's it. Select it, project it, expect it, collect it. And after I read the book, now I'm a little happy homemaker. I have 3 children. My husband never worked. I mean, I never worked because at that time, the man was the breadwinner of the house. My husband had a college education and just was working every day, and I stayed home with 3 children because he wouldn't let me work. Stay home with the kids. And then I got bored, and that's when I read Vincent Peale's book and said, hey, you have anything you want? So that night, my husband came in. He's reading the Dallas paper. And I said, I read this book, and you know something? I'm going to start entering contests to win things. He said, what do you want to win? I said, what should we get started with? And he laughed. He's always been very supportive. He laughed and he said, well, here, look at, they're giving an outboard motor here, in the Coca-Cola company, and 25 words while you take Coca-Cola on outings. And he said, why don't you win me this outboard motor? And I said, okay. I never questioned it, I'm thinking Vincent Peale knows everything. So that night I sat in a chair. I had this ability to temporarily project into a person, become him momentarily. And so I pretended I'm my husband. And I'm seeing now, they say, why do you take Coca-Cola on outings? And I thought, okay, my husband likes to fish. He has this little boat. He goes out and is relaxing. The children are too small to go with him, but he does. We're living on the lake here, and he goes out fishing. And so I wrote this 25 words. I'm a lone wolf fisherman. Cokes are my silent partners. They contribute no yakety yak, only cool enjoyment when called upon. I send the entry, I showed him the entry, I send it in, and I said, I wonder how long it's going to take him to let us know we won. 2 weeks later, the telephone rang, Mr. Hadsell, yes, you won an outboard motor. Okay, and then I said, okay, now what do we want to win next? So my daughter wants a bicycle, so we enter to name a pony, and she can win this bicycle. And so we sit around, and here's these children are all small yet, and I'm encouraging them, how can we name a pony. And he said, well, Prince Charming. And I said, that's not original. And then I came up with Prance Charming because the dog prances. And these are coined words. My mind works a mile a minute. We send it off, and she got her bicycle. And then we got, now they want to do this, now they want to do this. And so finally we became, and I have another saying that's in my book, the Name It and Claim It game. It's a fun book because I have this offbeat sense of humor. And so now they want to go to Disneyland, so we go to Disneyland and win it. We never paid for a trip after I started seriously entering contests.
Wow. So how many contests do you figure you've won over the years?
Everything I've ever wanted. But now my son wants to go to a dude ranch, and he wanted to get to a dude ranch. Now he wants to go to Europe. We went 3 trips to Europe because I wanted to be at France on my 40th birthday, sitting at a sidewalk cafe, drinking wine with my husband. And I won this trip, and on my 40th birthday, we're sitting at that sidewalk cafe drinking wine on my birthday because I visualized it. I knew I'd get it. I mean, just projected and selected first. That was it.
You said you've won, Helen, you said you've won 3 trips to Europe?
More than that. I quit
That's amazing.
counting.
And what about, I'd love to know about the house. How did you win that house?
I came back from one of my trips. I went to New York. I won trips to New York. I loved New York. And I came back, and there was a group in Dallas that we'd meet once a month, and we would share entry blanks. We would encourage everybody. We would sometime write together because there were so many opportunities. Everybody was plugging their merchandise, and so they had contests. And when I came back, and this is very, very, very interesting, one of the girls, we had just won this trip to New York to the World's Fair. And coming back, she said, while you were at the World's Fair, did you see that house that Formica is going to give? It's a $50,000 house. Now, that was in the 70s. And did you register for that? And I said, no, I was so busy with other areas, I didn't even notice it. She said, well, there is a builder over here in one of the it was about 30 miles from where I lived. There was a builder on the other side of Dallas. And she said, well, you can go to that house and register. You have to register there. And look at the Formica house. That's what they're plugging, just from the new molding that they had and so forth. So, okay, the next day, I talked to my husband. I said, okay, I think we're going to win it. I think we need a new house, and I'm going to go over to Garland and register for this house. Well, the next morning I get up and it's raining, and 2 of my friends lived in Irving, where I lived at the time. I called one. I said, let's go over. I said, and register for this house. And she said, oh, no. She said, the winter's probably already there. And she said, I'm going to have my rugs done today. No, I'm not going. And then I called another friend, and she was busy with something else. And do you know, I sat there at my house, and it seemed like somebody was pushing me out the door. So I get in my car, drive 55 miles in the rain to go and enter this contest. And I'm sitting there at the house. This is a Formica house, all furnished and everything. And I am designing the interior the way I want it. I register my name and I register my husband's name, and I bring home an entry blank, and I look at the blank, and it said, you must have visited the home. And then I pushed the panic button because my husband had not seen the house. And I thought, oh my God, if they call and they ask for him, and if they maybe ask, did you see the house? And what was the thing that impressed you? And then we'd be disqualified because you didn't see the house. Do you know that on Saturday, after I had been there, I made my husband get in the car, drive the 55 miles, so he could, I said, when they call us, you'll have to say you did see the house, so let's familiarize yourself with the place. This is actually what I don't know, I do these things. I have hunches, intuitions, whatever it is. And he registered. So now, we never know. This contest had been going on for a year, and they had it in the World's Fair, is where they sponsored it. And then all around the country, builders were building a spec house and using these Formica products. And so now it's been 5 weeks, never heard a thing. But what I'm doing, I went out and found the lot that I wanted to put the house on. I had my husband draw up the plans for the house, and I said, so when they let us know, we'll be ready, you know. And so one night I'm at my writers group there in Dallas, the group that I met once a month, and I get this phone call, and he says, you're not going to believe this. He said, but somebody just called and asked for you, and the only question that they ask is, did you go and see that Formica house in Garland? And I said, oh my God, because second prize was a car, and the third prize was another smaller car. So you never know what you're going to win.
Right.
And so what was so funny, because now I said, now I know we won. I wonder why it's taken them so long to let us know we won. So now, one morning, my husband gets up and goes to work, and I said, no, stay home today. Today they're going to come and let us know we won. He says, are you sure? I said, yeah, trust me. So he piles up in bed. I go to the bakery and get things and put the coffee pot on. And we're waiting, and it's 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock. He said, well, maybe you just had a desire and a knowing instead of knowing. I said, no, I know this. The phone rang, and it was the president of Formica, and said, when would your husband be home from work? We're coming out to tell you something very important, you know, just like I didn't know. And so I said, well, he's taken off today, and he's home now. And he said, well, we'll be out. Well, then about that time, my 2 boys came in the door for school, and I said, now listen, these people are coming and telling us we won our home. God, for God's sake, act surprised. They expected. And so we had to act surprised. Oh my God, no, because they didn't have the inkling that we already knew this. There were many things, and you want to know something? I attribute that knowing feeling because as I taught self-awareness classes, I was always sharing, and I would say, when we want something, we have a desire, and a desire is a feeling being antsy and exaggerated and so forth. But when you know for certain that it's already won, then there's a calm, collected feeling because you know it's already done. And I never am wrong when I have this calm, knowing feeling. And a number of my students have now, when they experiment with wanting something, and I said, well, you still have a desire here, because I know I'm going to win, I know I'm going to win it. And I said, it's still a desire feeling. It's a knowing feeling when somebody calls and says, hi, Helena, today I'm going to win. The postman's not here yet, but I'm going to win that television that I wanted. And then I say, okay, you already have it. And she wins the television. So another thing is when you get serious on projecting, you get to where you're knowing yourself. Know thyself is what it's all about. And then you know your feelings. You're comfortable with your feelings. You're comfortable when you look at a person. Are they mad, sad, glad, or bad? And then you act from that perspective. That's awareness. And you're taught this in the Silva method. You are taught to become aware and just getting to alpha just by putting your two fingers together. And then you're in tune with wherever you're at. And it's just so exciting. After you take a class and you apply the principles, you don't just wait to get a parking place or do it for healing. Do it in all areas of your life. That's when you have a daring adventure. That's when it gets exciting.
Hi everyone, this is Vishen Lakiani, and I have a very, very special person on the phone with me right now. Her name is Helen Hadsell, and she's the author of the book Contesting. Now I gotta tell you about Helen. She has done something which most people would say is impossible. Basically, Helen has this weird ability to win every contest she participates in. She's an amazing woman. Joe Vitale, one of the teachers of The Secret, wrote an article on his blog saying, this is a lady who should have been in The Secret. And in this interview, Helen's going to share the story of her life. She's going to talk about some of the masters that she had the good chance of knowing and studying from, masters such as Jose Silva. And she's going to talk a little bit about her story, about how she developed this, I don't know if you can call it a theory or an art of contesting, but she's going to talk about how she is able to influence reality or call it manufacturing luck when it comes to her life. And she's also going to share a remarkable story of how she ended up writing a book that sold 3 million copies. So Helena, you worked with Jose Silva as his PR manager for around 3 years. I'd love to know about experiences you had with the Silva method. Could you share a few interesting stories?
Yes. When we first started meeting, I opened areas here in the Dallas area and then in the Fort Worth area. And one of the things was, and this is before I started traveling on the airplane. I was afraid of an airplane, and I still had not mastered that. So as he became popular, and I would I'd call radio stations because they knew me, because I had sort of built up a reputation as a winner. And so I evidently had some clout, and I would ask them to come and interview Jose, because this was foreign to me, and a lot of the people thought it was the work of the devil when he first started out, which is stupid, but they didn't know any better. And so he was a very proud man, and I had great admiration for him. And so I'm always saying, you come to one of his lectures, and then you be the judge. And usually when they came, and he was so effective and so intelligent and proud, and his appearance was absolutely flawless. And I was proud to work with him. All right, there came a time when I opened Dallas, and then I opened Fort Worth, and one night he came to me and said, they tell us, and he always said, they tell us, which was in meditation, he would get a message, and I always said it came from that other dimension, because he would say, they tell us that we're to open the Chicago area. And being his, it's been about 8 months now, I'm in his PR, and I said, well, I'll tell you what, Jose, I don't need this job. Get yourself another girl because I'm not going to fly. And he always said, we'll talk about it. And that night, I came, and my husband had always been supportive of me. And I said, you want to know something? Jose thinks I'm going to go to Chicago. There's no way I'm going to go to Chicago. You know I don't like to fly. And my husband looked at me and he said, how long have you had a long Silva method and training? And I said, 7 months. He said, well, why don't you practice what you preach? And I was furious because I expected him to side with me. The next morning I sat down, went to my level, and I said, please, somebody, someplace has got to help me. I don't want to go to Chicago. And Jose expects me to, I don't want to go to Chicago. The telephone rang, and it was a woman that said, Mrs. Hadsell, I am Mary Green, and I live in Chicago. I just read an article about you in one of the magazines, how you enter contests and win. And you mentioned Jose Silva, the Silva method of training. And she said, I'm not interested in entering contests. I just want to know about this training that Jose Silva does. And I said, Mary, I'm supposed to come to Chicago and first of all find a suitable meeting place, put ads in the paper, and just get ready so Jose or Harry McKnight can come up and start the first class. And she said, oh, honey, you don't have to come. She said, I work for a PR firm, a shoe manufacturing. She said, I'll get you a hotel, and I'll get you a real nice room, and at cost, I mean, there's nothing. I'll even get you a free room to sleep in. I'll go and put all the ads in the paper for you. What else do you want me to do? I'm sitting back, I can't believe it. And I said, well, let me send you some money so you, oh, no. She said, don't worry with this. If you're going to come and teach Silva training, she said, I also belong to the Church of Religious Science. I'll have the audience, the room full for you.
Wow.
I was just dumbfounded. See, this is higher intelligence. It's the only way I can explain it. And then 2 days later, Jose called me, and he said, well, I said, well, we're going to get Harry ready to go to Chicago to open the area. And in the meantime, my husband is sitting there, and he said, I said, well, look how it worked. He said, all right. He said, for the next 4 days, he said, or 3-4 days, you sit there and get to your alpha level and get that stupid notion that you're afraid to fly out of your head. And that's how I overcame my fear of flying. And we opened the area, and it was very, very, very successful.
That's beautiful.
And she took over the program, etc. Everything is fine. I'm still a little, I'm not that afraid of flying anymore, but I'd rather not fly is the way I looked at it. It was about 3 months later, he again is in a class locally, and at that time, he was very, very generous. Any Catholic priest or nun came, the class was free to them. He just said, I just want them to share my experience, so there was no charge for them. now we're sitting there and we're getting ready. He tells me that afternoon when he gets in, I think you're going to open Detroit now. And I said, there's rioting in the streets, there's curfew. You don't want to go there. He says, they tell me that I'm to open Detroit. And so that means I'm to go to Detroit and find a suitable meeting place and put ads in the paper, which Mary did for me, you know. Okay, that night, I'm registering people before his class, and a priest walks up. And one of the students that already taken the class brings him in to hear the introductory lecture. And she said, Mrs. Hadsell, she said, my cousin is here, and can he take the class for free like Jose's? Oh, I said, oh, yes, yes. And I said, where are you from? And he said, Detroit. I said, oh, my God. I said, we're supposed to go to Detroit and open the class and find a suitable meeting place. And he said, oh, Mrs. Hadsell, you don't have to come. I'll take over. I'll find a meeting place. I will put the ads in the paper. I'll have a full house for you. And that's the way it went. When I worked with Jose, it seemed like higher intelligence was furiously, just constantly doing things. That's the only way I can explain it.
That's beautiful. So it seems that you were not just manifesting contest wins. You were manifesting the right people in your life at the right time to help you move towards your goals.
Yes, yes. And so we opened the Detroit area, and then another instructor came in there, and that's what I was doing.
That's beautiful. Helen, I have a question for you. What you're doing, do you think this is something that can be trained? Because obviously, I mean, you it sounds like you were gifted from the time you were a little girl. How much of this do you attribute as a gift versus something that one could be trained to do?
I feel we all have this capability. But in our society, we're so busy and with the television and the making money, etc., these goals that are really and truly, I'm not interested in money or any television shows or anything. I'm more interested in other dimensions. What's going on there? Our finite mind can't comprehend that there are other galaxies, that there are other universes. And many are having an experience coming to me and are reluctant to tell anybody else because it's too far off the wall. And I evaluate it and say, okay, now that's a thought form. But this is for real. This is for real. And so we are able to make people feel at ease because more and more of this is happening. And I like to work with children, and I like to create a thought form, and I like to see if they're able to see that thought form and how long they can see it. Because now I'm trying to develop this so to become more proficient, to become self-reliant, self-confident, and knowing what's going on at all times. Nobody can pull, this is a coined word, pull the bull over my eyes. It's impossible. And nor can anyone take advantage of me because I won't allow it. And I think when we are very serious of becoming aware of self, know thyself, that's what it's all about. And that's the reason when I came into Peru, and incidentally, I didn't want to go to Peru, but again, I had an assignment. Again, a being appeared to me and said I had to be in Peru on November the 11th. And I said, I don't know anybody in Peru. And 2 days later, it was a day later, when this young man that had seen me I was one of the key speakers at the convention in Laredo, and had remembered 2 years later, he called and said, you have to be in Peru by November the 11th. And November the 11th is what this being that appeared to me from this other dimension said. So this was confirmation. And I went to Peru, and I was over there 2.5 months. Now, I've written this. You need to read my book, Confessions of an 83-Year-Old Sage. I have all these stories in there, and they're my personal experiences. And I go in great detail.
But
all these things.
But out of curiosity, because I'm so into the story now, and you're leaving me hanging. Why did you have to be in Peru on that particular date?
Because I
happened?
saved the boy's life.
Wow.
The entrepreneur, very, very wealthy entrepreneur, came to take mind control, wanted to be an instructor.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he goes back, and there's a man in Peru that claims that he was in a boat, and he landed on shore, and there was a cave there. And he says, as he goes to this cave, it seems like people are pulling him back. He sees people in there pushing him back, and he knew that there was gold in this cave. And so he tells this to my friend, and my friend calls me, and he says, well, he knows me, and he knows that I can see in this other dimension, and he'll get me to come to Peru, and we'll go out on this excursion, and we'll tell these people that are in this cave that any money that they find there, they're going to give to the poor, which was a bunch of bull, because he doesn't tell me this on the phone, because he said, you just have to come. And the reason I came was because he said November the 11th, and that's the date that I'd gotten from this man that appeared. And number two, I'm never foolhardy. I look for 3 signs, and I'm always cautioning, when you have somebody that comes to you in another dimension, don't you dare move until you have 3 more signs. And the first sign was, here this man appears, tells me I'm to go to Peru. I'm waiting for another sign because I already made plans to be in Sedona for a month stay, and I had it all figured out because a woman was going to loan me her house to be there. Well, it seemed that in the morning mail I get a letter from her, and the house is not available. And I'm thinking, now I'm frustrated because I really wanted to be there. So that would be my second sign, and the sign would be, you're not to go to Peru. You're not to be in Sedona. All right, now I'm waiting for the third sign. The third sign is that night when the phone call comes from this Peter, this wealthy entrepreneur, and says, you have to be in Peru. I will pay all your expenses. I will send you to Machu Picchu. What else do you want? He was just begging me and imploring me. And when I said, okay, I have my passports in order, I'm going to find about flights and stuff, call me tomorrow night, and we'll set all this up. There is someone there that's saying you have to go. All right, so I go there. I'm there on the 11th, and that night we are to meet with this man that's going to set up this excursion to go to this island and to get in that cave because there is gold there. And you know from history that the Spaniards would come over there and all the gold that they had there, they would melt and put in bars and take in ships and take it back to Spain. And the water was turbulent, and evidently a ship went amok there because the man actually had wood from a ship that they found in the sand there.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the that night when I got into Peru and I'm to meet this man. There was curfew there, but he's coming early. The minute I saw him, I knew, I mean, this was, do you do transfiguration, when you see somebody and their facial features turn completely different, and you're looking, you think your eyes are pulling tricks on you? It's called transfiguration, and it's a part of you that has played a role or has been in the physical body before, and now it's coming through. Well, I saw this, and this is so phenomenal because it's all written in my book, really, because I'm just quoting from my book. And while we were sitting there, I knew that this should not happen. I knew that the government, anytime there was anything found of value, the government automatically took over. Government in Peru was very corrupt at that time. And I knew this beautiful friend of mine, this entrepreneur, he would actually life would be in jeopardy if he even ventured out there. And now I had to convince this man that wants to take us on this safari that he should abort it. And how could I do this? I mean, I'm here, and all I can say is, all right, now listen. I know that there's 7 or 8 people going with you. One of these people in that group has been drinking and has already boasted that he's coming into some money, and he told, and somebody overheard it. Now your government knows this, and you are now under surveillance. And this man became very angry at me, and he said, how do you know this? And I said, all right, you want confirmation? I said, why don't you call one of your friends and have him come over and park about a block from where Peter's living. You get in your car and you drive around and let your friend drive around, and I venture to say that you are under surveillance. And I said, and when you get home, call us. And I said, you're going to abort this completely because I don't want anything to do with it, and I certainly don't want Peter to be his life in jeopardy. He went home. About 40 minutes later, he said, she's right. I am being followed. And so it aborted that trip. So why did I go to Peru? Really to save Peter from doing some stupid thing.
But how did you know the Peruvian government was actually monitoring this? Was it a hunch?
Now, the man that appeared that morning was, when I got there, appeared behind Peter. So this was Peter's guide that came to me and asked me to come. Now I said, when this happens, I say, why didn't you pick somebody else? I mean, to drive all this way, come all this way from Texas to go to Peru. I says, wasn't there anybody in Peru that could have done the same thing? And they say, yes, if you had not come, we would have gotten somebody else, but we wanted you because he admires you tremendously, and there's other work you need to do here.
Wow.
And I had planned on staying 10 days. I told my husband. I was there 2.5 months. While I was there, I read the tarot cards, which, they're not really, they're tarot cards, but anyway, I read people as they came. I had the embassy members lined up here to come and have readings from me, and the things I discovered about the government over there and being corrupt. I was invited to the president's sister's house as her house guest, and when the limousine picked me up to go there, and the president's aide was there, he said, and what do you think of our government? And I smiled and I said, when I'm in a foreign country a foreign country, there are two topics I never engage in, and that's religion and politics. And he just smiled, and he said, "You are a smart woman." So while I was there, I could see through walls when I was there. It was the most phenomenal 2.5 months. My husband kept calling me, "When are you coming back?" I said, "I don't know." I said, "Today I'm meeting with this embassy member, and he doesn't know that his son is trafficking drugs." And I said, "I'm going to have to be diplomatic and tell him what's going on." He said, "Well, over there, just as long as you feel safe." And I said, "Yeah, I'm safe." I had so much guidance with me. I wasn't fearful at all. There was, and the nice thing about this was, I'm there 2 months, and Jose came to Peru to teach his work. And when Jose came, he said, "I knew you were coming. He said, "I knew you had this assignment long, long time ago." And he said, "But I'm so glad that we got together here." So we had lunch, and I was with him the night that he congratulated all the students that finished his class, and just had a real fun time. So this was just another life is a daring adventure or nothing episode.
Beautiful story. Helen, I have one final question for you. Sorry, John,
Yes.
I'm just going to repeat that because I stuttered a bit. Helen, I have one more question for you because I know members in the audience are probably wondering this. You mentioned about your SPEC system. Could you repeat once more what every letter of that stands for? SPEC?
Okay. SPEC. SPEC. S is selected. Selected. SELECT. Selected. Projected. That's the P.
Mm-hmm.
Expected. That's the E. Collected. It's the C.
Now,
so if there's
what I wanted to say, Helen, was from conversations I've had with members of the audience, people I know who's listening in. I know the big problem many people have is with the E, with expectancy. They know what they want. They know how to practice creative visualization or a silver technique to project it. They know how to collect it and how to celebrate that success. But what holds them back is they feel a feeling of unworthiness, or they find it hard to expect it to come into their lives. What would be your advice for them?
I never, excuse me, I never told anybody when I entered something because there are people that are envious, jealous, and so I had the term of I'll bag it and then I'll brag it. Okay, the mind works. It's a very subtle way of doing it. For instance, you're going to boast, "Hey, I entered that contest, and I feel lucky I'm going to win it." Mm-hmm. And she, in turn, thinks about it and thinks, unless she's positive and really a good friend, she'll go home that night and she'll tell her husband she thinks she's going to win. Well, contests are rigged, and he's going to belittle it. Okay, now, she can pick up telepathically when somebody thinks about you, you pick up telepathically from them. If it's positive, I accept it. If it's negative, I reject it. I just say, cancel, I don't need it, and I think of something else. When there is somebody would call and say, "I had a feeling this morning that you weren't feeling well." And I said, "That's not me." I said, "Perhaps you're thinking of somebody else, because I feel great." I do not let people entertain negative thinking around me. And that's one thing. I mean, because we pick up you're not even aware of it. The ordinary person is not aware of how thoughts come to them, where they come. And when you're thinking of a person, know that they're thinking of you. It's just that simple. And if you have doubts, call them. I was just thinking about you. Were you thinking about me? And, you know, we know that this happens. The phone call rings and you say, well, I was just thinking about you. Well, there's two minds that are meeting. And it goes on all the time. So be very, very careful. If you're starting something, I won't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody until it manifests. And the day that it's to come, there is a feeling of knowing. Otherwise, it's just a calm, relaxed feeling. You know it's already done, and there's nothing else you can do about it. It's done. It's yours. And then you move on to something else. And you call it effective sensory perception, I call it. ESP. It's not extrasensory perception. We all have it. It's effective sensory perception. Effective sensory projection. And you can project, as I did with Jose, as I do with my son. And my son picked up verbatim. Jose picked up verbatim. And you cultivate this. Jose would say, some people are good senders and some people are good receivers. But they can be both if they're really seriously considering it. Well, he was a fantastic receiver with me. And so that was, we at that time, remember, this was in the early 70s, all of these telephones and computers and things where we could communicate with each other. So we just relied on this method, and it worked. It was successful.
Thank you, Helen.
So anything you want, you can have, provided you know what it is. And stay with it. I say there are never any failures. No failures. Only a delay in results. And you back that delay in results by being negative, by telling somebody else your goal, and they in turn saying what makes her think she's going to win it. And there they did, negative, and then you start doubting because it comes into your mind. What it comes into your mind was, I don't know if I'm going to win this or not. That's not your thought. It's somebody else's thought that's projecting to you and picking it up, and you think it's yours. It's not. And if it is negative, then just, I'm not going to handle that. I'm not going to entertain that. And you can change your mind and think of something else.
Wow. I mean, just wow. I love what you just said about rephrasing it as a delay in results. It's never a question of whether you're going to get it or not. It's simply when. And the negative thoughts simply delay the outcome.
Delay in results. And this is a term I used, quite frequently with people. They say, well, I worked so hard and I entered all these and then that. Honey, you're just having a delay in results. Stay with it. Yes, and then a month or two later, it came. When you're dealing with people in contesting, the energy is tremendous. In my book, I talk about going to a television show in California, and I'm sitting there, and they were giving prizes at random to the audience. And first of all, there's a color television that they're going to give to the audience. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, my mother wanted a color television. I think I want that television. And there's a mass audience there, and they project to me, and I win this television. Oh, well, during the break, I met two women who were sitting beside me. And this woman said, I've never won anything in my life. And I said, what do you want? And she said, well, I need a new refrigerator. And we had a break during that particular, it was a talk, it was a giveaway show. I don't remember the details, but it's in my book. So anyway, we're sitting out there, and I said, okay, why don't you see it as already having won it, and I'll work with you with this. and you can get your you can get your refrigerator. She looked at me like she thought I was a nut. And we got back in there, and I just see the refrigerator. Come on, see it. And we didn't get to sit together because there were so many people. And I'm sitting there in the middle, and she's sitting up there on the top of the place. And do you know that this man walks up and points to her and says, "You're going to win the refrigerator. You won the refrigerator." And she said, and afterwards, "How'd you do it?" And I said, "Well, you wanted it, didn't you?" See, there's all these people there. They were wanting to win things, and but they, like she said, she doubted it. So you don't doubt it. You just go with the flow. And that was another thing. I got on Art Linkletter that way. I wanted to meet Art Linkletter, very popular at that time, had a talk show. And I went there specifically. And when I got to his place, the gate was closed, and they said they weren't allowing any more people in there because the theater was full. And they gave us tickets to go to another show. I stood there, and the doors closed. All of a sudden, everybody's gone to this other show. There's taping over there in Hollywood all the time. All of a sudden, the door opens and a page comes out, and he said, "There's no room in here. I told you that." I said, No, I came to see Art Linkletter. He said, "Just a minute." He came back, and he said, "There's one seat left. You can have the seat." He said, "Evidently somebody didn't come for it, and there's a seat up there." So he takes me into this studio, and I'm up. They have stairs going up, and then there's a platform and more stairs going up. All right, now I'm sitting there I'd say about 7 rows from the bottom platform. Art Linkletter comes out and welcomes everybody and so forth, and it's supposed to be for a Christmas show. He's welcoming everybody, and all of a sudden he says, "Today one of the members of the audience is going to win a very, very special prize." And looks over the audience, walks up, and I'm third in the row. I'm not on the aisle at all. I'm third in the aisle. And he points to me and he says, "You are going to win a very special prize." Takes my hand, takes me down, and I'm on the show. And what I won was a $1,500 LeCouture wristwatch.
Oh, wow.
And now this is very interesting. The night before I wanted to meet Art Linkletter, I sat in my chair and used the Silva method of going to level, picturing Art Linkletter and saying to Art, "When you see me, you'll recognize me. When you see me, you'll recognize me." That's all I said. And that morning, I know that he's going to recognize. I know it. And when he came up, now this is so interesting because now I get this LeCouture wristwatch. He keeps saying, "Don't I know you? Don't I know you?" And he probably had a dream. And after the show, he's talking, and credits are on, and we're standing there. He said, "You know something? I know you." And I laughed and I said, "Well, I probably remind you of something." I did not have the heart to tell him that I was using this projection. And it worked. It works, on many different, well, I could talk forever, really and truly, because there's so many techniques. See, what is this all about? Know yourself. Know your capabilities. Know your potential. Know what you can do. Don't limit yourself. For heaven's sake, life is a daring adventure, kids. Make it daring. It's daring or it's nothing. Okay, I want to say, make every day special. Share a joke, hum a song, pass some special joy along. And if someone should come your way who doesn't share your joy today, the hell with them.
Thank you,
I'm
Helen.
serious. I'm serious. I'm serious.
This has been an amazing interview. It was such a delight talking to you and hearing those stories. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today and to share these stories. I know it's pretty late where you are right now.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm going. I still have a blueprint to do before I go to bed. Not to worry.
And to the audience members listening in, we're going to give you a chance to ask a question to Helen, and we will soon be doing a follow-up interview where we will actually be asking your questions to Helen. Now, naturally, it depends on the number of questions that we get. We'll pick the most common questions, and you will be invited to come back in and listen to your questions being answered. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good evening. Hi, this is Vishen Lakiani, and on the phone I have a remarkable person, Helen Hadsell. I came to know of Helen from a blog post I read by Joe Vitale, the well-known author. Joe, on his blog, wrote about this remarkable lady he met in Texas, a lady who, by some weird ability, seems to defy the laws of probability. The thing about Helen is she wins every single competition she takes part in. She's won multiple trips to Europe. She's won cars. She wins competitions at the supermarket. She wins lucky draws. In one situation, she won a house at a draw at the World's Fair out of 2 million other participants. And that's not all. Helen also wrote a book which sold some 3 million copies through direct response mail. It's called Contesting. And there's just something remarkable about her because the way she comes across and the things she's able to draw into her life simply by attracting them defies everything one would believe about probability, taking part in competitions, and the laws of the universe. And so I'm delighted to bring to you on the phone right now, Helen Hadsell. Helen, how are you today?
Absolutely fabulous. Yes.
And
anything that I can share, I'll be very, very pleased.
Okay, well, tell us, Helen, a little bit about your background and how you got started.
Mm-hmm. Just a little happy homemaker with 3 children, and a stay-at-home mom. And I picked up the book, The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale. And something really, really just clicked when I read, you can have anything you want, provided you know what it is and see yourself as already having it. Those 3 things really sparked my interest. And that night when my husband came in from work, I'm sitting there and I'm saying, you know something? I think I'm going to prove this to myself, and I'm going to start entering contests to win particular prizes. You know, we all have needs, but I want some wants now. And contesting, you know, is one area where all these prizes are available for you. It's just for promotional purposes, so you're not depriving anybody of anything really. And signing your name, writing a jingle, or completing 25 words or less, that's all that's necessary when you're entering a contest. And so that evening he was reading the paper, and I said, what is it that we should be working for? He said, well, you know something? I'd like to have an outboard motor. My husband liked to go fishing by himself. The boys were too young for them to go with him, and it was just to unwind because he was under a very stressful job. And but he would go out there on the boat with the paddle, and And so when he picked up the paper, he said, "Look at here." He said, "This Coca-Cola is having a contest, and all you have to do is write 25 words why you take Coca-Cola on your outings." Yeah, I'd like to have that outboard motor. So I said, "Well, okay, now the rules said you had to write these 25 words." And that evening, when the children were in bed and I'm sleeping there, and I have this vivid imagination where I can temporarily get in and make feel what somebody's thinking, or pretending I'm like them, like an actor or an actress. And so I'm sitting there and I'm pretending like I'm my husband. I'm sitting in that boat, and a pack of Cokes, why you take Cokes on outings, are sitting right there beside me. And I wrote this 25 words or less. I take Coca-Cola on outings because Cokes are my silent partners. They contribute no yakety yak, only cool enjoyment when called upon. I send the entry in that next morning, and all I could think of is, I wonder how long it's going to take them to let us know we won. Now, see, when you do things like this, you doubt. The majority of people doubt. What makes them think that I can win it? Or negative, a family environment. All of these doubts come up. Do you know that the minute you doubt something, you are nullifying all the positive energy that you work toward a goal? And so you're your worst enemy. Why, in the book, it explains that you can be your worst enemy by even entertaining anything negative. So I took it right there. I call it hook, line, and sinker, and I was not going to be negative. I sent it off. Well, it took about 10 days because it was a local contest. And when the Coke representative called us and said, we won the outboard motor, and then my husband enjoyed it, and I said, okay, well, what would we like to win next? Well, this was the first win, and you'd say, well, that was luck. I never looked at it as luck. I always looked at it, okay, I'm putting energy into it. I know what I want. I see myself as having it. And that's the reason when I wrote the book, the reason I wrote the book really is because I had so many people calling and requesting. And yes, I was called a witch. And I said, no, I'm not a witch. I'm using wishcraft. When the children came in from school and said, somebody said that your mother was a witch, and so I changed it to that I was using witchcraft.
Witchcraft,
Also,
I love that word.
Yes, it's a coined word, but it explains what is happening here. And then I started spec, because that made it just sort of easy to remember, selected, projected, expected, and then collected. And that's what I started to do and continued to do. And the more contests I entered, the more I won. And it was just like focusing on energy on a continuing basis. So yes, I was very, very successful at that time. And in fact, 1 month I won a prize every day. And it was always a nice prize. There were appliances and I had furniture and what I wanted new flooring put in, dishwashers, you name it, and I'll claim it, because these were things that I could now very comfortably project for and then collect.
That's amazing, Helen. And Helen, I also know that you, it wasn't just the dozens of household accessories and stuff that you were able to win. You won some pretty exciting stuff as well. One of my favorite stories is how you won a trip to Paris, or you decided that you were going to be in Paris on a particular day that was meaningful for you. Could you tell us that story?
Yes, every year. Now we're into contesting. It's been 1 or 2 years, and we always, every year we said, where do we want to go on our vacation? My husband got a 2-week vacation. So the boys wanted to go to the Dude Ranch. We won a trip to the Dude Ranch. We wanted to go to Disneyland. We went there on 2 different occasions. I wanted to go to the World's Fair. We went a trip to the World's Fair. And one year, I wanted to, I was going to be 40 years old, and I'd read about Paris, so romantic in Paris, and it was just very enticing. So that year, I looked, and I was going to, the 1st of June, I was going to be 40 years old, and I only chose contests that were going to award trips to Europe. And I continued. I only wrote one entry, and the entry was, why do you want to go to let's see, France? And I says, because I am interested to know if a pooped couple with 3 kiddos can recapture the rapture in springtime ecstasy in their fat 40 frustrated years. And this was, it's a picture word. You can imagine a middle-aged couple sitting there at a sidewalk cafe drinking wine, and after being married some 20 years, 20 years, can we recapture this rapture? And I made it sort of as a joke. Well, I send this entry in on all contests that were offering trips to Europe. Well, the first, I think it was about March, when I got my first letter and said, congratulations, you won a Hammond electric organ. And I said, oh, I didn't want an organ. And then I made a joke out of it, and I said, when they read this stupid entry of mine, they thought I needed therapy more than a trip. And there's nothing more therapeutic than playing the organ, But it was so funny. They actually, when they brought the organ out, and they actually had 6 months of free lessons. They had a teacher that would, I didn't know how to play the organ. I said, I think I'm going to pass that on to my husband. And my husband took piano lessons or organ lessons and became very proficient. He would entertain us when we had parties and things, and he had never played before. So this was real exciting, and I continued to use that same entry, and at long last, it was, I think, the deadline was getting close now, and it's about the first part of May when I finally got a notice that I was being considered. When you enter a contest, they just don't send you a letter or come out and give it to you. There's some rules that you have to go through. First of all, they want to know, are you associated, or does anybody work for the contesting firm, or anybody work that the product that they're sharing? And if you can disqualify yourself because you have to follow the rules. So this is called an investigation. And so when you get an investigation, then they have to follow through because they don't need any bad publicity. And then is when they call you and say, congratulations, you won. And it was the last week in May, and I'm chomping at the bit now, and I want to be there the 1st of June. Do you know, the night that they called, and I said, gosh, I have to be there the 1st of June. And he says, why the hurry? And I said, well, I don't know. I just have to be there. And they had to bring out the tickets. And we had of course, I had my passport all lined up. And to make a long story short, we were sitting at that cafe in Paris, France, sidewalk cafe, and drinking wine on my 40th birthday. So not only can you enter conscious, but you can have fun with it. You know, it was a fun and game project for me.
That's beautiful, Helen. And
Mhm.
I mean, I love your stories because it just seems unreal how you do this over and over and over and over and over again. And of course, your biggest, most famous win, the one that really, really, really caught people's attention, was, I mean, some people said that it was just because of your talent. It was because you could come up with great slogans. But really, there was something more to it, because in many cases, you actually defied the laws of probability. And your biggest win, of course, was the house, and we're going to talk about that in a moment. For those of you listening in, if you're interested in knowing more about Helen, this is the web page that you want to visit. I want you to go to thewinningsage.com, the winning, WINNING, sage, SAGE.com, /special. And the reason why I say go to /special, don't go to the main pages. On this particular page, there is a golden key access pass. So if you decide to get anything from Helen, this access pass gives you tons of free gifts, bonus gifts, and additional content that would not be available anywhere else. Where other people would have to pay for that, here you would get that all free. Okay, so once again, it's thewinningsage.com /special. And now, Helen, let's get to that big win, the house. Tell us that story, because I know I've heard that, and I think it's absolutely intriguing.
Well, I'd just gotten back from one of my trips, and locally there is a contest clubs. You know, we have every state has contest clubs, and you can visit. And locally, those are available. And we just, you know, it's like playing bridge with people, but you have like interests. And I belonged to one of them in Dallas, and I'd gone there, and one of the gals said, oh, she said, when you were at the World's Fair, I'd won a trip from the World's Fair, and did you sign up at the Formica place? And I said, no. I said, I was so busy in other areas, I didn't even visit that site. And she said, well, locally, they're having one of the display model homes that is in the interior is their new Formica products, where they had molding and some of the new designs. And she said, but it's closing at this end of this week. And I said, oh, where is it at? And I lived in Irving at that time, and Garland was the only place that had a model home. And that's 45 miles from Irving. And but you had to go to that house and register, or you had to mail in. And the mailing in, I mean, there wasn't enough time because it was closing that Saturday. So the next morning, this was Monday night, the next morning was Tuesday, and I had several friends that lived in Irving that were also members of the contest club, and I called one and I said, let's go over to Garland and look at that Formica house. And she said, no, she's got, her rugs are going to be cleaned and she's not going to, doesn't want to get out. And it was raining. I'll never forget it because it was a drizzle all day long. And then I called another one. I even said, I'll buy you a pizza if you go with me. Let's get out and have some fun. Nobody. I called 3 women. Nobody was going to go with me. And I sat there, and the more I thought about it, am I going to miss an opportunity to win a house? I got in the car and drove over there 43 miles, sat in the house and registered my name and my husband's name. And I took one of the entry blanks because I always like to see just keep it handy, and took one home. And that night I'm telling my husband, I drove all the way over there, and I said, oh my gracious, I signed your name, and the entry blank said, you must have visited the home, and you did not. And if they draw your name and you didn't see the home, because they might ask a question about what did you like about this particular model home. always, always, always follow the rules. That's the most important thing when you enter any contest. And so, would you believe that Saturday morning, and my husband is wanting to mow the yard and do some work around the house? I said, no. I said, we're getting in the car, and we are going to go to Garland with me, and you're going to look at the house just in case they call, when they call, and so you can actually say you were there. Well, at that period, I had been winning. I was very, very successful. So he got in the car, and we drove over there, and the builder happened to be there, so we talked and introduced ourselves, and I said I was so impressed with it that, and that was it. And so that driving home, I said, I made that extra effort, and I have so much energy. Now, I'm going to put so much energy in it because I think we're ready for a new home. And my husband, he was always it's so wonderful to have somebody that's supportive. And he was. And so that afternoon, the next day, he said, something, we can build a new house in another 2-3 years. And he said, I'll just draw up the plans. And I said, okay, draw up the plans so when they let us know, we can show them the plans and we've already have a head start on that. So he actually sat there and drew the plans the way we wanted it, suitable for our family, and we just waited. Well, it was a month. Now, the contest closed Saturday night, and it was 1 month later, I was at the meeting again in Dallas, and a phone call came, and my husband, he said, you're not going to believe this. He said, yes, you are going to believe this. We have just been investigated. Somebody from Micah called, and they asked to talk to you, and I said, well, she's not here. Can I help you? And he said, did she by any chance visit the Formica home? And he said, oh, yes, and I was with her. I went also. And so this is an investigation. Now, after an investigation, how long does it take? Sometimes 3-4 weeks. And then you have an opportunity to say, oh, I missed out and all the negative. Not at all. When you're on a positive kick, stay there. Stay there and just absolutely don't even entertain anything. And when I learned that earlier, I never told anybody what I was vying to win. I did not give them an opportunity to nullify it or to send me bad energy or whatever. My younger son coined something, and I wrote it in the book because I thought it was kind of apropos. He said, Mother, let's never brag it until we bag it. And that's the way we worked when we never told anybody what we were working on. And then after we won it, and then we'd say, okay, here it is. And I would recommend that too for people that are first getting started, because there can be people negative in your environment, and then you're bragging it and say, I'm going to win this. And what they're doing, they can nullify, and you can pick up their thoughts, and then you start doubting. So don't take that route. Just be a positive person in all areas of your life. And then you have, it just makes you feel better. So that's the way we won the house. This was very interesting because I also like to play mental games with myself, and now we had not officially been notified, but we're all ready for them. So this one morning I'm waking up and I feel just, you feel lucky, or you feel something exciting is going to happen that day. And I told my husband, I said, today they're going to call and let us know we won this house. And he said, well, then I think I'll stay home. And as the boys were going off to school, I also, I have joke time. I have an odd sense of humor. And I told my son, I said, listen, when you come in this afternoon, the people from Formica will be here. For God's sake, act surprised. They expect it. And that was, that was just being flippant. But they just kind of laughed. Yeah, they just kind of laughed and walked off, And then it was about, I went to the bakery. And I got all the fixings ready for coffee. Because I thought, well, I might as well be a good host. And we're sitting there, and my husband is piled up in bed, reading the paper. I even gave him breakfast in bed and was just sort of having a fun experience with it. Now it's 2 o'clock, and he gets up, and he said, are you sure that you had this feeling they're going to win? You're going to, and I said, yeah, it's there. I know they're going to call. Well, it was about 15 minutes later when someone called and said, Mrs. Hadsell, we would like to talk to you and your husband, and when does he get in from work? We would like to discuss something with you. Still very, very hush-hush, and, wanting to really make us feel, whatever they had in mind, because they like to surprise people. And I said, well, my husband's here today. And they said, is he off work or what? And I said, no, he just took the day off. And I didn't have the heart to tell him that he'd been waiting all day for this phone call. And so I said, no, we've got to act surprised when they let us know. But they came in, and they were very, very, the vice president of the company came. Two gentlemen came. And, of course, this was all supposed to be hush-hush also, but we couldn't contain ourselves. I was squealing with delight, really and truly. And so that was, you might consider that my biggest win. And, yes, I won 2 cars, but most of it was trips. I loved going on trips. And you name it, and we were there. Any time there was a trip available, I would sign up, and we would make it, as I say, our yearly vacation time.
And how many trips to Europe did you win?
Let's see. My sons won 2, 3 trips. I don't remember all of them, 6 or 7 trips. And locally, 2 times we went to a dude ranch because the boys liked to ride horses, and so did Pat. And then I think 1 or 2 trips to Disneyland. The first one, and then Alcott Center had one. And this is something we just enjoyed now, and always being positive, and the whole family, because the children were young. I would have them enter children's contests, naming ponies, drawing things, etc. We would sit around the table, and we would all participate in it. And my husband would be in the living room reading the paper, and we'd be out in the den with the 3 children at the table, and they'd run in and show them what they drew or the names that we chose, and he would encourage them. It was just a fun experience.
Right. And the beauty about what you're doing, Helen, is you developed a process, and it really is a mental state, a process that that you could train other people to use, and that's how you could get your kids to use it as well.
Yes, definitely. And I'm so pleased because they are so positive, and they have my offbeat sense of humor. But it was such a fun experience.
So in a moment, Helen, let's talk about the process, because I know people are on the phone are dying to find out exactly what they can do and what they can and how they can try to bring this ability into their lives. For those of you listening in, if you want to learn everything you can about Helen's process, spec, how she does it, please check out thewinningsage.com/special. So again, it's thewinningsage.com/special. In fact, open it up on your browsers right now, and what you'll get access to here is a complete program by Helen. It includes movies, a DVD film, audio, a series of interviews, and basically a comprehensive training system by Helen on how she does the magic, or whatever you call it, that she does, and how you can bring this into your life. Once again, it's thewinningsage.com/special. Helen, so let's talk about the process itself. Tell us a little bit about what you do, SPEC, as well as the mental state that you put yourself in.
First of all, what is it that you want? That's select it. What is it that you want? And then after you select it, you can write it down if you want to, okay? And then you project it. Now, there can be ways of projecting it. See yourself as having it, or if there's a car you want, you can go to the dealership, or when you're driving in your old car and you pass the car that you want, always give it energy. And this is projecting it. See yourself as having it. So there can be many, many ways. Sometime with children, I used to do this, and it may be immature or childish or whatever. I have, you want to call it marbles or pebbles or whatever, and I would keep them in my hand, and anybody can do this, and get this pebble, and every time I had a pebble in my hand, I would rub it. And now when I was watching television, when I was reading, it was just like second nature with me, because now I was hooking up here and I was giving energy, and this was an automatic giving it energy. I found that to be very, did it work? I don't know, but it was successful. And I would, in fact, when the children came over and we would have parties and things, I would give them little colored pebbles, and I say, these are your little good luck charms. Some people have rabbit's foot that they carry in their pocket. Some people have four-leaf clovers, etc. Sometime when you're watching The Price is Right, these people bring in their little, what they call luck charms, dolls and stuff that they hold. They're giving energy to that. But again, when you have something like that, you reinforce energy. And so that is a plus for you if you wanted to go that route. Well, I did. And do I attribute that to that? I don't know. But I do know it was successful. And I do know that I kept using that and giving it energy. That would be one way, and that is projecting out and then seeing yourself as having it. Now, all of a sudden, you get a feeling after you've been working with this for such a long time, which I did. I would get a knowing feeling. And let me explain that. Let's say you're going to a place where they have a drawing at the end of the night, and you see this color television and you want it, and you have to have, each one of you are given tickets, and as she's reading the tickets, you get real antsy and almost have an adrenaline high, and your heart starts beating rapidly, and you think, oh God, she's reading the last number and it's going to be me, it's going to be me. This is anticipating. This is desire. That's not knowing. When you start knowing something, you're standing there, and there's no anticipation. There's nothing. You just know they're going to call your name, and it's a different feeling. And I need to say that only comes after you have worked with this for a period. For a period of time, because the more that I worked in entering contests, the more energy I projected, the more readily I was able to know when they were going to let us know we won. It was a feeling. It was a knowing feeling. And what makes this so interesting for me is now that I've had a little publicity, and I get a lot of emails and a lot of phone calls, and with people that are confirming, hey, I know what you're talking about. Hey, that's happened to me. And I wasn't maybe as successful as you were because I got tied up in other areas and so forth, but I would like to go ahead and get started again because there's prizes out there for all, just for the asking. So then you have now selected it, you have projected it, and then you expect it, and then you collect it. And when you collect it, then you can squeal with delight.
I like how simple that process is. And of course, there's a lot more to it. There's an art to selecting, there's an art to projecting. Expecting it is a tricky one. I know because I've experimented with it. It takes a while to build up that belief. And collecting it is probably the most fun of all. And once again, for those of you listening in, go to thewinningsage.com/special. And over there, you'll have access to the program where Helen dives a lot deeper into this process and teaches you how to apply it into your life. And that's really something I want to stress here, Helen, to everyone calling in, that this is not just about winning competitions. It really is about drawing into your life, using the power of your mind to draw into your life things that you feel could enrich your lifestyle and things that you feel would have meaning and pleasure and bring joy to you. And I know you've used this not just for contests, but also to achieve some of your goals, such as your book that had around 3 million copies printed and sold. And I also love, if there's one more story I want to ask that you share with us, and that is the story of how you could use other people's expectations of you to send you energy. I think I refer to it as the fishbowl story. Could you share that with us, Helen?
Sure. Yes, it was shortly after I won. I was notified of the house, and there was a lot of local publicity. And my husband worked, he was an engineer. They had their annual Christmas party. And that night, we're walking in the auditorium, and there are hundreds and hundreds of people there. And as we registered at the door, there's a fishbowl there, and they were giving away a big boom box, and they're giving away fruitcakes. And at the end of the night, they had this drawing. Well, when I got in there, and I looked at the boom box, and I looked at my husband, and I said, "Oh, my daughter," I said, "she's wanting one of these boom boxes for Christmas. There's her Christmas present." And the woman that was handing out the tickets kind of laughed, and she said, "Yeah, it's probably yours." And I said, "Sure it is." Well, what happened then, all the rest of these people come in, and she's telling them, she said, "I don't know why you're even messing getting a ticket. The Hadsells are here, and she has already told me she's going to win the boom box." So, but we were dancing, and now, see, everybody knows now I won the house, and they knew I won trips and everything. And they would actually, as we were dancing on the dance floor, they'd come back, "I guess the boom box is yours," and I would say, "Sure." Well, see, all night long, I'm getting all their energy. And they don't even know it because everything to me is energy. And at the end of the night, they're standing there now, and it's time for the drawing. And my husband's boss has a fishbowl up there, and he said, "Okay, we're going to have the drawing, and we're going to." They had fruitcakes. They drew for fruitcakes, and I wasn't interested in that. And now he's a big prize of the boombox. And he said, "I'm not even going to mess with that. Let somebody take over. You'll think that I deliberately chose the Hadsells to win this." And they're making fun of me. And this woman comes up, and she said, "Well, she's not going to win it. I'm going to win it." And she reaches in, and she gets all these all mixed up. I think there were hundreds and hundreds of these little tickets in there. And she pulls it out, and she hands it so my husband's boss could read it, and it was my number. I won the boombox. And they really and truly, they did not know that they were doing or giving this energy toward me. And so sometimes it can be fun. You know, you just have a fun thing. And another time I was in Hollywood, and I'd gone to all the talk shows out there, or they had a lot of contest television contests. And when I went out there, I wanted to meet Art Linkletter. I wanted to be on Queen for a Day. I wanted to be on the 2-3 shows I wanted to see. But during the day, one of my friends had moved out there, and we just went a trip to Disneyland, and my husband took the children back home. And I said, I'm going to spend a week out here, and I'm going to meet Art Linkletter, and I'm going to win some prizes out here. And it was the most exciting week I had ever had, really and truly. I got in there one morning, and it was a sort of a complicated setup, where they had a dartboard, and then they had to pick people from the audience, and it was very, very complicated. And I looked at the audience, and none of them, they all seemed to be winning, but they were mostly appliances, refrigerators and freezers. Color televisions at that time were very, very were very, very good prizes. And I'd already had a color television, but my mother in South Dakota said, you win all these things, win me a color television. And so I'm projecting for a color television, and I had these a mother and a daughter sitting beside me. And when I won the television, they said, I've never won anything, nothing. And I said, well, what would you like to win? And the mother said, my refrigerator is completely out. I would love to win this. And then we had a break for lunch, and they usually just had a buffet because they were taping. In a day, they would tape for 3-4 segments. So I stayed there, and I said, okay, after lunch, I said, let's project that you get this refrigerator. Well, what do we do? And I said, well, let's see yourself as having it. Where do you want to put it? And she thinks it's a game. She's playing a game. And I made it so simple for her. Well, after we got back into the auditorium, all the seats were taken, and they only had one available. And I wound up in the middle of the auditorium, and she was up almost in the rafters, and we didn't get to sit together. And now she's pushing. I could see she was apprehensive, and I'm looking up there nodding, and I'm just putting my hands like a circle, like you're going to win, you know, and just encouraging her mentally. And I am very seriously working toward her, and when the refrigerator came up, I am seeing herself as having it, and I kept telling her and her daughter to do the same thing. And to make a long story short, this woman won the refrigerator. And what it was a building up of energy again, because the auditorium was full at that period. But when people come in there, they want to win something, but how are they thinking? Look at the competition is so fierce. There's no way I can win it. And then they nullify themselves. And this is the reason that I continually preach. Stay positive until you have that, until you get what you want, and then get on to something else. And that's the way the game is played. It's called the name it and claim it game. And everybody has this ability. I'm not a chosen one. And especially now that I hear and I get confirmation from all the other people that are saying, hey, I read your book, and one thing that was, I must share this with you, because I was out on the lecture circuit now, and I do book reviews and so forth. And one weekend, I got a phone call from a kid in California, and he said, I had to call you personally to tell you what happened. He said, I just won a car and $25,000 thanks to you. And I said, do you mind sharing how this came about? And he said, well, I'm a student here, and my parents subsidized me, and they're getting kind of tired of that. And I came home for Christmas holidays, and I expected to get a nice check. But what did my mother get me for Christmas? Your book, the Name It and Claim It game. And she gave me envelopes and stamps and said I should read this book and win my own contest and start subsidizing myself. And he says, I was so disappointed. And he says, all the way home, all the way back, I'm pouting and really, I'm just very, very unhappy. But he says, she met you at one of your, when you were on the lecture circuit, and she said, well, if that woman can do it, you can do it too. You're a smart boy, and so forth. And that's when he started entering contests, because he had the envelopes now and the stamps. And he said, you know, Mrs. Hadsell, I think I read your book 40 times. I kept saying, if she can do it, I can do it. I followed everything down to the last thing and said, and even if I had doubt, he said, I'd slap myself and get back on the positive. And that's when he won his car and his $25,000. Those were two things he wanted. But he called me, and then another woman wanted to win a trip to Hawaii. And one day, then there's a knock on my door, and she sent me a lei from Hawaii, and she says, I'm here, enjoying the trip that you helped me win. It was just her all of a sudden about face and having enough energy and enough enthusiasm and positive thinking. She won the trip. I had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, and it wasn't just those kind of wins. I mean, we have a letter here from Jane, and this came in shortly after your product was first released, and Jane won a lottery for $10,002, and she wrote a letter crediting you and the mindset that you were able to implant in her. And really, that is what makes your product so special. You implant into people a mindset that they can use not just to win contest, but to draw into their life other things that they could want. And it's really about the spec system. It's about desire, belief, expectancy. I know you are also heavily influenced by the work of Jose Silva, and you talk about that. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, you talk about him and what he brought in, and you really pull together so many of these teachings from the last 100 years of mind science, philosophy, and the law of attraction, and you digest it into a very simple process that people can embrace and use over and over and over and over again. Now, for those of you listening, what I really like about Helen, and this is how I explain Helen to people, is that, well, you can watch a movie like The Secret, right? And there are 12 or so people in The Secret who have amazing books out, and many of these people are my friends. I highly respect them. They are amazing teachers and individuals. The thing about Helen is she just goes out there and she does it. I mean, someone who has been able to build a successful business and is wealthy, and if they claim it's the law of attraction that helped them get there, you could argue, well, maybe it was the law of attraction, but maybe it was also their MBA. But with Helen, it seems to be a pure manipulation of the laws of probability, because how else can a woman win a house out of 2 million other people taking part in that same competition? And this really isn't about writing the correct slogan. It's about drawing your name out of the hat. Yet Helen's able to do this. You heard about how she was able to meet Art Linkletter and how she was able to teach someone in that audience to win a refrigerator. So the other thing to stress is that it's a teachable system. So again, if you're ready to get started, just go to thewinningsage.com/special. And I've gone through all of Helen's books. I've gone through the DVD, and in fact, I'm the one interviewing her on the DVD. And the reason I chose to do that is because when I first stumbled upon her books and her work, it just had a profound experience in my life. So Helen, we now have questions coming in. The interview is almost over, but we have a couple of really fascinating questions coming in from different people. So I'm going to take these questions. Now, I won't be able to ask every single question. We had over 100 that have been submitted. But what me and my assistant here have been doing as we've been talking is she's been digesting these questions and sort of identifying the ones that were the most common threads. Okay, so let's start with the first question. So Linda is asking, how do I keep negative brain chatter under control? And Helen, just for the sake of time, we need to keep the answers to under 5 minutes each. Okay, so from Linda, how do I keep negative brain chatter under control?
Well, you can only think of one thought at a time, and if it's not constructive and creative and positive, and then you are what I call your mental musing. There's a technique that you can do, and it's very simple. Putting a rubber band around your wrist is one of them, and every time something negative comes in, anything negative comes, you snap the rubber band to remind you to get back on track and stay positive. That would be a technique.
I like that. That's very useful. And I actually know some people who do apply that technique. I know a marathon runner who applies that technique every time he has a doubt or he feels like quitting. It's a really powerful stuff. So let's go on to the next question. This is from Wendy. So Wendy is asking, when a person has many things that interest them and they are passionate about, how does one give enough focused energy to all these endeavors in order to have each of them be successful?
I think if you're a neophyte and this is something that you just started, I think I would just take the most important thing and project on it and then build up. And you get to where you have 3-4 goals or end results. But to start out, I would stay with one of them and just really give it all the energy, the positive energy that you can, and then go to another one. So that would be my answer to that, unless she was a very, very positive person to start out with. When I first started out, I wasn't that positive. Let's put it that way. I was not that positive. And the fact that I read the book, The Power of Positive Thinking, that's what got me to thinking, hey, I better be positive. I expected to accomplish anything here. And so that's when you get started. And then that's where you move on. And then there's nothing, really nothing, that you can't accomplish or you can't have. So it's very simple.
Great, thanks.
But to back off and I say, let's just do one thing at a time.
Thanks, Helen. And the next question is from Jackie. And Jackie is asking, how do you keep positive when so many people in your family, intermediate and extended family, are negative? No matter what I do, they get me down. I try to sing, smile, and give positive comments. I still get knocked down and criticized. What must I do to stay positively focused in this sort of environment? Sometimes I feel defeated.
Well, I just wrote, I just sent something. I had that question put to me, and I go back into some of my personal experiences, and there's all kinds of creative ways. You're all so intelligent and so have so many, talents that are dormant and you've never even used it. Sit there and figure out a way. One would be if somebody is continually bad-mouthing you or negative or criticizing you would be a good word. And then I would say, thank you, I'm glad you noticed. And what you've done then, you've nullified the energy. You've given yourself positive energy, and you gave them something to think about. And if they hear it often enough, and you say, thank you. I'm glad you noticed that. They'll wonder what's going on, and they won't voice their opinion anymore because they're not getting a rise out of you. See, some people do that for attention. Don't give them any attention. Just say, thank you, I need it. I'm glad you noticed that. And there's nothing else that they can do. So eventually they just they're not negative anymore. They don't want to hear that. So
Thanks.
that would be one technique.
So, John asked, and this is an interesting question, you've sold millions of books and many use your methods. What will happen if two people who have both been trained by Helen are both going after the same contest? Let's say both of us, two Helen-trained graduates, were watching balls being drawn for the lotto, and both were desiring to win. Who would be the one who would win? What is the determining factor
That's
here?
simple. The one that had accumulated the most energy. And the next one that had not accumulated, I would not give up. I would simply continue to do, if you've chosen numbers that you feel are positive for you or they have significance, stay with those numbers. There's never any failure. There can be a delay in results, and then what you're doing, you are nullifying that energy by not even seeing yourself as already having it. Granted, lotteries have a lot of competition, but somebody's winning. Who's winning? When you start reading in some of these journals weekly at the newsstand, there's always somebody in there that's won the lottery, and they are being interviewed. Read some of those things. What they're doing, they're using the same numbers, the same identical numbers, because the numbers have significance for them, and probably going to the same place and always seeing themselves as already having it, mentally spending it. So they are the winners. And so there's never any competition. The only competition is really with yourself when you doubt. So you can be your worst enemy.
Thank you, Helen. That's beautifully said. For those of you listening in, to find out more, go to thewinningsage.com/special. And what you'll get access to over there is essentially a golden key that would give you a much better discount plus a whole bunch of additional bonuses should you decide to buy Helen's product. I've used the product. I personally recommend it. That's why I'm the one conducting the interview. And I really think this is valuable stuff for anyone who wants to take the power of their mind to the next level. Because here you have a woman, if you've been listening here, you've probably realized by now that you have a woman here who is actually living proof that the laws of probability are not completely sound or foolproof, and that with the right attitude and the right mindset, you can draw into your life things that you want to attract, things that will bring you joy, whether it's competitions or a new love or business success or money. So Helen, let's go on with the questions. And this is an interesting one. So Lena asked, if you can use your mind to attract positive things such as contesting wins, is this the same reason why some people repeatedly experience negative things, such as being mugged, for example? And she goes on to add that this had just happened to her mom. So how does someone who is in sort of a negative spiral and is experiencing these negative things, how could they over time come out?
Well, desire is a criteria. Some people are negative because they get attention, and then it's a way of life with them. And nothing will make them happy. It has to start with you. You have to change, I call it an attitude adjustment. And that's all it is. The other day I got a letter, 4-page letter, and all it was complaining about how everybody mistreated her, every physical challenge she had, and so forth. It just overwhelms you when you hear that and you read 4 pages of it. And what can you tell a person like that? All I do, I have something here that I mail out because I think if they take the time to write or to email me, at least I can respect their wishes and give them some kind of a uplifting encouragement. And so what I do is say, you need an attitude adjustment, and here you can get started. And there's a saying, you know, watch your thoughts, they become words. Watch your words, they become actions. It becomes a way of life with you. So you have to want to change your thinking. Change your thinking, and everything around you changes. Make it constructive, creative, and positive. You're in control. You create your destiny. What is it you want? And this is all I can say, and then I repeat it over and over and over again. And as Dr. Murphy said, and incidentally, Murphy was a friend of mine and wrote about 42 books on powers of the subconscious mind. But he said, you know something? Sometimes people have to hear it or read it 42 times before they get it. And in some cases, that sometimes is necessary for some people because they've been in their rut for such a long, long time.
That's
and
very
you're
true.
You're the only one that can get yourself out of it, really.
That's very true. And Helen, here's one thing I want to add to that, because you just reminded me of one thing that happened when I started studying your material. See, now I've been a student of the mind and the law of attraction for many, many, many years. As you know, I used to teach. I was a Silva Method instructor, and the Silva Method had profoundly influenced you as well. So I always thought that I knew this stuff. But when I met you in September 2008, when I came to visit you in Texas, and we were talking, I learned stuff from you that had never, ever crossed my mind. And what you just said about having to reread the book 42 times reminded me of this. Sometimes you may have to learn the same thing, but from a slight different angle or from a different teacher, and all of a sudden it clicks. And what clicked with me, I'm not going to give away too much in this teleseminar because I know this is one of those advanced topics and that we would not even bring up in this teleseminar because it could be a little bit too advanced for many people. But what you said that clicked with me was the power of tapping into guides, my guides or angels or whatever you want to call them, but the power of tapping into these guides to add additional energy to what I was trying to manifest. And when I started doing that, my ability to draw things into my life just magnified. It exploded. And my life has really not been the same since. So anyway, for those of you listening in, keep in mind that even if you feel you've heard it all, that you've watched The Secret 42 times, often hearing something different, hearing the same thing repeated by a different teacher with their tiny spin on it can do wonders, because all of a sudden you have that wake-up call, and that one piece of the puzzle that has been missing suddenly enters into your life, and that's when things really change. That was what happened with me when I heard about this whole concept of guides through Helen, and this is one of those advanced concepts that will be covered in the product that you will find on thewinningsage.com/special. Okay, Helen, next question, and this is from Marshall. Marshall says he's been using your system to try to win money at the casino, and over time he's found that he does win way more than he loses, but he does lose sometimes too. Overall, he's making a net gain. But what he wants to find out is, how can he increase the rates of his winning?
We're going to get into something here that may be a little more advanced here. When you are in a group, a crowded group, and you start becoming very, very sensitive to their vibrations, to their energies. We all have an aura around us, a field of energy. And then when you're in close proximity with someone, you pick up their energy also. And that can be a little difficult. And so what I do, and this is going to sound off the wall, but you asked me, so I'm going to tell you. When you're out with a group, whether it's a casino or whatever, see yourself encased in a bubble of light, of energy. This is encased in a bubble of energy, and then nothing can penetrate that or come in. Now, as I said, it sounds off the wall, but I'm blessed with all of these beautiful, advanced metaphysical friends that come to visit me. And do you know that when they come in, they can come in the door and they'll start smiling and look at the friend that they brought, and they would say, Helena has her shield up. In other words, you're not going to be able to read her or to psych her out because she has her shield up. Okay, this may sound real far out, but believe me, beautiful people, this happens to us. We are subjected to other people's energy. And I venture to say, when you start using this bubble of energy around you, nobody can penetrate it. They don't know what it is. You can be positive in there, but they cannot penetrate it. Someone else can see it if they have these abilities. And so this is something that, in fact, a couple of months ago, I was talking to Joe Vitale, and I said, listen, you keep that energy around you when you're on lecture tour. I did this all the time, incidentally. When I was on tour all these years, and before I got on the podium, I would just put this light energy around me. I never had any hecklers. Some of them would have, hecklers, etc. I never had a problem with that. Never. And I attribute that to having, the light of protection is what it is. So that would be my answer to that.
Thanks, Helen. And so now we have a question from Caroline. And just before I read this question, just wanted to say, Joe Vitale, an amazing teacher. And I really, one of the things he said in his blog post that I just now remember is that he said Helen Hadsell should have been featured in The Secret. And I honestly wish they had featured you. But that was an amazing endorsement to get from Joe Vitale.
Yeah, well, it wasn't meant to be, I say. If it's meant to be, it'll fall in place, but I hadn't even thought about that.
Absolutely. So, okay, next question. This is from a lady called Caroline, and she says, sometimes, as we are going through this process, something happens, say we lose the first contest, or we lose our first, or we don't get our first desire, and we get into a feeling of being let down and discouraged. How do we overcome this feeling and continue with high energy?
Okay, I voiced it the same way. I said there's never any failures. There can be a delay in results. And as I said earlier, when there's a delay in results, it simply means someone else had more energy for that particular thing than you did. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's not another one out there for you. It just means there was a delay, a temporary delay in results. That's my attitude with everything. We have a delay in results. The other day, something closer to home, and this may sound, wow. I was sitting here the other day, and we have a Baskin-Robbins ice cream place here, but they make probably the best coconut macaroons of anybody in the whole world. I love their macaroons. I'm thinking, God, I would like to have some of those macaroons. I didn't feel like going out. It's still 102 here in Texas, and so I try to stay in where it's comfortable. And would you believe, you had to be here today when my son walked in the door, and this is not, he took the day off, in fact, and coming out here, which is 32 miles, he stopped at a Baskin-Robbins, bought these, and I never mentioned anything to anybody. I just thought about him. And he comes in with this package of coconut macaroons and puts it on the table, and I said, I said, was that my thought or your thought? And he says, probably your thought. But this happens more and more all the time when you're projecting, even little thing like macaroons. I mean, can be unreal. And so the other day I was invited to go out to one of my friends was giving a dinner party. She had an Indian, and she was cooking this Indian food. And I was invited, and I decided, well, I don't think I want to go because it would be a long drive into Fort Worth, and I just want to mess with it. I love my space out here. And so I said, well, I would like to taste the Indian food because I'm not familiar with it. But there'll be an opportunity when I have, when I can taste it. Would you believe my son, who was going into Fort Worth and had stopped there to give her, he bought some things for somebody that was at that party. And while he's at the party, he's tasting this food, and the woman fixed a whole big bowl of this Indian food for me, and that's what I had for lunch today. I never told her. I just thought I would like to try some of this Indian food. So start looking for things like that. They happen every day. What brought those to you? What were you thinking? How did it come about? And then you can squeal with delight. Like when I looked there and he brought these coconut macaroons. I've already eaten two with a cup of tea. But see, it's little things like that that make your day.
That's beautiful. And I love that lesson, Helen, because a lot of people think that you use spec and the various stuff you teach just for the big things, but really it's about daily things. I use it when I'm missing a particular friend, and I'm hoping that they'd shoot me an email or give me a call, or I might use it if, like you said, if I'm desiring a certain kind of food and I find that particular food just pops into my life that day or the subsequent day. A friend might invite me out to that Thai restaurant when I was thinking about Thai food or something along those lines. But it is really beautiful when it happens. And when you start logging these tiny successes, it boosts your belief system, and then the bigger and bigger and bigger successes come.
Yes, you create these your destiny, really and truly. And why not make it positive? I mean, life is so beautifully exciting all the time. When you're positive in all these things, I mean, here at my age, I can squeal with delight when things happen. It's never lackadaisical. It's always an adventure.
Yeah, and what we're doing right now actually is I think we're almost preempting the answer to one of our most popular questions. We had two people ask this question, Marina and Nancy, both asked the same question, and that is, how do I build up my faith and belief? That's essentially the question. They worded it a little bit longer, but I'm summarizing it. Helen, how would you answer that?
Okay. There are so many wonderful books. So many it's a do-it-yourself thing, really. When you're initially wanting to get started, and that's like keeping a journal. Just get one of these little composition books and start writing down your thoughts. What are you in the morning when you're getting up? What do you feel like? Is it negative, or some of these older people sit there and look at themselves, what's going to hurt today, and at the end of the day they can barely move because they've given that much energy to their foot or whatever. We all have little physical challenges. That's part of living here. But if it does, if you did get up and say you had an arthritic pain someplace, and you'll say, I don't need it. I'm in control of this body. It's mind over matter. I'm in control of the body. Straighten yourself up, and then make a cup of tea, and then think of something uplifting. Good music. Listen to good music. Read a good book. There's many little... I have a deck of cards here that someone gave me, and they're called angel cards. And I was so impressed with them that I've given well at least a dozen to my friends because they're so uplifting. And there's so many good thoughts of the day. And start keeping a journal, writing them down, and then rereading them and giving them energy. And this makes you feel better. It just, you just get a whole new lease on life. You're in control, remember, of what you think. So make it constructive, positive, and creative.
Thank you, Helen. And that's a beautiful way to wrap up this entire interview. For those of you listening, I hope you gained some useful tips and advice over here. And if you really want to take this to the next level and really dive into the kind of stuff that Helen talks about, go to thewinningsage.com/special. Don't forget, the website starts with the THE winning, WINNING, sage, SAGE.com/special. And that's where you'll really get access to this amazing program. I completely recommend it. I've learned some great stuff from Helen, as I explained earlier. And when you buy it from thewinningsage.com/special, that's really where you'll get the best deal. So just a reminder, but do not buy from the main page of the website. Buy it from the special URL that we're giving you right now as part of this teleseminar, /special. And it'll be up for the next 48 hours. So do go ahead and do that right now. Helen, thank you so much. It's been amazing talking to you. Those of you listening in, please keep in mind that Helen recently changed the spelling of her name. So if you do Google her online, her previous name was Helen, Helen. Now it's Helene, Helene. Did I pronounce that correct?
Yes, yes, I've done that years and years ago.
Perfect.
It rang true. I mean, I like it. It's softer, and it was just one of my little things that I wanted to do.
Wonderful.
Okay.
And
can I say one more
thing?
Yes,
please, go ahead.
Okay. I want to tell, when you're positive, beautiful people out there, and it's a way of life with you, and then I'm again going to recommend that you're keeping this, your daily journal. You're going to find that you're all of a sudden going to have this calm, contented feeling. It's going to surface, and realize what life in the physical is all about. You're going to find yourself more as an observer, and your understanding of people will take on a whole new perspective. So there's lots and lots of bonuses that you get simply by being positive. And I would highly, highly recommend that you go ahead and keep a journal and refer to it, and always make it creative and positive and constructive.
Well, Helen,
okay?
what do you recommend? I love that idea. Quick question. What do you recommend we write in that journal? All our thoughts, or just a list of our successes, our positive successes?
Yes. If you're waking up and you have a physical challenge, then go into something. I have my ability to heal is amplified. I'm healed. And then go to something else. Listening to music, making. I had this vivid imagination. Like for instance, now I have flowers out here, 4 different rose bushes, and I sit in the morning when I have my morning tea. I go out there and sit before it gets too warm, and I visualize them blooming for me. And the next morning, I have abundant red roses, and then the next morning I want the white ones, and I want the pink ones, and the yellow ones. And my son comes over, and he said, "Mother, have you been playing with the mentally playing with the flowers again?" Right. This is energy. And using your energy, if you don't use it, you lose it, And so these are games that I play.
And that what you're talking about is very similar to the gratitude exercise. It's something I do every day, and it's a very powerful exercise, and it's something that I know you, because you've showed me your gratitude book. Those of you listening in, when you do get the product from thewinningsage.com/special, you will get a link to a software. It's actually an online community where people share gratitude messages with each other. That's something to look out for. I'm on it. It's really, really, really useful, and it's one of those things that will really help you overcome in a massive way negative doubts or things that are holding you back. once you make this part of your daily practice. Helen, once
Beautiful.
again, thank you. It was wonderful having you. I love all the conversations I have with you. For those of you listening in, go to thewinningsage.com/special, SPECIAL. I look forward to seeing all of you on the other side. Thanks, Helen, and thank you all for listening in.
And thank you for letting me share with you.
Hi, Helen. How are you? This is Vishen Lakiani.
Absolutely fabulous.
How was your Christmas?
Well, it was just another day. I had the family here, but I am so intrigued with all of the emails that I'm getting from people all over the world. It just is very, very exciting that so many people are interested in their spiritual growth, and you're giving them the opportunity to learn a little bit more about themselves. So wouldn't that be a perfect day?
Perfect. You were telling me you were getting around 50 emails a day right now.
Yes.
And that's pretty astonishing, because we did not give out your email address anywhere on the website, because I knew the swarm of responses you'd get. We had so far 13,000 people listen to the interview that we did together. That somehow people are so excited about what they heard you speak about that they are Googling online, and they are somehow digging up your personal contact information, which is in a way creepy, but in a way also kind of exciting. It shows how much people adore you and like your message.
Well, I'm just another person, and I'm just absolutely sincere about telling people what their potential is. There's so many out there that really are not using their talents, their mind. I mean, it's mind-boggling to me. So I'm happy to help any way that I can.
Perfect. Well, what we're going to do in this particular teleseminar, Helen, is last night I sent an email to everyone who signed up. I sent an email only to the first 1,000 people who signed up to purchase the new DVD and book set that you're going to be releasing in January. And I asked them for their biggest questions for Helen Hadsell. I have had a ton of emails come in, and what we did was we've been going through all the emails, and of course, not everybody is going to have their question asked, but what we are looking for are specific trends, questions, or themes that pop up multiple times. We've compiled these trends, and what we want to do for the next 1 to 2 hours, we're probably going to have to split this into 2 separate teleseminars because there's a ton of questions, but what we're going to do is ask you the biggest, most common questions that people are having since watching you in the DVD and reading your book. So are you all set to get going?
We'll do the best we can.
Okay, so this is going to be a free flow. There's not going to be any specific direction. I'm simply going to go with the most common question. So let's start with what is perhaps the most frequently requested piece of information from you, and that's basically this. So far I've seen this question just come in from Judy, from Bob, from Paulina. I'm not going to give people's last names to protect your privacy, but here's the question. The question is, we love the SPEC system. What we'd like to know is, how long do I have to stay focused on a particular goal in order to see the outcome, in order to see it manifest itself? How many times a day? How many affirmations? How long? Weeks, months? How long do I have to stay focused on the outcome that I desire?
It varies. When you're really and truly wanting something, how important is it to you? You should be thinking about it. You can write it down. It comes to mind, or you can deliberately sit and focus on it. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, your thoughts on that thing. You're sending energy to it. This is very, very important. So how long will it take? It depends. It depends how much energy it needs. Don't ever admit failure. There can be a delay in results, kids. But everything that I have ever set out to do, I can truthfully say it has manifested.
Yes, I think that does answer the question, Helen. I do have a follow-up question. This comes from Angie. And it relates to the first question. Now, Angie's issue is, how do you stay focused on your intentions? How do I stay positive and not let negative ideas or influences come in to distract me? You see, I start off with an intention, and then I get distracted, and then I realize a week or two later that I'm no longer working on this intention, and I have to start all over again, and it's really frustrating, and I end up quitting. So how do you stay focused and positive?
Well, of course, I've done this for such a long period. It's just easy for me to do it. But as a beginner, if you have this frustration, etc., why don't you just write it down? Why don't you just keep it on a piece of paper or in a book, something that you can look at all the time? In the car, you're in the car most of the time. Just pin it to the dashboard. Pin it on the refrigerator. In the bathroom, on the mirror. There are so many, many ways. Then your mind will get back on it. I can truthfully say that we are influenced with people around us, what they are thinking. And it is a distraction. But then, come on, use these little tools here until you become confident and are able to automatically. Remember, kids, you can only think of one thing at a time. And if other things are coming in and you need that to focus on, and then do these little things by writing it, putting it on the mirror and on the dashboard as I suggested. Then it'll come to you. You'll be giving it energy. And believe me, it works.
So then it's about, so then what you're saying, Helen, is it may take a while to come. It really depends on how much energy the outcome requires. And it's really a question of simply staying focused and to keep pouring energy into this thought, this desire.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes.
Now, specifically in your case, what have you found to be specific tools or methods or systems that have worked for you, that have allowed you to stay focused, no matter how long it took, that have allowed you to stay focused on the outcome you were seeking?
I think if there'd be one answer to that, it would be, how really, really much do you desire something? When you desire something, and then you're going to make it work, because you're thinking about it, and as I said earlier, the power of positive thinking. When Vincent Peale, when I read that book, and I was so impressed. And I'm the kind of a person that's got to prove things to myself. And that's when I started. It was a flippant way, like my husband wants a motor. A motor for his boat. Okay, how often did I think about that? All the time. I wanted him to have that boat motor. And yes, I gave it thought. And it was humorous because I kept saying, I wonder how long it's going to take him to let us know we won. And it took, I think, 2 or 3 weeks until the contest was over with. And then when they called him, I just assumed, okay, now what else do we want? It was flippant. It was a desire that was important to me, because maybe I wanted to prove that Vincent Peale had something going. And evidently he did, by suggesting this and then taking a hold of it. I call it hook, line, and sinker. And that's what you do. And you take a hold of it and you think about it constantly until it manifests. So that's what I did. Oh yes, I had to do other things, mundane things, but that was the focus that kept me going. Just he needs that outboard motor. I've seen the outboard motor, and that was it. Because initially when it started, I sat in my chair and pretended like I was my husband, and I wrote the words that at that time we had to write 25 words or less. And so I wrote why he wanted it, and, he's a lone wolf fisherman and so forth. And from that point on, I I didn't even doubt kids. I didn't even doubt. I didn't discuss it with anybody except my husband, and we'd laugh about it. And I say, wonder how long it's going to take them. So I don't know. Every case worked different, and so there's not one answer.
And I love that line you just used: hook, line, and sinker. Helen, have you noticed that? Because I've heard other mind philosophers such as Jose Silva say this. But the first time you try to manifest something, it may take a while. But every time you have a success, it helps build up your belief system. And the next thing you try to manifest comes to you quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker. And pretty soon you find that you can manifest things extremely rapidly, no longer in weeks or months, but in a matter of days or even hours. Have you found that to be true in your experience?
Definitely. And then I was called lucky, and then I was called a witch, and that's when I coined the word not witchcraft, but wish, W-I-S-H, witchcraft. I'm good at that.
What was the fastest thing you ever manifested?
I think the night that we went to the dance, it was right around Christmas time, and I was just told I won the house. And my husband and I went to the dance, and we walked in there, and this big boom box on the table, and Christmas cake and stuff as the door prizes at the end of the night. And when I registered to put my name in this fish bowl, I said, I want that boom box for my daughter for Christmas. And she laughed, and as people came in, she said, the Hadsells are here, and Mrs. Hadsell already won the boom box. And so what was so interesting is, all night long we were dancing, and people would stop and say, oh, she's lucky she won a house, etc., and now she already has the boom box, or why should I register? She's already won. And what they were doing, they were giving me energy. And they were not even aware of it. And so at the end of the night, when they drew the name, and my husband's boss said, I want nothing to do with this. And he handed the bowl over to somebody else, and this woman comes up, and she says, well, they're not going to get it. It was sort of like a joke. And she reaches in and hands the name, and the man read the name, and it was the Hadsell. I mean, I won that boombox.
That's hilarious. So when you walked in, you had not actually won the boombox. You simply declared that you were going to win. And other people, because they knew you had just won the house, they thought you were some kind of witch, you had some sort of lucky spell. They too assumed you were going to win the boombox. This added more energy to you winning, and your name ended up being drawn. That is a beautiful story. So I have a question here from Kathy. What you just talked about, Helen, was an example where people expect you to win. Now, Kathy's question is about the opposite. She says, do you have any method of disconnecting the negative emotion that others close to you create from time to time? Sometimes people, your kids or your spouse, put you off course because they expect you to fail. How do you prevent other people's negativity from getting you off course?
We should really and truly give that some thought, because the minute that you declare that you're going to win something, there's always somebody that's going to say, what makes you think you can win it, or ha ha ha, you never won it, or look at the competition you had. Well, that is negative there, and it really and truly makes you have to work harder, longer and stronger to ward off that negative feeling. This is the reason I never told anybody what I was working toward. Now, granted, the night that I was at the dance, this was sort of a funny thing, and usually I don't tell people what I'm working toward. I don't give them an opportunity to be negative. And if you're working And all of a sudden, this negative thing comes and says, what makes me think I'm going to win it? You better believe somebody else is projecting that energy towards you. And when that comes to your mind, you can only think of one thing at a time. You just say, cancel, cancel, or deliberately say, but I am a winner. I know I'm going to win. And then go ahead and boost yourself up again. Don't waste that energy. You've got the energy. You work with energy at all times.
Mm-hmm. So what you're saying is really keep it to yourself.
Yes, until you have enough confidence. I'm flippant now. And I just say, okay, want this or whatever. And my son here, who is so good at picking up every time, it's hilarious, absolutely hilarious. This morning he came in to bring in the mail, and this morning I'm thinking of cherries. Oh, I'd love to have some cherries, and I know they're out of season. And can you believe the kid came in and plonked a bag of cherries in the kitchen cabinet, and he said, I was grocery shopping this morning, and I kind of figured you'd like some of these cherries. So, was that his or the idea or mine? It was my idea, and he picked it up. When you're in close proximity with people, it can be it can be an ongoing thing. And it seems to be that way with my son. So we have fun and games here all the time.
Mm-hmm. I see what you mean. Now, in the case of the first question I asked you, the person, her solution would be to simply keep her goals, her intentions private. But what if even if you were private about what you were trying to manifest, there was someone in your life who was a negative influence? Now, this question comes from Kathy. She says, is it possible to turn a relationship that's going nowhere around? I'm 52. I've been seeing a man for nearly 3 years. He's a workaholic. He's stubborn. And this relationship is going nowhere, and he refuses to pay attention to me. I've threatened that I'm going to start dating other people. He says he's going to turn his life around. It doesn't happen. I'm confused. Can I choose to influence his behavior to turn this relationship around with my own mind?
You have the principles there. How important is it to you? Do you really want it, or have you outgrown this person? You never can change anybody. Don't even try. You can project, and they can accept it or reject it. And no, you're never able to influence anybody. I wouldn't even attempt that. On material things, yeah, it's okay. But to talk to a person and convince them on something that's ongoing, is it worth it? How much is it worth it? How much do you really and truly want it? Or have you outgrown it? He has his own personality, and so do you. And even if you are married, there's going to be things that are going to be coming up constantly. You're not compatible in all areas. Those are just storybooks. Real life, let's face it, life happens one darn thing right after another. And how you pursue it or how you look at it, that's entirely up to you.
And Kathy goes on to write, this is the second part of the question. She wrote a fairly long email. I am confused as to what I should be selecting. Should I be selecting that our relationship has turned around and that we are both sharing many wonderful and awesome moments together and that our relationship has moved to a higher ground? Or should I be selecting that I am attracting someone else who can give me what I want? My greatest wish is for this relationship that I've had for the last 3 years to grow and blossom. But what do I do? So in this scenario, Helen, what would your advice to Kathy be? And by the way, this is a different Kathy. This is Kathy with a K.
Well, when someone comes up and in my counseling capacity and asks what I want this particular man and what can I do to get him, etc., and so forth, There is a set there is a set, what I would say, petition to this. I would recommend you say, I would like the perfect man with like interests to gravitate to me. And that's all I would say. If you're going to be specific, he's got to have long hair and drive a Cadillac or whatever. This will manifest down the road how important it is to you. I would be comfortable getting the perfect mate with like interests. And of course, that's just me, because I happen to have the perfect mate for 60 years. And yes, we worked at it. Sure, there's always little areas that need to be addressed. But it's been a fun life. So what you're wanting is the perfect mate with like interests. Now, if it's the guy that you're currently seeing, or there might be somebody else out there that will fill your needs, you have to ask, what is it that you want? You want this guy, or do you want the perfect guy with like interests? I can't give you an answer on that one.
I think you just gave a perfect answer. Now, in Kathy's situation, are you trying to say that if she used the style of positive statement that you just said, I want the perfect man with like interest, does this mean that either she would manifest a new person, or that her current boyfriend would change in terms of his behavior towards her?
That's what makes life so exciting. If he is the perfect mate with like interests, and then she already has that, or it might be another person, but this is what she wants now, and how important is it to her? If it's that important, then I would continually project for it.
Perfect. And this brings us to our next question. It's on life purpose versus what you want. This question comes from Francisco. And what Francisco says is, he's having a little bit of difficulty understanding how spec relates to this particular philosophy. The philosophy is this. Philosophy is the idea that if you set a goal and that goal is not aligned with your higher self, no matter what you do, no matter how powerfully you use the spec formula, it will not happen because you're not meant to get it. Because at a deeper soul level, there's something else that you're meant to do. For example, if a person wants to be a professional football player and he's really meant to be a spiritual teacher, then his higher self will not allow his dreams of being a football player to manifest. So Francisco wants to know, what are your views on this philosophy? Do you agree with him? Do you agree with the idea that you cannot manifest anything? It has to be something that is in tune with your higher self.
Oh, that's such a good question, and I'm so glad he asked that. This is the reason when I deal with people or talk to people and so forth, I always ask them their birth dates. And when you figure out your birth date, at the end, month, day, year, then you have what I call your mission this lifetime. And I have found that to be so credible, because what is your mission? You say you want to be a football player, or you want to do this or that, but maybe your mission is to be an actor, or maybe to be an artist, or to be a pioneer, to go where no man's gone before. When you find out your mission, you are going to, it's just so exciting, you're going to gravitate toward what you came into this lifetime to do. And it's going to be very satisfying. This doesn't mean that you can't be a football player. You can go ahead and do it. But to really and truly be comfortable and just, I would say, blissful, is when you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, when you know what your mission this lifetime is. So that would be my answer. My lifetime is to be an adventurer, okay? And that's what it's been. Some are meant to be a writer. And when you write, there's such a feeling of, oh, I finally found my place in the sun, in the fun, and you take it from there.
So what you're saying, Helen, is you can manifest anything you want. It's just that if you choose something that is aligned with your mission, it tends to be more of a downhill journey rather than an uphill journey.
That's right. That's right. You can still manifest it, but your mission is the one that's going to be rewarding, gratifying, and satisfying.
Got it. Okay. And let's go on to the next question. And this is from Richard. Helen, he says, I have read that emotion plays a large part of manifesting. How do you cater your emotions? How do you use them to facilitate the manifesting process? And can you give examples of this?
Emotion, gosh. I always say, I want it so bad I can taste it. That's an emotion. Yes, emotion can be very, very, what I call beneficial. There's an excitement there. There's a feeling of knowing, and there's just a feeling of laughter when you get it. Emotion does. It's more abundant energy is what it is. And so if you can do things emotionally, it manifests more faster.
Right. What you're talking about when you say emotions, I take it, is feelings of joy, happiness, positive expectancy. Is that what you mean?
Yes, And I also, emotion can be hate, fear, envy, jealousy, pain. These are all emotions. And one segment in my book, I want to clarify here. I said when we have a physical discomfort, which is called pain, there's where you're going to get some feedback, kids. When you have this pain and you concentrate on the pain, it comes in surges of almost can knock you out. You're giving pain more energy by concentrating on it. When you change that pain to healing, the same pulsation is there, but it's completely different. It feels like surges, and all of that intense pain is gone. And you've got surges and surges of healing. I recommend this, in childbirth, when you're having tooth challenges, because the mouth seems to be so sensitive there. Or when you hurt yourself. And immediately rub it and say, healing, 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 healing. And all of that throbbing of hurt energy dissipates because you've changed the energy now into healing. Does that cover that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Now Richard goes on to ask, how do you deal with feelings of guilt when you are trying to manifest something big that you think might help you in your life, but due to past programming or whatever, you feel guilty about asking for it? How would you deal with that situation?
Well, you might call it the con job. I say, I would write this down. I would say, in the past, I had the idea that I was not worthy of something. I refuse to live in the past. And when you repeat that, or when you say it over and over again, and then that guilt feeling is dissipated. I've had to do this quite often when I do counseling, in that I even write it down on a piece of paper and give it to that person and say, keep looking at this, because you're living in the past and we're in the now, and you are worthy of whatever it is you want to have. Don't live in the past.
I like that, and I like that exercise. Now this leads to another question. This is It's actually also by Francisco. Now, he asks some pretty deep questions. Now, here's the second question. He says, Helen, in your course, can you clarify how to deal with past programming that is negative in nature? For instance, you may consciously set an intention to be wealthy, but at the same time you may have a subconscious programming that says money is the root of all evil. Rich people are selfish. Now, if you have this past programming, there's a part of you that will sabotage your desire to attract more wealth. So how do you deal with this past programming? How do you get rid of it? Would it be the same process?
Yes, the same. I mean, that's very, very effective, incidentally. Just write it down. Write it down. In the past, I had this feeling. I refuse to live in the past. And you can but keep in positive words with it. But I'm telling you, it works. It's very, very, very effective.
Yes, and I just want to share one thing over here. A lot of the people who buy the Winning Sage program, especially given the current situation in the U.S., one of the deepest desires they have right now is to be financially secure, or even to be wealthy. But what I've noticed about a lot of people, and I used to teach the Silva Method class, so I've noticed a lot of people have a negative attitude towards wealth. They believe rich people are bad. They believe money is the root of all evil. Some of them have really silly beliefs, such as they would feel guilty if they were making more money than their parents. For whatever reason, they feel it's bad to be earning more than their parents or than their neighbors or their community. What I found is that these past programming is one of the biggest reasons people are trapped in poverty or in debt. And being able to eliminate these past programmings can do wonders to free you. So I love the suggestion that you just gave, Helen, because I think it's an important missing step. A lot of people would practice Silva or practice spec or practice any other technique out there, focus on attracting money, but they forget to deal with their past programming. And that feeling of guilt, that feeling of a negative attitude towards the idea of becoming rich holds them back. So I love what you just said. Now we'll move on to the next question, unless you have anything else to add on this subject.
Yes, it's difficult in this time because you're picking up the mass energy, the mass thinking of the majority of people now. And you are, when you're sensitive, you're picking this up. Even on the radio or on the television and so forth, I just block it out. Just simply block it out. And if it takes you reading that over, then do it. I think that should cover it.
Now, this question regards, it's related again to what we've been talking about. It's about getting out of debt. And it comes from Quinn. Now, Quinn's situation is this. If someone is currently in debt, well, his question is, if someone is currently in debt, what would be the best way to use the knowledge in Helen's DVD and book to help them come out of debt? I apologize if this is an odd question. It's just that I'm currently struggling and would like to get out. It feels as though I'm sinking deeper and deeper, and that's one of the main reasons I purchased this program, Mrs. Hadsell.
Wow is all I can say on that one. You're wanting instant gratification. It took you a long time to get into that hole, probably by overspending and so forth. So it's going to take a little while. I mean, it's not an overnight thing. You created it, now you uncreate it. And it may take a little while, and it may be like spoon feeding, but it's possible. It's possible. But in the meantime, you can also, what I could say, visualize yourself being free and out of debt, happy and content. And there's no time period on that. Because, see, you created all this, now you uncreate it. But you want to have a stepping up process, then go see yourself as being sitting there and everything is taken care of and everything is balanced. Because when you're balanced financially, physically, and spiritually, there's such a good feeling. And I'm sure you don't have that now because of all the debt and of all the pressure. But who caused that? You did to start out with. So now undo it and get back in track to become normal. I mean, to be, what I would say, balanced. Not what you wanted to hear, kid, but you put yourself there. Now, it'll take a little while to get out of it.
Right. And for everyone who's listening who might be in this situation, it is a tough situation. What typically happens is, because you are in a feeling of debt, a feeling of lack, what happens is, even if when you try to manifest more money, the stress, the negativity, your spouse complaining to you about being in that situation of debt, not being able to afford things you want, those negative vibes pull you down, and you're constantly stuck in your current reality. Now, there are steps to get out, but it does take a while. I would like to, Helen, if I may, I would like to recommend some programs, free programs that people might want to look into, that are compatible with SPEC that might help them with this particular situation. So the first is, go to the website, thesgrprogram.com. SGR stands for Science of Getting Rich. It's the title of an old book by Wallace Wattles written in the 1910s. Again, it's thesgrprogram.com. They have a free 7-part course. Sign up for that course. And this course talks about shifting your mental attitude towards acquiring wealth or coming out of debt. I helped co-author the course with my friend Bob Proctor and Jack Canfield. So do check it out, thesgrprogram.com, and once again, it's free. The other thing I do want to recommend for people like Quinn or anyone else who might be stuck in debt is buy the book Secrets of a Millionaire Mind by T. Harv Eker. What Harv talks about is basically how to switch your mindset, how to overcome past negative programming about money, and how to come out of debt. And he'll give you a couple of step-by-step tips, how to gradually move out of it and move into a frame of mind where you are attracting money once again. Okay, but now we'll go on with some additional questions for Helen. Helen, is there anything else you'd like to add in regards to that?
I think you've covered all bases. I mean, it's something that you have to read and accept and then do it. Just don't read it. Do something about it. Write it down. Get excited about it. This is what I'm going to do now. So you've got that energy to get started.
Great. And let's go on to another serious issue that a lot of people brought up, and this is health issues. Now, this question comes from Connie. Connie's question is, how do I use the SPEC system to help me get out of this health situation I'm in right now? Basically, Connie has an issue with constant migraines and headaches, and she's wondering if she can use SPEC to help heal herself.
Definitely. Of course, there's a lot of allergies now. We're not going to say that everything is a miracle. We are in a place here where there's allergies and you're allergic to this and allergic to that, and there's medication that's necessary. If that's what it takes to get you out of it. And then I say, well, I'm not a doctor, remember. I'm just doing what I feel I myself do. I can share what I do, but that doesn't mean I'm a doctor. When I get a headache, I sit there and all I do is put my 2 fingers, my thumb and my forefinger, right between my nose, and while I'm sitting there and rocking, I'll just say, it's gone, 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 gone. And that's it. I don't take aspirin. I just don't take medication. But that's me. And as I say, every one of you is different. Every one of you has your ideas of what will heal you. This is my idea. This is my way of healing my headache. It works for me. Now, you take it if you want to or do whatever you want to with it. So that's my answer.
Wonderful. Thanks for sharing, Helen. Now, with that, we'll wrap up part 1 of the teleseminar, and we will be having several follow-up teleseminars. And for all of you listening in, thank you for listening. Part 1 will be available as soon as we get this edited and up on the website. And very soon, we'll be launching part 2 as well. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we are back. This is Vishen Lakhani. We are back with Helen Hadsell. This is part 2 of our teleseminar, where we are asking Helen the biggest questions from the first 1,000 people who grabbed a hold of Helen's book and DVD set, The Winning Stage. So, let's get on with the questions, Helen. Now, Helen, how are you feeling today?
Fantastic.
Okay, well, so let's start with the first question. Now, this question comes from Alex, and the question is as follows. Visualizing is fairly easy, but how do you deal with that part of you, that voice in your head that says, this is pure nonsense, this is just another law of attraction, con job, it's all rubbish. I believe in Helen, I believe in the SPEC system, but I have these negative voices in my head. How do I silence these voices of skepticism so I can stay focused on my goal?
Okay, now I'm going to say this over and over and over again. You can only think of one thing at a time. Only one thing at a time. You're in control of your thinking. If it's not positive, creative, then I would abort it and get back on track of thinking positively. Last time we talked, I had something that I read about watch your thoughts, they become words. Watch your words, they become actions. Watch your actions, they become habits. Watch your habits, they become character. Watch your character, for it becomes your destiny. You know something? When I said that the last time, I can say I had about 15 emails from people, all walks of life. I mean, from all over the world, really. And they said, I wrote that down, and I kept looking at it and realizing how potential, how fantastic it is. Watch your thoughts. And said, it gave me a whole new lease on life. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I repeated it again, and write it down, kid, if you didn't get it the first time.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Now, here's another question, and it's somewhat similar. Well, at least it's related, and it comes from Lynn. She said, I listened to the first 6 chapters of DVD 1, and I understand that to expect means to not have doubt that something is coming my way. But how do I relate the concept of expectancy to a specific time horizon? For example, would it be correct for me, let's say I'm trying to manifest a certain amount of money, would it be correct for me to give it a deadline, say February 28, 2009?
When you do that, when you first start out, I'm going to tell you, you might get disappointed because it doesn't come on that date. I very seldom put a date on something. And when I did in the past, and it did not manifest, do you know what I told myself? Okay, there's no failure, there's just a delay in my results. And then I would continue to project, and then down the road it would come, but it might not come on the 28th, the day that I designated for it to come.
I see. So what you're saying is, don't worry about the deadline, just set a goal, understand that it's going to be coming.
Yes,
soon. Okay, but what if it takes forever? What if, I mean, there must be a way to reconcile this.
Well, you know, majority of people are impatient. And patience is a virtue. Just a second. So you cultivate patience. That's all. I get on my email, this is humorous, someone someone orders a book, let's say, and on the email, when am I going to get it? And when did you mail it out? And this is impatience. I have no way of determining a date and an hour that she's going to receive it. But there's still people out there that think they can do everything. It's impossible. You can do many, many, many things with your thoughts and your minds, but there are limitations.
Right.
Unless I can teleport it to you, you know.
Right. I mean, when I hear a question like that, one piece of advice that does come to mind is Jose Silva's advice. As you know, he was a great friend of yours. He had a line in his book, and that quote was, "Don't jump the gun." Basically, what he says is start with something small. If your reservoir of faith is not yet strong enough, start with something small, and when that comes to you, you build up your reservoir of faith, and you can go on to something bigger, and then something bigger, and then something bigger. And you can manifest things faster, but the point is, start with something small that you believe can come to you any moment now. Don't start with something big that you think might take years for you to bring into your reality. You want to start with something small, get a small success, build up your reservoir of faith, and then keep aiming for bigger and bigger and bigger things. And that's how you can grow and develop this ability to manifest new outcomes very rapidly. Do you agree with that?
Oh, definitely. And I will tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
When you cultivate this, yes, you will have this ability. Things will come to you faster. And then you can say, so what else is new? You know, almost become fluent with it. But start out small, yes.
Wonderful. Okay, well, let's go on to this question. And this question is on illness, and it comes from Scott. Scott says, how do you avoid a negative outcome that has been presented itself as a probability? Now, what happened to Scott was he was diagnosed recently with a life-threatening disease. He's wondering what he can do with SPEC to, say, beat the odds.
You know, a number of years ago, there was a book, and I met the man, but I don't recall the book. And he had was working with cancer patients, and he would go ahead and whatever. I mean, let's say you had a tumor or something, and you could manifest over and over and over again, playing games of the good men and the bad men, and all of a sudden, the good man winning out and eliminating this cancer. It was very, very powerful and very popular at that time. I'm sure that system still works. And whatever it is, whatever challenge we have, we're needing to do something about it. And it never hurts. I mean, you're going to have medical consultations, et cetera, et cetera. And whatever it is, if it's negative or it's limiting, and then I would threaten it. I would say, what makes him think that I'm going to be inhabilitated? What makes him think I refuse to be that way? So there you're canceling that out already. And I'm not saying that doctors aren't doing a great job. They are. But you're in control of your body, kid. It's your decision. Where do you want to go from here? And I've seen miracles, absolute miracles, performed in an attitude. And it's difficult when you get negative, because you're working here to eliminate all that. Be a miracle.
Helen,
change the odds. Yes.
Did you ever get a chance to meet Dr. O. Carl Simonton?
Yes, Carl. Yes, Carl. Yes, that's who I was referring to. Yes, he lived in Fort Worth. He and his wife, yes, came to met Jose. Yes, yes.
I was just going to say, for people listening, people like Scott who might be facing a life-threatening disease, O. Carl Simonton is a doctor who came up with something called imagery therapy for cancer. What he did was he found that he could teach cancer patients who had this obviously serious life-threatening disease. He would teach them specific visualization exercises, and they would beat the odds. They would go into what is called spontaneous remission. The cancer would disappear, and they would go on to live long, healthy lives. Now, it didn't happen for all patients, but it happened for a significantly large number of them. Now, Carl Simonton was a big fan of Silva. In fact, his wife, him and his wife spoke at one of these Silva conventions. I was not there. I was probably a kid at that time, but Helen, I think you may have been there. One of the things they said is that Silva is one of the most powerful tools they've come across in terms of imagery therapy. So my advice to people like Scott is look up the works of Carl Simonton. You can Google that. It's O space Carl, C-A-R-L, space Simonton, S-I-M-O-N-T-O-N, and also look into the Silva Light system, which also talks about imagery therapy. Helen, do you have any stories about Carl or anything you wanted to add to that?
Well, I was very, very impressed with his work, and I know it's possible, definitely possible. And I'm always one that has to prove something to myself, and so I did research. And one of the things that we did, I was up in New York, and one of the gals that was a secretary had a challenge when she had back surgery, hurt her back, and then one of her feet was about 2 inches shorter than the other foot. And when we got there, I said, why don't we go ahead and practice what we're teaching? And they all agreed. This was at one of the seminars in New York, and all of us, there were about 100 decided that we were going to think about her every night and stretch her foot so it would become even with her other, because this was 1.5 inches shorter. We worked with that and thought it was a game, really. But the outcome, and this is gospel, the outcome was that it was, eventually, it seemed to be pulling, and she could actually feel the pulling of it, and now it's normal. She walks normal, not sideways as she once did. And this is a factual case. So yes, everything is possible. But we had 100 people working with that. And I said, that was our research project. And there's another one. Laura Huxley has the book, You Are Not the Target. And in that, she has some good material also. And that was, when something happens, there's another book, Bad Things Happen to Good People. She gives some good histories about you are not the target. Nobody's picking on you. You've done this, and you hate to admit that somewhere along the line you did it to yourself. But let's face reality and facts. If you have done this, you can undo it. But I loved her book. I recommend it very highly.
Great. Well, let's go on to a question in a different theme. And this question actually comes all the way from Malaysia, from Chuan Po. And what Chuan Po is asking is, I've always dreamed about visiting Europe, but I don't have the money to actually fly from Asia to Europe because I come from a small Southeast Asian country. I would love to see the Mediterranean and bask in the splendor and pomp during spring. What specific advice would I do? How would I specifically apply the SPEC system to help me realize this dream of vacationing in the Mediterranean?
Oh, well, there it's easy. You have your picture here, and you already are there, seeing yourself as being there. So if there's a contest or an opportunity, and I don't know if there are contests in your area, I certainly would pursue that as a contest. But I also would see myself as being there, but the contest would be one of the means of getting there. But don't let go of that dream if it's that important to you. You'll be there, basking in the sun and enjoying it. You'll be there.
Now in a situation like this, Helen, where someone like Chuan Po obviously he has this dream, but he doesn't have the finances to get there. Can you give us some examples of how things might manifest for him? I mean, from your life, because I know you've won. How many trips to Europe have you won?
I don't recall because my sons also won trips.
Okay.
So altogether, yes, 5, 6, or whatever.
Wow, that's pretty cool. But how might things manifest for someone like Chuan Po? I mean, obviously he may not have the money for it.
Okay, we talked about this earlier. I said, see yourself as already being there. Continuously see yourself as already being there. Read about the material. Actually, it's a visualization and it's a desire and it's so strong, you never know what happens. And I'm sure you're still young, so you've got this whole life ahead of you, and you're going to be there, kid. You're going to be there. And just see yourself as already being there. That important to you? Hang on to it. That's a dream. That's a good dream.
Great. Now, this question comes from Annette, and the question is, so let's say I want to win a particular contest. How many times should I enter? If I don't win the first time, do I keep entering? How does that process work?
Well, remember, in the contesting, there are so many contests. And if you enter something, and in my book I explain this, if I didn't win from one person or one particular contest, I keep entering the ones that are giving that prize until I win the prize, and that's it. These are opportunities. And remember when I talked about the contest queen, and she has this book out that there are contest clubs all over the world. And if you're really serious about entering contests to win prizes, I would highly recommend you visit one of these clubs and sit there and maybe become a member. It's just a desire is all they're doing, but they're very, very, very successful. I was amazed when I went to the one here in Dallas a month or two ago when Caroline came from Canada to visit me. And so she has a book out that tells you every place that there is a club meeting. So that would be my answer for you.
I see. So you really do think joining a contesting club is a very important step.
Yeah, people with like interests. Well, of course. They have all the information. They have the encouragement. It's a fun thing. You know, for years when I first started, I was a member of a club, and it was very, very successful and rewarding because we were encouraging. We were saying, "Oh, you want a trip? Well, did you hear about this trip? Oh, you want gas? Did you hear this? Did you hear this? Did you hear this?" And you can't hear everything, but somebody's always on their toes and encouraging you and helping you. And you in turn do the same thing. That's initially how I won my house. Because when I got back from Europe and I went to the contest club and one of the gals said, "Oh, did you, when you were in New York, did you see the World's Fair house?" And I said, "No, I was so busy. My son had won a trip there and I was so excited to get to Paris, France for my birthday. I don't even know there was a contest for a house." "Oh, yes, Formica's giving this house away." And she says, "Locally, you can enter it, and you can go to Garland and put your name in the pot." And that's what I did. So this was, I didn't have the information. It came to me because one of the contest members clued me in about it. So if you're serious, definitely pursue it. How serious are you? It's up to you.
Well, perfect. And you know what, Helen? You just answered in advance the question I was about to ask. This came from someone in Southern California called the Cosmic Host, and she said she and a group of spirited souls in Southern California are looking to start a contesting club. Where can they get advice on this? And you just answered it. The answer is look up the book by Carolyn.
Contest Queen.
Yes, Carolyn Bowman, The Contest Queen, and her website is contestqueen.com, and you can get information from there.
Oh yes, definitely.
Okay, well let's go on to the next question, and right now we're moving more towards questions on contesting. And this question comes all the way from Gabriella in Denmark. Her question is, the landscape has changed, and now there are a lot of competitions and sweepstakes and lotto on the internet. Is your advice the same? Does anything change to take advantage of the way contesting has changed over the last 5 years?
Oh, definitely, it has changed. You know, at one time it was you had to write 25 words or less. This was a contest. Now there's sweepstakes. And sweepstakes, you know, you can enter simply on the internet. And there is a method, and I'm not familiar with it because I'm really not interested in material things anymore. You know, I'm jaded. I outgrew all that. But a lot of these young, enthusiastic people that are needing and wanting these things, they're available to you. There's a method. And Carolyn can, when she came here, she showed it to me. Instead of entering your name one time and then going and entering it again and again, and it's time consuming, she has this little technique where you can enter, I'd say about 40 or 50 contests that are now going on in about 15, 20 minutes. I sat here absolutely amazed how efficient and effective you can get on the email and enter these contests that are available. And yes, prizes are always won. They're legitimate and they're serving a purpose because they're promoting their products. And so that's a wonderful, wonderful way to get a lot of little stuff. And I repeated this last time, and I'll repeat it again. When I visited the group that were in the Dallas contest that met in Irving. This was in November. And they stood up, and it was not uncommon for them to say 9 or 10 prizes in 1 month. And they all sounded lucrative because at that time gas was outrageous in price, and somehow they kept winning gas. And I just sat there and kind of laughed and thought, God, I wouldn't get into it anymore because I have other interests now. But if that's your main interest, then go for it, kid. Go for it.
Now I know a bunch of people are asking, well, Helen's now saying that she has other interests. What are her other interests? I thought we should segue for a moment here, Helen. I wanted to share with the audience one of the things you shared with me about how you're now giving away a lot of the profits you make from your blueprints and such to a Feed the Children charity. Could you say a little bit about that?
Well, there's a place in Fort Worth that feeds the homeless, and of course I think now it's $1 a meal or something like that. That's my pet charity right now. It changes. Last year it was to buy glasses, for children that were not able, and this was Lions Club. And so it changes throughout the years. I know when my husband and I were here together, we would go to Dallas and get shoes for everybody. There was a man that owned a shoe store, and we would generously donate when he went around to get, to put shoes on people. So everything is different. And then locally here in the college, in the high school, I have some friends there that teach. And if they come and say somebody needs a suit to graduate or whatever, I just simply, this is what I do. It's not on one big thing. It's on little things. And I'm drawn to it. Yes, I get a lot of emails. My husband has cancer, my daughter has this, so-and-so has this, and so forth. And it goes on and on and on. and I read the emails, but they're so depressing and so negative. And before I turn the email off, I can't answer them all really because they're just overwhelming. But believe me, I send love and energy to every one of them, because that's all I can do. I mean, you can't pick and start out one thing at a time. I choose where I want to put my money. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely, absolutely. Now,
okay.
now I have my opinion on this, but I'm curious to know what you think. Is giving away to charity or helping a worthy cause, does that in any way help speed up the rate at which you manifest things and desires for yourself? And if so, why?
Well, the only thing that I have found, and that is I feel good about being able to do that. It's a feeling of satisfaction and that I did something to help somebody else. That's my reward. I don't think of another reward. I have I have a brother-in-law in Austin that does this, goes every morning to the grocery stores, bakeries and things, gets all the baked goods and puts it. Now this guy is 4 years old. Every morning at 4 o'clock, gets up and gets all this bakery goods and puts it in his truck and goes from soup kitchen to church that has open meetings to feed the poor in the parish, goes there every solitary morning and gives this bread and rolls and stuff. And what is his reward? I talked to him, and he said, it makes me feel good. And he said, you know something, Sunday in church, I'm walking out of church, and a man comes up to me and gives me $100 bill and says, listen, you need gas money for what you're doing, and use this for your gas money. And he said, I just was overwhelmed that someone would think about, he said, it doesn't worry, my gas doesn't worry, but it evidently made this man feel good, and so that's my gas money. And so this is something beautiful that this man has done for the last 15 years.
That's a very beautiful story, and I completely agree. My take on it is when you're giving to someone else or giving to a charitable cause, what tends to happen is that you tend to put yourself in a frame of mind where you feel abundance, because of course to give something away you must already have it. So you put yourself in a frame of mind where you feel abundance, and therefore you allow more abundance to flow to you.
Yes.
So I've noticed that in my case as well, what we've started doing with our web businesses, and here I'm talking about Finer Minds, our personal development blog, what we've started doing is giving a lot of money away. Right now, the cause that we are supporting is Burmese refugees in Southeast Asia. A lot of these people go through really, really, really tough times, almost slavery, and we are funding non-profits that help with education and services to help these people immigrate as refugees to the United States.
Well, see, I'm not a financier, so my contributions are more personalized and smaller than the big grandiose, the ones that I have making lots of money. But I'm just picking and choosing what I feel is important. I can't really explain it, but it's a good feeling. I'm working on something now that may sound mundane or whatever, but I've heard now that someone is needing a stove, and what I'm doing is seeing that she gets the stove. I mean, these are little things around the neighborhood. Don't have to go to Africa or Indonesia or whatever to do anything. Mm-hmm. How about locally doing things for the good? Absolutely. And that's where I'm at.
Absolutely. Okay, now let's go on to the next question. And this question is by Ruth, and it's on the topic of expectancy. So Ruth asks, what does the feeling of expectancy with certainty feel like? I understand the SPEC process, but I seem to get bogged down with the final part of it, E, which is expectancy. I feel like I'm always second-guessing the outcome or looking for it in some way at a particular time. How can you know when you have something that you've selected and projected? How do you know that that is about to arrive? How do you let go of it and relax and simply expect it?
Again, that's a feeling, honey. I mean, I just, let's say I'm in the kitchen doing dishes, and the thought comes to my mind, and to expect is knowing that it's already done. Or just like, when are they going to let us know that I won this? When are they going to let us know this, or whatever it is? It's when are they going to let us know feeling. It's already done. I've already given it enough energy. Now all I'm waiting for is to let them know, let me know that I want it. So it's a feeling. And when you get that feeling and then it doesn't happen, then keep on getting that feeling until it does manifest, and then go on to something else.
Mm-hmm. The idea of expectancy also reminds me of a lot of what Jose Silva talks about. In the Silva method, they talk about desire, belief, and expectancy, the three attitudes that help create success. And one of the things that Jose Silva talks about is, again, start with something small, something believable. Don't jump the gun, something that you believe can happen to you and you expect it to happen because you know it's very achievable. As soon as that happens, you build up your reservoir of faith and you can aim for higher and higher and higher things. But that's how you gradually build up your expectancy. But if I may, Helen, I just want to share a short anecdote that might help someone like Ruth understand what the feeling of expectancy is like. So here's an example. Let's say a good friend of yours asks you to lend him some money, and you lend this person money, and he promises to pay you back. But a month goes by and he hasn't paid you back the $1,000 he owes you. Now you're obviously frustrated. You're upset. You're wondering, what the hell has this guy done to me? He's taken advantage of our friendship. Now you are obviously upset. You are not expecting the money to come to you, and that's why you have a feeling of frustration. But let's say all of a sudden your friend calls you up and says, "Hey Ruth, I just had a change of heart and I decided that what I did was a really, really, really awful thing, and I realized that I want to pay you back the money immediately. So I am FedExing you a check, and here's the FedEx number, and I'm also going to fax you a copy of the check, and I'm going to fax you the FedEx delivery receipt so you can track it online, and you'll be getting it in the next 48 hours. Now, of course, Ruth has not received the check yet. The check has not gone to a bank. She does not have the money, but all of a sudden she's feeling joyful because she expects it to come. In other words, she knows the check is in the mail. So it's really that feeling that we are aiming for, the feeling where you are so certain, you so expect what you are seeking to come to you because you know the check is in the mail. And that is what we mean by expectancy. So that's the feeling you want to cultivate. Now, of course, it's not easy. It takes some practice. So you want to start with small goals and slowly build this up. But eventually you get to a stage where you're getting so many successes that whatever you set your mind on, you expect it to happen, and so it happens. Esther Hicks has a nice quote. She says, there's a scale of emotions you want to feel. Hope is easier than doubt. Hope is better than doubt. Expectancy is better than hope. Expectancy is the ultimate emotion. But you start with doubt. You gradually move that doubt into hope when you have a few successes. And once you're really nailing it, you move from hope to expectancy. So I just thought I'd jump in with that there. Helen, anything to add?
Yes, that's excellent. And this happened a number of years ago, and there was a group of people that invited me to come and ask. So I gave them $400 worth of books, and they were in dire need. This was just another group of people that were sincere and trying to raise the consciousness of people, but they never paid that $425. So So I came, and he said he was going to mail me this check. And he never did. Never mailed it. So at the end of the year, my husband said, well, let's write it off as a bad debt, and that's what we'll do. I said, no. He told me he would pay it, and he owes it to me, and it's rightfully mine. And would you believe that in my office I had this note, and I said, Glenn, in his last name, owes me this $425 because he said he would pay it, and he owes it to me. So the next year, it's time again. And my husband says, well, let's write it off. And I said, no, he owes this to me. And I am adamant. And do you know, the third year, there's a knock on my door, and there stands Glenn, smiling, and he said, you know, I keep thinking about you, and I still owe you this money. And he said, with interest now, is $500. And he walked in, and I gave him coffee, and that was the end of it. He was on traveling around the country. But I got the money. 3 years, but he owed it to me. Now, can you explain that? I don't know. All I know is he telepathically evidently got my message because this was something he owed. I didn't give it to him. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely. So, Helen, at this point, we're at the end of the second teleseminar. And so do you have any final words of wisdom to wrap up?
Yes, I do. I want people to know that there are 3 things that make life worthwhile. And that is to feel useful by doing something, to be loved by someone, and to have something to look forward to. And those are my 3 words of wisdom today.
And what are you looking forward to in 2009?
Well, gosh, you know, I'm so fortunate here. I am so very, very, very fortunate that for some reason I am still wanting to be on the Letterman show. Why do I want to be on this stupid Letterman show? I really don't know until I get there. But that's a goal. That's a goal here. And so we're going to see about that. Yeah, it's going to be a...
And I am excited and waiting to see that happen.
I am really into. I am too. Really, I'm giving it lots and lots of energy because I see myself sitting there beside the idiot, and we're talking. You know, he's not. Well, something that comes to mind? Why do I want to see him? Well, he's a skeptic. Number one, I'm not trying to prove anything to him, but anyway. That's what I want to do, and I'll talk about it further later on, why it's so important to me.
Right.
Okay.
Well, good luck with that, and I'm looking, and I wish you all the best for 2009. And to everyone listening in, I wish you all the best as well, and I hope you enjoyed the teleseminar. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everybody. This is Dr. Joe Vitale. Welcome to another Hypnotic Gold audio moment, and I have another collectible interview for you happening in just a moment. I have somebody on the line that I've been wanting to reconnect with for some time. We spoke a few years ago because of a blog post that I wrote about her out-of-print book at that time. She was bombarded by emails, thousands of them as I understand it. Maybe we'll get to talk about the story. But what I'm talking about is back in the 1980s, I read a life-changing book called Contesting, the Name It and Claim It Game. And it was written by Helen Hadsell, billed as the woman who wins every contest she enters. Contesting was a breakthrough book for me and many others, in fact, millions of others. The book sold over 3 million copies. And how it was sold is quite a marketing lesson, and if I remember, we'll talk about that on this interview too. But what most people don't know is that the author is around, and I have her on the phone. Let me make sure she's here. Helen, are you here?
I certainly am.
Well, you sound very bright and cheerful and energetic. You ready to be talking to me for a little bit?
Well, of course, of course.
Well, I understand that you're 84 now. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Do you mind talking about that? Some people are offended to mention their age.
Not at all, because even at this age, I think life is still a daring adventure or nothing.
Well, what's the secret to living to 84 and beyond?
I think a sense of humor.
Ah.
I have this, Joe, I have this offbeat sense of humor. And I constantly am amazed that people can't relate to it. But anyway, I keep trying.
Well, I know you sent me your autobiography, your self-published one, a long time ago, and
yes.
I quoted from it because at the end, somewhere in the book, you say, make every day special, share a joke, hum a song, pass some special joy along, and if someone should come your way who doesn't share your joy today, the hell with them.
That's right. And I still think that's where it's at.
Well, I really appreciate you making time to be on the phone with me. For the people who aren't understanding what this is all about or know you or your book, we need to start at the beginning. Contesting has become a famous book, which I now know is back in print. What does even the name contesting mean? It seems unusual if you don't do sweepstakes or lotteries. What does contesting mean?
When you enter a contest, it entails writing 25 words, 50 words, or an article or something like that. And then sweepstakes is simply signing your name and sending it out. Or right now, sweepstakes is all the rage on your computer. And there are very few contests. You'll find them sporadically in a contest to write an article for one of the magazines, or if there is someone looking for a slogan, some of the radio contests. Radio contests usually, right now they'll say the sixth caller I'll take, or the fifth caller, and that's where they get they're not constant winners. They like to have a turnover.
I see. Well, I want to make sure that my Hypnotic Gold members know why I have you on this call, why I want to interview you. Besides the success of your book and the success of you, you have used a particular technique or two. It might have 3 or 4 parts to it. I'd like you to talk about them as we get into this, that have helped you win contests. In fact, as I understand it, in 1982, you won over 5,000 prizes. Is that correct?
No. That's exaggerating.
Well, how many do you think in 19, or even over
well,
time?
I think 1 month I won a prize every day. That
1 month you won a prize every day? Well,
yes, every day, yes. But for 5,000, maybe, if you want to count a deck of cards or a record or whatever, but I didn't think that was big stuff.
Well, what are some of the big things so that people are noting?
Well, all right, I
done?
did win 2 cars.
That's
I
good.
did win this fabulous home here in Las Colinas in Irving.
Wow, great.
And that was probably my biggest prize. And then, of course, as the children were growing up, we would only enter contests because those lovely sponsors send us on our vacations. Like we were sent to Disneyland twice, to the World's Fair in New York, to Paris, France, well, and dude ranches or whatever we wanted. Yeah. And then at the beginning of the year, I would say, where are we going to vacation this year? And then the kids would put their 2 cents worth in. And if it was a dude ranch trip, that's what I would concentrate on.
And this is where I want to go, because you're not only a winner, but you're using something in particular to win. And you wrote about it in the book Contesting, but I want you to share it with me and the other people on the call, because this is a way to win in life.
Okay.
It's not just a way to win prizes, or even though those are very impressive, to win your own home or to trips to Europe or Disneyland or anything else. That's all very impressive.
Well, I put it down very simplistic, and I call it SPEC. S-P-E-C.
SPEC,
This means to select it, project it, expect it, and then collect it.
I love this.
Okay, so even if you have a delay in results, as sometimes happen. I'm getting all kinds of emails from all over this cotton picking world, and they'll say, if I buy your book, will I win a house? Well, I will right up front tell them, when you buy my book, there's no way you can win a house unless you follow the principles. How important is it to you? How long do you want to project to win this house? I mean, it's some of these requests really and truly need to be explained in detail, because a book, no book is going to do it. I don't care what kind of a book you read unless you apply the principles.
Oh, I totally agree with you. I'm always telling people buying the book and reading the book is one thing. Many people don't even read them. But to actually go and implement it, to do it.
Yes, and they complain that the book didn't do a thing for them. I remember, what book got me started, and that was Vincent Peale's The Power of Positive Thinking.
Oh.
Well, listen, I read that book thoroughly, and the things that stuck out there were you can have anything you want, provided you know what it is. That's why I put on selected, See yourself as having it, which is projecting it, and then expected, and then collected. And this is how I really got started, was with his book. And what I was doing initially was trying to prove that someone could do it. If it was, was it something he just wrote about, or could I actually do it?
And this is fascinating. I want to just digress for a second. Did you meet him? Because I know you met many different people and knew them personally, Joseph Murphy and Jose Silva and Paul Twitchell. And
no, I didn't have the pleasure, but I do know when Dr. Murphy came into Dallas to do a lecture, he called me, and he said, Vincent Peale said, I better not leave Texas without meeting me.
Oh.
That's how we initially met. And then, yes, Peale wrote about me in several of his books and some of the magazines, Family Circle and some of the magazines that were popular at that time.
Well, let's go through these 4 steps here. The very first one is select it. And that, I think on the surface, everybody should understand. That means to choose what you want. But is there more to it than that? Is there a way to refine it? Or how detailed do you have to be when you select?
When someone starts out, I know we all have, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this. I think that you should start out with one goal. And I don't care how long it takes, but start out with one particular thing that you're really, it's really important to you. Then you write it down. That's the first step. You're going to select it. The next step would be to project it.
What does that mean?
There's many ways you can project it. You can mentally see it. See if it's a new car you want. Okay, you're driving down, and what kind of a car do you want? You're in traffic all the time, so if you want a Rover or if you want whatever you want, and you happen to see that car, and then just say, I'm going to have one just like it. That also is a projection. Also, you can put a picture maybe in your car, or maybe in your medicine on the mirror where you look in the morning. These are all little areas. We're working here with energy. Everything is energy. Thinking is energy. So you are then projecting energy to that goal. And it can be very subtle, but this is what you're doing. And now you have selected it, you have projected it. Now, after the projection, there's expected, okay? Because now you have the confidence, you've given it enough energy, and you continue to do it until you collect it. Now, when you collect it, how long does that take? You know what? One night, when we went to a dance, and my husband and I went to a dance, and there was a big boom box there, and we got in the door, and I told my husband, I said, well, my daughter wanted that for Christmas, and there's her Christmas present. And so it so happened at this place, it was an engineering party. My husband was an engineer. We went to the Christmas dance, and everybody that knew that I was winning all the time. And what they did, Joe, which people don't even know what they're doing, I would, when we came in the door and we had to sign our name, which we did, and I said, I want the boombox tonight. And that woman just kind of looked sideways, and she said, it's probably yours. And then as the other people came in, she said, the Hadsells are here tonight, and they want she wants to win the boombox for her daughter. Well, you know what happened? Everybody didn't even try. There was no contest or whatsoever because they looked at it and said, well, she's already won it. And they gave me all their energy, their energy. And then at the end of the night, when it was time for the drawing, and they had other fruit cakes and other little prizes, but this was the big one.
Yes.
And so my husband's boss, who was the emceeing the program, said, I'm not even going to draw the name because you'll think it's rigged. And then one little woman came up and she says, I'll draw the name. And she drew the name and handed it to him, and I won the boombox.
Amazing.
But no, it's not. It's energy. This is energy they're working with. And one of the stories that I want to convince people what they're doing, because when I went to California, I went a trip to California. While I was out there, I wanted to get on the Queen for a Day, the Art Link Letter Show. I wanted to meet Art, and we were also with Mary Tyler Moore. And then there was another program, and I don't even recall the name, but I do know I had a free afternoon, and I went in there, and they were giving, it was complicated, and I don't think it lasted that long, but it was kind of a pilot program. But they had refrigerators and freezers and dishwashers and televisions and so forth. And I was just killing time to wait for my girlfriend to pick me up after she got off work, and sat there and was listening to the people around me. And this one woman and daughter said she's never won anything. Never won anything. Well, at that time, my mother needed a television. She wanted a color television. And so I projected and won this color television and told them to send it directly to South Dakota, where my mother lived. Well, this woman approached me and says, gosh, you're so lucky you won this television. And I said, what do you want to win? And then she said, a refrigerator. And I said, well, why don't we play a game? And then I sat there with the daughter and the mother, and I said, there were small prizes that came up, and I said, first of all, you have to, they're going to put the prize there in the front on the board, and I said, secondly, they are going to, at random, choose someone from the audience, which made it a little more complicated. But with three of you working there, there's no competition there. And so I said, we'll all project with the daughter, and I will project at your mother. They choose your mother for this, for the refrigerator she wanted. Well, to make a long story short, we had a break for lunch, and they had sandwiches and Cokes because they wanted to keep you there and keep an audience there. And I again said, okay, now let's keep on projecting for this. And yes, she won it. She won it because we were working with so close and with energy, and three of us together. And I don't know what the rest of them were doing, probably thinking the same thing. I've never won anything, or I'd like to win that. So if you're there and you like to win it, just say, well, choose me. Number one, that's energy. And so these are little things I learned along the way.
These that sound very powerful. It sounds like they're working. Most people, I think, don't believe they can win anything. They don't believe they can be successful. They don't really believe they're going to do well with their business. And isn't that a way of unwinning?
Well, of course, that's negative. Anything, just listen to people. I think today I had about 7 emails. And I'm not belittling people because people are in all the areas of their life, you know. We have the infant souls, the young souls, the baby souls, the mature, and the old souls on this planet. And you're all in different areas, if you will, and some of them just ask you to help them. And what I do, I'm always very, very gracious. I try not to intimidate people, and sometimes it's hard because I'm human, I'm not divine. But they ask me, and prior to them giving a suggestion, because I'm not a fortune teller, and some people think I am, but I'm not. But I'm serious about helping them. And before I leave them, I always say, Mary or John or whatever their name is, I said, I'm going to ask higher intelligence to project what's for your highest good. And that's all I do. Because over the years, you know what? Something to consider, and really consider. Not getting what you want is sometimes a wonderful stroke of luck.
That's worth repeating. Sometimes,
yes, definitely.
Not getting what you want is often a good thing.
Yeah, yes, it is.
And
if you have the intelligence to sit back and reflect, and then it makes sense. It really and truly makes sense. Of course, they don't believe it when they first get started. I mean, it's just one of those things. I know a number of years ago, someone came and brought their boyfriend in, and I'm a people observer, and it's not because I'm psychic. It's because I took a wonderful, exciting class with Dr. Bryan, who taught body and organ language. And so I'm very, very versed on that. I mean, when you can walk in the door, I know if you're mad, sad, glad, or bad. I mean, it's just that obvious. And then when you sit, and I always have you pull up a chair, so I'm equal and can watch your eyes and your body language. And then I take it from there. You know, are you lying? Are you accepting me? Are you rejecting me? And so I study. I still watch the Letterman show and watch these people when they're being interviewed. And I probably know more about them than they know about themselves. But that's because I'm interested in that.
I can tell that you are.
Yes.
Well, you have such a wealth of knowledge, and I love how you simplified things right to this SPEC formula. I'm holding in my hands a lottery ticket for tonight's Mega Millions in Texas.
Yeah.
If I wanted to focus on winning that, and we just played a game, how would you help me do that? What would you advise me? I think this could be illustrating the whole process to people listening.
Oh, definitely, definitely. Is this numbers that you have played repeatedly?
Nope, these are all quick pick numbers.
Oh, these are quick pick numbers. Okay.
They were given to me by the machine.
Okay, all right. Well, I don't especially enjoy doing that because I'm a person that doesn't even wear jewelry or designer jeans or whatever. Not interested. Or Corvettes like one of my friends is. Not interested in any of that. I would just simply say, this is a winning number, and if it's and then project for it. when you're dealing with people in the masses, like tickets, lottery tickets, there are millions and millions and millions of people.
That's
and
right.
the ones that have created the most energy are the winners. And so if you've ever read, and a number of years ago I read the book that this young couple had been playing the lottery for 6 years and only kept the same numbers. And they finally won the jackpot with the same numbers. So they were giving energy to these same numbers.
I see.
Another time I was in Los Angeles, and the group that I was working with asked about the lottery. And I did something that just came to on the spur of the moment. I got on the chalkboard and I said, okay, now let's see, here's 60 in this room here. Number one, how many of you use number one when you your favorite number? How many of you use number two, number three? I went on down the aisle, and they raised their hands, and there seemed to be number 13, 17, 23, I'm just guessing, where most of them use those numbers, okay? So at the end of, after I got through going through the numbers, and then I said, look at here. Here are the numbers that are having the most energy, just out of you 60 people. Here they are. There's 13, 23, whatever it was. And I didn't think any more about it. I said, that would be that would be a good number to play. And one woman wrote these numbers down, and during the break, she went out of the hotel and went into the fast food place there, or whatever they had, 7-Eleven or whatever, and bought those numbers. And later on that evening, I'm in my hotel room, and I get this phone call about 11 or 12, and she said, "Oh, Mrs. Hadsell, I won the lottery."
Wow.
And I don't know. I don't think it was first. I think it was 25,000 or whatever. She may have missed a number, but that will tell you. I mean, play the same numbers, and you say, "Well, quick pick." I don't know. See?
Yeah. Well, what I'm hearing is that energy is everything.
Yes.
Because I'm mentioning I have this ticket in my hand, and the truth is there's no energy on it because I've never seen these numbers before. I just stood there and said, "Give me a couple quick picks for tonight's Mega Millions."
Yeah. Okay. No, if you're playing it and if you want to research with it, I would get the tickets that are winning constantly, and I think they have printouts. Do they not?
I believe so, or they're online.
Okay. Or do it, and then look and see what numbers come up consistently. So at least if you don't win the big one, you're going to win a lot of numbers. I mean, have correct numbers. That's the way I would work it if I played it.
Okay. Well, that's a good illustration because in your spec process, the very first thing is select. And so I was looking at, I wanted to win the lottery. But I'm semi-joking because I don't really want to and I don't really need to. When you were giving those other examples about wanting a TV set or wanting a jukebox, there seemed to be a loving reason for it.
Yeah.
And then projecting can be any number of things. That can be just thinking about it, and it could be writing it down, couldn't it? Writing it down that you've won, or what it would be feeling like to win.
Yeah, sure.
And what about expecting it? Do you just kind of sit around thinking, well, my business has got to improve, or I'm going to win the lottery?
Okay. I have something here, and I've had some confirmation with people that have been on consistent winners. I don't know if you've heard of the Contest Queen in Canada.
Yes.
Okay, she's a friend of mine, and she was relentless to come out here and spend 4 days with me this past year. And I finally melted down, and I said, "Okay, Carolyn, you can come." And, but prior to her coming, she wanted to win a trip to England to be with her husband. And she just won the trip just before she came. She had the notice 2 days before she came. And she also, the next day, got $700 worth of brand new luggage.
Mm.
So it was very, very interesting. She is something else, really
right?
and true.
Oh. I've read her blog and so forth.
Yeah.
Tell me about your book. Your book contesting. One time, it might have been the first time you and I spoke, you told me this wonderful story about a man who helped you with that book. He wanted to be a publisher, but had no publishing experience. He wanted to go to India. Do you remember all of that? Can you tell us that story?
Sure. I was lecturing up in Ohio, and this young man approached me. He was a silver trainer instructor, and he didn't say anything to me because I was there, and he'd gotten books. And most of the time when I was invited, they wanted a book review, and then I got serious and then do a workshop on self-awareness. But after I came home, it was about a month later, and there's a knock on the door, and here he is with his brother, and his aunt was in the car, and they came all the way from Ohio, and he had a proposition that would I sign over his distributing my book. And at that time, Divorce was publishing it. I self-published it, but Divorce was helping me distribute. So I was doing okay with it. And I looked at him, and I said he didn't have any money. He was living with his aunt, and just was a silver instructor, and had just started out. And my husband said, well, he said, I don't know if I would do a contract with him. He kept pleading with me for 6 months to do a contract, and then I couldn't republish my book, whatever was left in the storeroom. But after that, he wanted to distribute. And I slept on it, and the next night I said, okay, I'll let you have it for 6 months. Well, the first month, my husband went bonkers because I did an article for Good Housekeeping, and I had so many orders, it was unreal, because at that time it was popular to be a winner, and I didn't have any books left. And then Divorce was angry because now they were making money distributing my book, and I wouldn't let them publish. But in the meantime, I'm still thinking, there was something about this kid that was so sincere, and I just had confidence in him. And then I guess it was 3 or 4 months later when he called one morning and he said, are you sitting down? And I said, why? And he said, well, what he did, because it was a contesting book, he bought all of the names of people that entered contests. You can buy names at that time.
Yeah, you can run mailing lists, and he ran a mailing list.
That's what he did. He sent out postcards, and he took my book and put it in manual form. He didn't change a word except he called it a how to do it book, because it's very explicit. I'm very, very, a fifth grader could read the book because it's written where you can readily understand it. And that's how, I don't recall the first, I think, check was $40,000. I don't even remember anymore. But what he said was, I'm going to make $1 million for you and $1 million for myself, and then I want to go to India and get with some Maharishi or whatever. And when I wrote the contract, Joe, I must have been tuned in because it would be unheard of today in writing a book.
Oh yeah.
Because I put it on 50%.
Yeah, 50% royalty.
Yeah, it didn't take us long to make that $1 million. And after he made his, and of course that's how I was able to get this center here in Alvarado, and the dormitory in the center where people would come out and take my self-awareness classes. And then I never heard from him again. He sent my book back, and he says, I'm through with it, and that's it. Never heard from the man again.
Oh, I guess he went to India and he's floating with the
I
clouds.
guess so.
But
I guess so.
I love the story because it's a good marketing story. He saw a product and he knew there was an audience, and he rented the list of people who had already showed interest in winning contests, and just sent them a postcard about your book. And then I love, from a very balanced standpoint, you had a 50-50 royalty. He got 50, you got 50, and you both won because he wanted to go to India with his $1 million. You wanted to open your center. And do you still have your center? Is it still open?
Oh, yes. Yeah, you were invited there when the contest queen was here, but you declined. So
I don't even remember right now. But
yeah, I know you're busy in other areas, but
well,
I
definitely want to come.
Well,
are you doing classes there?
Not anymore. Not anymore. But there were so many things. You know, when we talked 2 years ago and I did your blueprint?
Yes.
Well, when you when you emailed me the other day, I always remember people that fascinate me, like you were born December the 29th, 1953, you know.
My goodness, that's right.
Yeah, well, yeah, I remember this, and you can ask me any number if they're interesting. I had a movie star here Monday, and it was an interesting encounter. But getting back to you, do you know this year, you're in your 9-year, your harvest cycle, you're in your harvest cycle, but this is your 7th year. So this year, because you're starting this new project, you are on a philosophical, humanitarian vibration, because that's what you're doing now. December is a 3, 29 is a 2, this is a 2-year, adds up to a 7, and then your harvest cycle is a 9. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing here, Joe.
Well, that's good, because I'd be in trouble if I wasn't.
Well,
I'd have to backpedal.
Well, you'd be surprised how many people are still floundering out there.
Well, that's a good point. How do they find out if there's somebody listening that feels like they're floundering?
Okay. For God's sake, pick up a book on numbers. There's vibrations from day one. Your name is a vibration. Numbers are a vibration. I always say your parents gave you a name. The universe gave you your numbers. And then when you're following your numbers, your life path is a 5, an adventure, and so is mine. That's why we can, understand each other.
Yes, we can connect.
Yes.
Well, what's a good book on that? Is there something that you wrote or something you recommend for a beginner to look at?
I do blueprints, and that's what I've done for the last 25 years. I did your blueprint. Remember?
Oh, I know you did. I have people asking me all the time, how do I reach her? I want a blueprint. Well, tell, for those who don't know, what exactly is a blueprint so they know what you're doing with the blueprint.
All they need to do is give me their name and their birth date, and then 3 people that they want to know more about. They're just their birth dates. And I do 20 pages in a photo album so that they can constantly refer to it. And this is all I do now. I don't hold classes anymore. I answer all of my emails. I can't answer my phone because there's so many phone calls. I mean, Germany, England. Well, of course, you have the same challenge.
Yes.
And so I wouldn't be doing anything but answering the phone.
Well, if people wanted one, do they email you to get one? How do they?
Yes, they can email me. And at one time, when I was just by myself here, I had them for $35. But now, my gracious, I have 2 people that have to help me send out books, and the price has gone up with everything, with the It's $55 for a blueprint.
Okay.
And it's everything concerned about you.
Well, if it's everything concerned about a person, I think $55 is
very,
well worth it.
That's very, very reasonable. I think it is. I really
do too. And do you still have copies of Contesting? Or
yes,
where do people
yes.
get that?
I think I've reprinted now 7, 8, 9 times. And the last printing, it went up quite a bit. So my books are $12 for my, name it and claim it. And then you do have my confession book.
I do, yes.
Okay. And remember, I told you can use anything in it you choose to share, because there's some good stuff in there, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, do you want to give out your email, or what do you want to do?
But yeah, you have my email so they don't bother you.
Okay.
It's tap88 at Cowtown. That's one word. Cowtown.net.
Tap88 at cowtown.net.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
yeah.
And that'll go directly to you.
Comes directly to me, and I do the blueprint. If I have somebody here helping me type just the initial things, but before the blueprint gets put in the envelope, I read it, and there may be something that I need to call to their attention, or to remind them, or to give them a clue on what they're missing, because most of the people will say, why am I here? What is my mission this lifetime? And they don't have the foggiest, or if they do, they know they add up their numbers, and they still don't know what they mean. Like if you add up your numbers, month, day, year, and it comes to a 1, you're a pioneer. The 2, you're a diplomat. 3, you're an artist. 4, you're a builder. 5, like you and I, are adventurers. And then the cosmic parent. And I find that when you're cosmic, you're usually a teacher in this area. And then the philosopher, of course, is the one that has in-depth and usually past lives that they've been in a monastery or in a convent. And this surfaces with them. The 8 is the executive, and they're the ones that really and truly can get things done in the financial fields. And then the humanitarian, which right now, the rest of your life, the best and rest of your life, you have that vibration of the humanitarian, the sharing and caring, which you're doing with people, with your books, with your talents, and with your CDs. So you're following exactly what you're supposed to be doing, and incidentally doing a damn good job, Joe.
Well, thank you.
Pardon the French?
No, I appreciate that. Well, tell me more about some of the things that are unique to you. In other words, you tell people how to use their mind to get more of the results that they want. But you talk about things like visualization being or the way you talk about visualization is different than other people. Can you just talk about some of these things that are unique to you, that are your understandings and lessons?
Someone asked me, who are you? Do you mind if I tell you who I am?
I don't mind if you're asking me.
Okay. They think I'm a chosen one. So I say, I'm not a chosen one. I don't think so. Saving the world is not my assignment. Unlike Sylvia Brown, the dead and I do not communicate. Jeannie Dixon made predictions. I do not. I was told, because I work in other levels, I see people in other dimensions. I told I'm a channel to help people to help themselves. And this is my mission and purpose this lifetime. I'm given assignments from beings from other dimensions, and they appear to me in physical form. Sometimes they're so real that I think it's another person there. And they communicate telepathically. And very rarely do these beings, or you want to call them entities, appear for each person. That leads me to believe that individuals have different people around them. Let's say someone comes here, and maybe they came for a weekend retreat. And if they come and I see a person beside them, and they're in that other dimension, then I know for some reason that I need to communicate with more on a personal basis. Why did they come? Sometimes they come to observe. Sometimes they communicate and tell me to remind that person. And when I remind that person, many times that person will say, well, I had a dream about that. And they don't have the foggiest that this guide is helping them to help themselves. Guides never tell you what to do. They're there to watch you, to guide you, to take care, more or less to observe. But they don't interfere. And the minute you feel like somebody interferes, then you better back off. Because we're on this dimension, and we have what we call jokesters, and people make fun of you, etc. But the minute that you have visions of grandeur, someone in that other dimension is going to create, or you're going to create, a thought form, and that thought form is going to tell you you're a chosen one. They say they see the Virgin Mary, or they see Jesus, or they see Muhammad, or whatever. And most of that is a thought form they create. And that was that research that I did when I went to England. I wanted to know the difference between ghosts, apparitions, and thought forms. So many of the people that went to seance rooms were creating their own thought forms, and the medium over there was simply telling them what they wanted to hear, because they were picking up what they wanted to hear.
They were picking up their own thoughts.
Yes,
they were projecting their thoughts.
Yes.
Well,
and they thought, oh, this medium is fantastic. She knows that my electric bill isn't correct, or whatever it was. I mean, they were such mundane. I called it a waste of my time. I sat there for 3 weeks, trying to get some kind of, a confirmation. When I finally got it, I said, Eureka. And then I went back on my way to New York and did a talk show, and that's when I was invited to go to Russia and present my paper on what I had observed. So at least I know the difference.
This is the power of thoughts.
Yes.
Thoughts can help us win. Thoughts can help us get rich or get poor. Thoughts can help us create thought forms, which other people, if they're sensitive enough, can misinterpret as a ghost or an apparition. This is the power of thoughts. Well, with all of that in mind, what's your advice to people when they look at the world right now, and it's fairly rocky with the economy being uncertain and people losing jobs and people being in fear? Do they all need a copy of Contesting, or what do they need?
They need to get back and push away from, listen, I don't even care to go out to the grocery stores or Walmart or shopping anymore. The energy is so rampant, and there's so much unrest, and there's so many drugs out there and drinking in excess, because what they're saying is, world, it's going too fast, and they want to slide away from it, so they drug themselves up. And this is very, very prevalent now. And also, many on the planet are infant and baby souls. They came here. When you choose to come here, you choose your parents, and you usually come into a family, and you have a group soul session, which on my blueprint I point out, if you came here to resolve something, and you might want to look at your blueprint again, because on the second line there, it tells you if you have a karmic tie with somebody. And when you have that, and then of course you better Really find out, what is it? What do you have? Hate, fear, anger, pain, servitude, love with this person. And then when you know that, and then you always have to, what I call, self-analyze yourself in order to be happy and content. But as you are sending out your books and your emails, etc., always include Frank Outlaw's work. You know, that's watch your thoughts, they become words. Watch your words, they become actions. Watch your actions, they become habits. Watch your habits, they become your character. Watch your character, for it becomes your destiny. And so it starts out with, what are you thinking? If it's not positive, constructive, and creative, and then it's a detriment to you. You start out that way by watching your thoughts, and then what are you saying? And I am constantly calling that to my attention to people that email me, you know. Go back and start out, and then even in my blueprints, I think I repeated 3 times, and at the end when I make a summary, I say, all right, look at that one again. Because really that's the secret there. It's not a secret, because if you use it, you're not going to have many problems.
So it all comes to watching your thoughts.
Yes, watch your thoughts. What are you thinking? Is there anger, jealousy, pity party? And many of them are in pity parties now. And the more pity party they are in, the deeper they're going to dig themselves. And they can blame it on the government. They can blame it on their boss. They can blame it on the economy or whatever. How come there are other people that are successful? What are the successful people? Get around the successful people and listen. What are they talking about? They're not buying in on the economy or listening to the news and being pulled down constantly. They have an opportunity to cancel or press the mute button and think of something uplifting. I mean, you have choices all the time. You're in control of your destiny. So
some people think they're not in control of their destiny. They feel like, you know, they may have lost their home, or maybe they're fearful about losing their home. Maybe they're fearful about their business, or maybe they lost their job, or maybe they have an online business right now and the sales aren't as great as what they want. How do they raise their thoughts or raise their energy? How do they focus on it being better when it feels so bad in the moment for them?
Okay, now that's a darn good question here. Okay, in our society, you think, the majority of people think, and unfortunately some of these parents are really and truly bringing their children up to, to laws and rules and things that I never experienced growing up. If you don't have a dish or a television with all of the different channels on, you got to have that. You got to eat out, and fast food, of course, is going up now to almost mealtime things. You got to have a 4-story house or 20 bedrooms or whatever. What in God's green earth do these people keep on extending themselves for? They got to be responsible for what they're doing. There's something else that I need to, on a personal note.
Sure.
And I'm going to, I always call it the 3 R's. The 3 R's to me are very, very important. And that's respect for self, respect for others, and be responsible for all your actions.
Those are beautiful.
And when you can do that, and then you're okay. But how many are doing that now? It's And then when I'm dealing with people that are, I watch Judge Judy, by the way, and she is a really online person. And when things that I'll quote from her because I think she's got it on the ball. She's not perfect, but she makes a lot of sense with it. Living an honorable life. Then when you get older and think back, you're able to enjoy it a second time. And that's what I did when I wrote my confession book. In disagreements with your loved ones, deal only with the current situations. Don't bring up the past.
Oh, that's a big one, isn't it? Deal only with current situation. Don't bring up the past.
That's right. And then share your knowledge. It's a way to achieve immortality. And remember that the best relationship is one in which you love. Your love for each other extends your need for each other. And that's very important because I'm seeing it all the time with people that do. I mean, I occasionally let people come in for counseling, and sometimes I just want to say, get out of my face, because I told you this. I told you this 3 years ago. They don't listen. They only want you to agree with them. So you asked me the one thing that kept me so easygoing and positive.
Yes.
Even experienced losses and disappointments. Sure, I've had that. But my answer is this offbeat sense of humor. And I will continue to do jokes. And one thing that was so precious, I had a woman, I did a blueprint, and you know what her main she had two complaints. Number one, that I have the desiderata at the end of the book, and she says I didn't have the D on it. That was one complaint, big time complaint. And the second complaint was I did I do cartoons that are real funny. I mean, they're ha-ha cartoons. And I did one, and sometime in order to emphasize, and I'm standing here reading her blueprint, I may color something like this. Doctor slapped this woman, and it said this was a one-session therapy. He slapped at her, and that was it. And so I did red there. And she complained that it reminded her of blood. And she did not appreciate that. So, I mean, you know, I can't win them all. Can't win them all, Joe.
Well, before we run out of time here, what are some of the books that have influenced you, or some of the people? And I know that I want people to get your books, and I want them to get a blueprint, and they'll contact you directly. But was there something that stood out or stands out in your mind now? That
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yes. Must tell you this one.
Good.
Laura Huxley wrote a book, You Are Not the Target.
I've never read that. You know, I've seen it.
Why? Well, Jose brought it to me. And
Jose Silva?
Said, yes. He said, read this. There's something in there that you need to share with people. Well, let me tell you, last week I had a well drug. I mean, they were digging a well on my 5 acres that I live here because we're having kind of a little shortage of water around here.
Yeah.
And so they were drilling a well, and they came at 7 in the morning. And I'm still in bed, but the drilling, there's nothing as irritating as hearing those things. I mean, you know, on and off and on and off. And I thought, the first thing I thought about was Laura Huxley's book, You're Not the Target. She said, whenever you are experiencing noise that irritates you, noise is energy. Change that energy into something positive and heal something in your physical that now needs healing. And take that energy and use it in any area that you want. Well, while they were here, I stubbed my toe the other day, and it's healing, and it was throbbing, and I thought, okay, let's get with the program. And I sat here, and every time that they drilled, because they stopped momentarily, I put energy into that toe you cannot believe. And it's okay. I mean, there's you don't even know anything happened to it. So that's very, very, very important.
You are not the target.
Yes, you are not the target by Laura Huxley.
Do you have another one?
Very good.
Do you have another one that comes to mind, or a person we should?
I like that one. I like that one. And any of Vincent Peale's book or Murphy's books.
Yeah.
Because
Did you know Neville Goddard? Neville?
Yes, you talked about him before, and he impressed you.
Yes, he did. I just wondered if you had met him or read any of his.
No. Mm-hmm. And you send me your books, and all of your books have an overtone of being very positive, and that's what I appreciate about you're doing your work, kid.
Yeah.
And doing a good job. No kidding.
Well, thank you. Of course, you are as well. Well, I'm about to run out of time here on what I can record. I wanted to thank you for making time and find out, is there anything you want to leave people with, like a thought or a joke or a comment or a quote? Anything.
Well, honey, I think we about covered all bases, didn't we? Yeah. Yeah.
I think we did too. Is there any final thought, though? Anything you want them to?
Well, I'm telling you, it's always good to talk to my dear friend Joe. Anytime that we need to exchange ideas or whatever, because you're just going to be surprised how your name comes up on these emails. They're calling you Dr. Joe now. They're calling you the monk, and we knew you monked around in one of our past lives.
Yes,
that's obvious.
We'll talk about that in person sometime.
I want to tell you one more thing,
Tell me.
I don't believe in remote viewing.
Mm-hmm.
But last year on my birthday, June the 1st, I'm sitting here, and you came to mind. And you can verify this if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
I saw you. Do you have a blue blazer? You were in an auditorium situation. You were walking up and down the hall, and you had this blue blazer on.
Mm-hmm.
And people are stopping and telling you how handsome you looked and how pretty that color was. It was a kind of a teal blue or a blue, beautiful blue. And what I noticed, Joe, was this older man stood in the corner and was watching you. And he had envy to such a degree that he looked like Simon Legree. And what I telepathically communicate, because you came to my mind, I telepathically communicate. Anytime I talk to Joe or I have in touch with him, I need to remind you, when you're out with people in an audience, especially, before you get on stage, put the light around you. Put the light around you, kid. And it's protection. It is definitely protection, because some of these people are strong, and they can get in and make you feel inadequate or disconglomerated or whatever. You don't want that to happen.
No, well, that's good advice for me and everybody. And yes, I did have a blue blazer that everybody commented on as I walked around after giving a seminar last summer.
Okay, and that one guy was so damn envious of you that I thought, I have to tell Joe to do that. That's something I always did on the circuit. Can I have one more talk?
Yeah.
Share one more thing.
Yeah.
This happened up in Colorado. I'm not going to say where, but I was sponsored by a church, and I get up there, and this was a huge, huge church, but they did have their entire congregation there, and there were so many people that they put folding seats in the aisle while I'm up there, and all I'm talking about was I'm to do my book review, and I'm talking to these people. Discern, discern, discern. I said, you read a book. Okay, that is the author's ideas or his comments or his experience. Now you discern. Now you hear something. Discern what they're saying, because don't let them influence you unless you want to. And then, of course, I showed them how they open themselves to suggestion. And I said, don't need that. Be your own person. Well, while I'm talking, all of a sudden in the audience, there's a man, and he happens to be in the aisle seat. I see him with a keg of ice around him. He's enclosed in a big piece of ice. I'm watching, and as I'm talking about discerning and then going into another area, I look at, and the ice is spreading. Now he's in this enclosed ice, and the next person beside him is in ice, and the woman beside him is in ice, and I'm watching as this ice is expanding out. All of a sudden, when I see this, I merely close my eyes 1 second, and I'll say, put him where he's supposed to be. And that's all. And when I said that, I opened my eyes, this man got up, and I had stopped while they had to get up, and he walked out the back door. Well, and now the first break, Reverend Nichols, who sponsored me, came up and he said, I'm so embarrassed. I don't know what possessed this man. He said, I'm going to get on to him. That was so rude. I'm so sorry. Did that bother you? And I said, oh, no. I said, what is his position here in this community? Oh, he said, he's the deacon of the church here. And I said, I was interfering with his. See, the last two things on this planet are for people to balance greed and power. Power over people and greed. And he was in power over these people. He liked to be in an authoritative position. And I'm now, what I'm doing, I am threatening him. And that's when the ice was formed. And he left with the ice, and then I see the audience as warm after that. But the minute there's a heckler, and there never has been in all the years that I lectured, because I won't allow it.
Mentally, you won't allow it.
No, I don't allow it. No.
Well, you are amazing.
You want to call me Grace?
I want to call you Grace. Amazing
okay.
Grace.
Amazing Grace? Okay.
I want to thank you for making the time. I can't wait to meet you in person, which I hope is very soon. And,
if it's meant to be. Listen, there's some things you need to learn that happened in the monastery that I don't think you're still aware of, kid.
Well, I don't think I want to talk about them publicly on a call
definitely
for my
not.
Hypnotic Gold members. So we'll do that in private sometime.
Oh, no.
But thank you, and Godspeed to all my listeners. Go get Helen's book, Contesting, get a blueprint from her, and get her other books, including a new one, a novel that just came out.
Well,
meanwhile,
anytime I can share with you. I'm here, kid.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Joe.
Bye-bye.
Bye.